You know, there's nothing like being behind the scenes in the green room. I love the green room. Normally there's no green, but no, Susie has to be different. She has a book that's highlighted in green, which you'll get a chance to learn about in a moment, and that's super excited. And so, Susie, I don't like reading these bios, right, because they're just so long, and I get bored, and I just can't read them, but we sent it out. Take a moment, if you can, for those folks that are just tuning in, they're behind the scenes. They want to know, Shay, who is Susie Carter, and really, what is she up to these days?
Yes, I'm so excited. Thank you for having me. Thank you for sharing me with your fabulous audience. Who am I? I'm you, right? I'm just like you. I'm an entrepreneur. I had to figure out this hustle muscle, had to figure out how to build a business. I was a single mom raising 2 little girls and realized that I got to figure this thing out called business. I have my PhD, which those of you that don't know, that's my public high school diploma. So that's my formal education, and I am an entrepreneur. 30 years building multi-million-dollar companies. I've built 7 of them. I've built 9 companies total. 2 were dismal failures, right? They were horrible. They crashed, burned, but I learned a lot inside of those 2 that I crashed and burned. And along the way, I figured out how do you build multi-million-dollar businesses. And I like the things that money provide me, the freedom, the flexibility, the opportunity to take care of my children differently, the opportunity to make a difference in the world. And so I'm a best-selling author, speaker, author, writer, travel all over the world, but I focus on the money. I focus on the profit. Because the reality at the end of the day, 88% of small businesses aren't making any profit. And that doesn't make any sense to me. So my goal is help you build your wealth, build your business, so your business provides you a lifestyle that a job cannot.
I love it. Now, I'm just curious. I don't want to, be Debbie Downer here, right? But you picked this topic that we're going to be talking about, build a multi-million-dollar business. And some folks might be like, okay, Shay, I mean, that's pretty huge. Does Susie believe these days that that's still even possible? And more importantly, why did she pick this topic? Like, why this topic now?
Really now? Well, you look at a lot of companies that pivoted inside of a down market. Right. So there's huge opportunity right now. Now, you can get caught up in the drama. You can get caught up in the chaos, or you can look at find the need, fill the need, find the need, fill the need. And I know that in a down market, people need more help. Right. When it's all just rain and money. Right. Then it's easy. Not that business is ever easy, Shay. You and I both know that. But the reality is inside of a down market, there's a ton of opportunity. When I look at Microsoft started in a down market, Google started in a down market, right? Netflix started in a down market. So what's the opportunity that's there right now? What's that product or service? And what's that solution that you provide that's different and unique than anybody else? And there's plenty of room at the table. Please don't think because I'm doing it, you can't do it. Please don't think because one person has it that, okay, the market is saturated. No, you do it better. You build it better. Build it so they will come, and build it from your passion. You can't just build it for money, right? I think those entrepreneurs get burnt out, have health issues, they don't spend time with their family because there's a driving for the dollar. I want holistic success. Right. I was a single mom taking care of babies. I had to figure out this money thing. So I never had to be held hostage again. Right. And that was my own ding dong move. Right. And I can talk more about that later. But just looking at, what I love about our country, even in its hectic, chaotic, dysfunctional way, we still get to create our own wealth. We still get to create our own financial well-being. We still get to create businesses. So I want you to look at what's the opportunity around me, and don't sit back, because those that are sitting back are the ones that are going to miss out. You got to be ahead of the curve. Right now, Shay, it leveled the playing field because the top dogs who were doing business and had that system figured out inside of a booming economy were all back down to like, how do we pivot? How do we shift? How do we reinvent? How do we look at this differently? So there's plenty of opportunity around you. Don't get caught up in the rhetoric. Don't get caught up in the naysayers. Don't get caught up in the haters. I don't even listen to it. I'm like, thank you for sharing. And I want to help people. My passion is helping people. My passion is helping entrepreneurs. My passion is helping you make money. So that's what I'm focusing on, not all the other commentary. And it's out there. It's real. I'm not like a ding dong that it's not real. It is real. I'm responsible, right? I'm responsible for what's going on in my community. I'm responsible for what's going on in our country. I'm responsible for my children. I'm responsible for your children. I'm responsible for your success. When we come together like that, miracles occur. right? I'm not pointing fingers and going, Shay has to fix it. No, Shay and I have to fix it together. And then we all have to fix it together. Whatever it is that we're fixing, whatever it is that your movement, your stand, right? I'm creating a profit movement to go in this time, in this economy, let's make it happen.
Wow. You talked about making it happen. That was so powerful. Can I slow down for a moment? We're in the green room, man. I don't think we've been in the green room this long, but I got to ask one more question. You have so much energy. We had a call recently where a person called in and was a mom, and she said, hey, look, I got a lot of things going on right now, Shay. I'm now working from home full time. I'm now a mom, a wife full time. I'm now a mom full time. I'm now a school teacher full time. By the way, Shay, I'm a school administrator full time. I got 2 kids in elementary school, 1 in middle school. And oh, by the way, I'm a full time cafeteria worker. I didn't sign up for all this. And I'm trying to start my business, so I feel guilty when I'm upstairs with the room closed, trying to work on my business. Can you take a minute or two? And I know you're going to talk about building $1 million business. And I don't want to say it's just a mom out there. It could be a dad, could be a male, could be a single person that's an overwhelm right now. What would you say to that person that's like, wow, she really believes this? What would you say to them?
So first, I want to say that my heart goes out to you. This is a big job. And I want to say I see you, I hear you, I feel you. We got you. We got you. You're not in business by yourself. You're in business for yourself. And when I was selfish and locked myself in that room, when I was selfish and I got on an airplane, when I was selfish and I took time to build my business, to build my future for my family, I built my future for my family. My children became self-sustaining entrepreneurs. My children became responsible human beings. My children decided that they wanted to make a profound difference in the world. You see, when you be who God intended you to be, I'll call it God, you call it whatever you want. My gift from God is my life. My gift back to God is what I make of my life. So you're not alone. And it feels so lonely, but that's what this program's for, meaning the show, right, with Shay and myself and your tribe and your community. This is your community. Don't try to do it alone, and don't try to suffer alone, right? I want you to really look at, how can I call on my tribe, not drama share, call on my tribe to help me, my community, my tribe, my village, if you will, taught me how to be a better mom, taught me how to be a businesswoman, taught me how to hold my head up when I wanted to put my head down, taught me how, they were my armor bearers. They would pick me up when I was down. So I need you to know that you're doing this for a legacy for your family. You're doing this to do something different inside of the world, inside of making a difference. And it's okay to not be okay all the time. I need you to hear that. Because we as women and men, we've all learned to be this superhero with our Superman capes and our Superwoman cape, and I can do it all. And the reality is you can do it all. But first, I'm going to be the teacher. And now I'm going to be the wife. And now I'm going to be the friend. And now I'm going to be the worker. And now I'm going to make a difference in the world. And now I'm going to do my humanitarian. Right? So it's not all at the same time. Let's give ourselves some grace. Now, I don't want to let you off the hook, because a lot of times we let that excuses or I'm busy, being busy stop us from creating our business. So I want to be really intentional. It's not how much time you spend. It's the quality time you spend in each area. I always told my kids that, Shay. I said, listen, I'm not here all the time, but I would much rather have quality time with you than quantity and be mad and frustrated and broke and, being on some kind of assistance and being miserable. No. I want you to see what it takes. I brought them to events, right? They learned at an early age, Shay, how to pack it back in the day. I might be a little more seasoned than some people. How to pack, the cassette tapes. That's how old I am. I had cassette tapes and they would pack them because I couldn't afford to get them professionally packed. So they were my little packers and they would earn money to do that. And today they're, my oldest daughter is an equity investor in Los Angeles. She went to Harvard and Wharton. The youngest one is an entrepreneur and she's a medical esthetician and multiple careers, right? Medical esthetician. She does makeup for film, television, and print. So multiple revenue streams, right? Money's all around us. So who you're being teaches your children, teaches your friends, teaches your community discipline, perseverance, and priorities.
For those folks that are out there right now, do me a favor. We're going to jump right into it. Do me a favor. Hit the share button. Hit the watch party button. I'm sure that Susie's okay with this. You can hit the share button. You can hit the watch party button. When that box pops up, I want you to write these words: add value. Hashtag Susie Carter. Just put in there, add value. Yeah, she's going to talk about building this $1 million business, but you hear where she's coming from a place of service, which is so different. Most folks say, well, this is how you're going to get 7 figures in 7 minutes. No, she's like, this is how you can serve and add value and improve people's lives. So if you want to have more meaning in the world, you want to have more impact in the world, and you want to make $1 and a difference at the same time, hit the share button, hit the watch party button. We believe in the giver's economy. The person outgives the competition, out-earns the competition. So thank you all for sharing it. Thank you for paying it forward to your network. Susie's okay with that. Susie, we're going to just jump right into it. You're talking about building a $1 million business. And for some folks, the first question might be in their mind is, well, what's holding people back now? They know they got to make as much money as possible. They know they got to build this business. Based on your experience, what are you seeing some of the challenges that are facing entrepreneurs today?
We are ignorance on fire, Shay. That is our biggest challenge. We get excited and we run, right? And I was no different, right? I just ran. And the reality is you don't know which way you're running. You don't know if I've ran too far. I don't know if I'm running too slow. I don't know what the final destination is. We're just running and we're excited. So I need you to hold up. Wait a minute. I need you to slow down. And I know this doesn't sound sexy, but I promise you it is so sexy, because when you see it come to fruition, you will get tingles all over your body. And it's putting the plan in place, writing that business plan. Now there's great software out there, right? So that it doesn't have to be hard. When I was working with Lisa Nichols, I put her business plan together, and we took her company from 80,000. The plan was 40 million. We never hit 40 million, Shay. We only hit 10 million. So we weren't mad at that because we only hit 10 million, right? And when I put that plan together, she looked at me and she said, "You are crazy, girl." I know, but I could see it so clearly. And then we just went to working on the plan. That foundational plan we used for 10 years. We would tweak the marketing. We would add new product suite. We would add new partners. But the foundation was the foundation. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. We had a macro and we had a micro look at what everything we needed to do inside the business. That took some time in the beginning. I'm not going to lie. The initial business plan, Shay, I wrote in a weekend, a $40 million plan in a weekend. Wow. I got it out of Lisa's head. I got it out of my head and went, here's what we're going to create. It's playing, it's inventing, and that's what we are. We're creators. So let's create the financial well-being. Don't just say, I want to make $1 million. I want to make 100 grand. That's when I talk to entrepreneurs and they're, I want to make 6 figures. Okay, but what's the bigger vision? It can't be money. What's the purpose? What's the why? Why are you doing this? Right? When you look at chapter 1 in the book, Shay, is all about finding out what is that thing that only you can do that's different. There's a lot of people, like you said, make $1 million in 7 minutes. I haven't read that one. Right? But mine is, this is 30 years of doing it wrong, wasting a ton of money, figuring out the system, right? We have a system for everything we do. Like when we got on this call, there was a system. You're laying it out. We're doing this, very methodical. Then you let it go, and then you're in your genius. So you have a system for if you're there right now, you're a mom. You have a system for how you get up in the morning, get ready, get your kids ready, get meals ready, get the day ready. Now we've got a system. We're figuring out the system. I'm not going to lie. For the homeschooling, my poor moms that are homeschooling right now. My poor daughter is like, look, I didn't like school the first time, and now you're making me do it again. And I don't like second grade. So funny. Gotta love it. Right. Wow. So the structure gives you freedom. So putting that plan, taking the time to put the plan in place. Now, I wrote it in a weekend. We refined it over a month. Our advisors looked at it. Our team looked at it. Our marketing department looked at it and added to it. Right. Because I'm not the marketing genius. I'm the money. And so looking at everything, how are we going to get that, convert that, and make that happen?
You know, when you talk about a plan, some folks might be asking the question. I think it's a reasonable question at a reasonable time. I'm going to talk about the book, but I want to also focus on what's one or two key elements that they can put into the plan. Just, just off the top of your head, they might be like, wow, I don't have a plan. And I read all
I'm
these
going to tell you
books.
the biggest mistake, Shay, that I see, because that over and over and over and over again. Like we have a high-end mastermind, and these, people have their stuff together. Either they have a job, and we call those parallelpreneurs. You have a job, and then you're building this business. And everybody thinks, one, they're unique, right? So what's your unique selling philosophy? Well, we follow up. Well, so does everybody else. We care about our clients. So does everybody else. Right? What's your thing that you do? And then more importantly, we all know like who our ideal, this buzzwords are avatar, who my ideal client is. And that's great. But there's one piece that we're missing. Is that ideal client qualified? Now, qualification means, Shay, can they afford you? Can they pay you without you chasing the money? If they can't, then they're not qualified. Listen to this, y'all. They're fans. They're not qualified buyers. Now that right there, because you think your social media is clients or could be. No, right now they're fans. And until they convert, until they come into your website, until they come into your house or your campus, whatever it is that you're doing, they are fans. And so when we look at qualified, I've got to look at how many qualified clients do I need to be in front of, right? Because you're going, well, I'm in front of 300 people. But if those 300 people, one, aren't interested in what you do, and two, they're not qualified, meaning they don't have the money for you, okay, you just wasted your time. I'm sorry. I'm the good witch and the bad witch, right? It's like, I'm going to give you possibility, but mama's going to tell you the truth, right? You've got to be able to see where your missing link is. Business, Shay, is like that padlock. Remember when you were in high school or you had those lockers at school?
Oh, yeah. I remember those days.
That? I remember sitting at that thing and getting it wrong.
Many times.
Many times you'd stand there like 3 to 5 minutes. It felt like forever. I don't know how long it was.
Yeah.
But one little tick off, and that sucker's not going to open.
Right.
Same with business. One little tick. You might be in front of people. You might be speaking. You might be, on podcasts and interviews, but they're the wrong people. And they don't have the money or the mindset to spend the money. And especially in this economy, right? People are scared. Well, let's look at, as a business owner, I'm doing two things, providing good feelings and solutions. So what's the good feeling you're giving people? And what's the solution you're providing? Let's sell results. I'm not selling a book. Who cares about the book? Nobody cares about the book. But what you do care about is how do I build an infrastructure to build a multi-million-dollar business? Shay, clients work with me for 3, 10. Lisa's worked with me for 20 years. Why? Because we keep making money together. It's about the infrastructure. It's about playing bigger. Once you learn the foundation and the system, then it's like, well, what else do I want to implement in this? What else do I want to do in this? What else do I want to create in this? Versus, bubble gum, shoestring, Band-Aid, duct tape. I don't know,
I love it. They're probably thinking, Susie's perfect. Like, just look at that. She's perfect. She puts a plan. She executes the plan. She puts a plan. She changes the plan, executes the plan. They might be wondering, was there ever a time where something didn't work out for Susie, and how did she bounce back from that, where she had to change and alter the plan in order to get back in there, or does it just keep working for Susie?
Oh, Lord Jesus. Well, some of you, I don't know if you even know all my whole story, Shay, but in 2007, right? Of course, right? You don't get this place in business with having it all right. Right. You go through the peaks and the valleys and the ups and the downs. And I think as business owners, we're trying to get this kind of level, like, I just want to get this semblance of ease. I just want to get the easiness. But business, right, is like a heartbeat, right? High, high, low, low, high, high, low, low. Well, if I'm in a hospital and this is happening, this is good. But we're trying as business owners, we're like, I just want to get it steady. I just want to get it, flatlined. I just want to get like smooth. No, then we're dead, right? So one is learning how to be in the high, high, low, low and not want to kill yourself because it's frustrating, it's scary. And we all, myself, my colleagues, you, me, when this pandemic hit, we were like, uh-oh, our business models were obsolete. Mine was, Shay, was yours. It was a different way of doing business to go. I had 65 events on my calendar canceled overnight, right? So that makes a huge difference in your income. So it happens all the time. But let me tell you, in 2007, Shay, I had just sold my company in 2005 to one of the largest publishers in the world. We've got an 8-figure deal. That's millions and millions and millions of dollars. I was in my heyday, right? I was so happy. I had built this business, from nothing. And in 2007, when the market crashed, I crashed. My marriage of 17 years, over. My financial portfolio, gone. My real estate investments, wiped out. What took me 20 years to build was gone overnight. I was on the floor crying, and not a pity party cry. I was on the floor crying like, why? I've been a good steward. I followed the rules. I had good coaches. I thought I did everything right. And now I'm looking at, I don't have another 20 years to rebuild this. It was $10 million in assets gone. Now, if you don't talk about a dark day, a marriage of 17 years, someone who said, I'll never leave you. You are my friend. You are my ride or die. You are the person, I got you. And then went, oh, I got you. This is too hard. Right? I was crying on the floor, Shay. And, again, I believe in God. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Who's going to listen to me now? I'm supposed to be this profit coach. I'm supposed to be the money. And I heard this voice in my head that said, I need you to get up. This will be your biggest victory and your biggest lesson. Get up. You know money. Do what you do. Do what you do. I had 2 clients at the time. I had John Assaraf and I had Lisa Nichols. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do what I do for them. My pay, I took a ridiculous pay cut in both of those organizations. Ridiculous. So that I know what I could do. I make money, right? I'm like, I need to cover my house payment. I need to cover, my basic essentials. And then I'm going to hustle. I'm going to do what I know how to do. And sure enough, it didn't take me a year to come back. That was unrealistic. It took me 5 years to rebuild what I lost in 2007 because I knew money, because I know how to build business. Right. And that's all the book is. The book is, what's the strategy to build a multi-million-dollar business? It's not sprinkle fairy dust. It's not unicorn poo, whatever you want to call it. I don't really know. Right.
Yeah.
It's structure to go, oh, just do this, you get this. Now you got to do it. I'm not sprinkle fairy dust, right? I'm not the secret formula. I just put the system in a way that I could reproduce. Right? And look, all content is regurgitated. I can make up words too, Shay. Right? All content. I just took best practices that I've learned over 30 years to go, these are the best practices that have worked in my business. Maybe they'll work in your business.
The folks out there, I know we're going to get a chance at the Comeback Champion, someone to go through the book and go into more details. But they're out there, and we haven't even gotten to what I call today's my January 1st segment. They're like, Shay, I can't wait. Shay, I need to get this book, Shay. I'm listening to her. I know she only has so much time. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to pause for a moment. And can you just tell them, I don't know, about 2 minutes or 3 minutes if you can. And I know this is unfair because you weren't prepared to do this, but, what the book is, or who the book is for, and the results they can get from the book. And I know we're going to do a whole special segment. And she might let me broadcast it, guys, that she'll be doing for the Comeback Champion Summit, just talking about the book. But tell them the name of the book, who the book is for, and the results they can get. And then give them a link to go get it. Just give them your link. They're out there. I'm getting these messages. They're like, Shay, okay, I'm at it now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm jumping into it. Susie can just do that. I had a plan, but I got to change the plan. We've never done this, ladies and gentlemen, but it's Susie. Come on now.
I love you. So the book is called Power Your Profits, and the reason being is only 1% of businesses hit that $1 million mark. 88% of small businesses are making less than $100,000 business. So if you're in startup, you want this book. If you are growing your business and wanting to take it to the next level, right? 2.5% of the businesses are doing $500,000 a year. It's all about leverage, scale to sale. because ultimately you want to sell your business for millions, right? You want to make the return on investment. So if you want, and you're a radical action taker, right, and you want to grow a multi-million-dollar business that makes a difference, look, I'm committed that we change this world together. And so I need you to be responsible for your contribution. God is knocking at your door, right? Knocking, like that's your calling. I need you to listen to your calling, because when you do what you love, the money does come, but you need a strategy, right? Every chapter has assessments, right? Chapter 8, math is money and money is fun. Look, I hated math. I hated doing my business finances. I felt like such a ding dong. So in that chapter, I talk about, here's how you look at the reports that your CPA or your accountant give you. Here are the reports that you need to put in place. Here's some simple, doable things that you can do to understand this thing. I put these spreadsheets together, Shay, and then my clients would go, Susie, can I have that spreadsheet? I'm like, you want my spreadsheet? I was just doing my entrepreneur hustle. Like, I need to understand this so I don't feel like a ding dong in these meetings, right? Mm-hmm. So I put these spreadsheets together that it's just simplified it for me, right? So that I could use it in my business. Because when you work with an accountant or CPA, they talk about the past. Well, that doesn't help me for today. Okay, that's what I did do. Yes, that's great analytical data. But how do I make $1 million? I only did, 69,000 this year. How do I go to $1 million? What do I need to do? How many units do I need to sell? Like, what conversations do I need to have? So it is packed full of deliciousness. And here's the best part. You don't have to start chapter 1. I'm an entrepreneur. I am A, B, C, bubblegum, Z, elephant, right? I'm creative. So if you need help with sales, I need you to go to chapter 6 and go into the sales chapter. If you need to figure out the money, go to chapter 8, math is money, money is fun, and start there. Don't start like, here's chapter 1. Now, if you're methodical, because I know I have my analytical learners as well, it is set up that way as well. Each chapter builds on the next. But most entrepreneurs are like me. We're creative, and that's why money's creative. Money is creative, y'all. We get to create the money. So I know I told more than 2 things because I can't help it. I'm so excited. I can't help it. And so when you go to poweryourprofitsbook.com, you can order the book. And here's what I've learned. So I've been doing this for 30 years, Shay. And the first time, my very first book I wrote, I was not prepared. I just thought I would write a book and I'd be famous. And rich, right?
Yeah.
You feel my pain? And then everybody would say, oh, love the book. I hate to read. Do you have a course? I'm like, no, I just wrote the book. Give me some. No. So we do have a companion course that you can purchase with that. And we slash the price. Like, I cut it so far down because I knew what we were going through in the pandemic. And that's when we come together, right? I want to come together. Shay wants to come together. This community is here for you. And so you can take advantage of that as well. So I want to support you in building your dream business. My little sign back there says, that's dreams only work when you do. Dreams only work when you do, right? So I need you to know that when you have that dream, you got to put it into radical, circle, highlight under that word, action.
And what is the website to go to once again so folks can go out there and make sure they have the website? What's the name of the website to go to for the book?
poweryourprofitsbook.com.
Okay, poweryourprofitsbook.com. Now, for those folks that are out there, do me a favor. Susie's here to serve, and she's doing a great job. Let's go to the website and make sure it works. Susie, nothing personal. Sometimes these websites don't work, So everyone go over to www.poweryourprofits.com. Poweryourprofitsbook.com. And then if the site works, which congratulations, then go down there and get a copy of the book. Now, if you've got a hold of this long-lost video file for some strange reason, and you got a chance to watch this right now, you're wondering, Shay, does it still apply to me? Absolutely. If the site works and you hit the button and you can go through the process, go through the process. Go through the process. Go through the process right now. For those folks, the site once again, Susie, tell them the site once again.
It is poweryourprofitsbook.com. Now, look, what I will say, if it doesn't work, look, find me on social, hunt me down, track me down. She's my brother from another mother. I will take care of you. I don't care how many years it is. I'll take care of you somehow, some way, right? Because we got to stick together. You're in business for yourself, not by yourself. And that's what I love about you, Shay, is really you're just holding that flag for us going, let me just direct you to the people that I trust. the people that, I work with. You still have to do your due diligence, y'all.
Yes.
Just because he refers them doesn't mean you get lazy and don't do it. Because people will come back to me, Shay, and go, I didn't like that person. Well, do your due diligence. I love them. I don't care. You don't like them. I love them. So
Right. Yeah, it's good
I don't know
for
what your
everybody.
deal is, because I think they're secret sauce.
I love it. We have a mantra here. One of our core values, excuse me, one of our core values here is this belief that today is my January 1st. And today is my January 1st. For those folks know what we're about to do, excuse me, you can look right below the video and you can write these words. Today is my January 1st. For all the new folks, all our new viewers, thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. Hit the share button, hit the watch party button. We're glad you're here. But today is my January 1st represents a do-over. It represents a fresh start. It means our past does not equal the future. We don't wait for January 1st on a calendar and say, well, today's the day. No. We create a January 1st moment. And there are probably 1,000 January 1st moments throughout the day. And you can make a decision. And that decision, anyone could forever change the trajectory of your life. So you make a decision, you're going to work out. Or you're going to sit back and you're going to binge watch and watch Netflix. That's a decision. You make a decision, you're going to eat, hamburgers and French fries with some salt and pepper and ketchup. Yeah, my sons, they got hot sauce. Or you go to the refrigerator and you open it up and there's some kale. That tastes good. There's some broccoli. Got to have the broccoli, right? Ooh, there's some Brussels sprouts. That's a January 1st moment. So it's a do-over. My daddy used to say, Che, the future is spotless. And so, Susie, with that being said, when you hear those words, today is my January 1st, and they're writing that right now, what does it mean to you? What's going through your mind?
I love that. I've never called it that, but I love that. So
well, welcome to the show.
Right. Every day is my January 1st.
Yeah.
Yesterday, is complete. And so I have to look at what do I pivot? What do I do to make this day the best day? Right? I don't get caught up in what I didn't accomplish yesterday or what didn't happen yesterday or the naysayers or the negative Nellies, whatever you want to call them, the haterators, whatever they are. Is I look at it and I make a list of what are the 5 things I must accomplish today. That's going to make this day, as your language, my January 1st. So that I'm always in reset. I think as entrepreneurs, we go around and we beat ourselves up. I didn't do it. I didn't get it done. I didn't do it right. I ate the hamburger, I ate the French fry, drank the martini, whatever it is. Just go, okay, well, I can't fix what I did yesterday. I can only alter it for today and create a new day.
The folks are out there right now. They're excited. They're writing down, today is my January 1st. And you can do that as well. Just like they were excited, Susie, back on December 31st. After a couple drinks on the back of a napkin, they started writing down their New Year's resolutions, and we know how that ended, right? My question to you is that sometimes there's truth inside of truisms. And you might have heard this phrase that consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. And having said that, what do we all struggle with? My hand is raised. Consistency. So my question to you is, what do you tell your clients? What do you tell folks to do in order to be consistent? To hashtag stay the course.
It's all about creating that structure around you, right? Structure in your relationship. So if you want love and intimacy, I can't wait for you to give me love and intimacy. I have to give you love and intimacy. And when you're in a relationship, you start to learn, what does that look like for Shay, right? Shay's my brother. He's an amazing man. So if he needs love and acknowledgement and support, what does that look like? My children, right? My business. What does my business need? What do my team need? Because my team is actually my number one customer. What do they need for love and support? Because at the end of the day, why we're working so hard for the money is because we want more love in our life. We want more connection in our life. We want the opportunity of what financial resources gives to us. But at the end of the day, each of us wants to know that I matter and I make a difference. And my job is to be that human highlighter. My job, your job, is to allow someone the opportunity to see their greatness through your eyes. So I want you to take today to notice the people around you, that your life would not be as complete without them, and let them know. Every day do that. Every day you be the game changer of spreading that love and harmony. And I'm not talking about some blanket compliment. I'm talking about really looking into that person to go, my life's better when you're in it, because my life's better because you're in it. And what is that? We don't take the time to acknowledge. We don't take the time to share our love. We just assume. It happens in relationships a lot. They're like, well, they know they love me. I married them. Well, okay, that doesn't, no, I don't know. And I'm a colander girl, Shay.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm a colander girl. Like when you make spaghetti and you
Yeah.
put it in the colander to drain it, that's me. You can tell me I'm pretty, and then I'll be like, how about now? How about now? Pretty now? You love me, and I'm like, I love you too. How about now? You love me now? And so when you realize that most people are that way, some of us say it, I boldly say it to go, okay, I need some love. Give me some love. Give me some love. Give me some love, right? And then some people are like, I don't need that. I don't need that. Bull. Those people need it 10 times more because they don't get it, because they don't know how to ask for it.
That is so
Now,
powerful.
You're wondering, how does that have to do with profit? Money's all around you. Love's all around you. It is holistic success. We need holistic success and harmony. Right? There's the delusion of balance, especially right now, trying to be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, the homeschooler, the janitor, to go, let me just breathe in, my abundance of love, my abundance of prosperity, my abundance of opportunity that's all around us right now.
I'm loving it. Quick question for you as we move to what's called a rapid fire segment. For those folks that are out there, you're wondering, where do I get the book again? Where do I find out this? How do I do that? How do I stay in the conversation? I'm going to ask Susie before I talk about rapid fire and ask her a couple questions just to frame the conversation for you. Susie, what type of individuals do you work with? What type of clients are you even looking for these days? And then how can they best connect with you? We got one way, which is the poweryourprofitsbook.com. Is that right?
Plural, power your profits, right? S, because we want multiple profits.
Yes.
We want lots of profits, not a profit.
Yes, poweryourprofitsbook.com. That's one. And then some folks might be saying, okay, I'll do that, but is Susie even taking on clients? Does her team take on clients? Shay, who does she even work with these days? So can you take a moment and frame that conversation and tell them how they can stay in contact with you as well?
Yes, I love it. So I work with entrepreneurs, right? We work with companies that are either just starting or we're building and scaling to about 10 million. After 10 million, I refer you out, right? Because that's not fun for me anymore. That gets too much infrastructure. So it's all about building, scaling, and selling your business. Now, what industries do I work in? Because people always that. I have doctors, I have attorneys, I have carpenters, I have landscape architects, I have manufacturers, I have fencing companies, construction companies. So we run the gamut. Business is business is business. And entrepreneurs came up to me and said, Susie, will you coach me? I'm like, I don't know anything about your industry. They're like, we don't care. We love you. And when the market keeps calling you, look, Shay, in the beginning I would go like, no, I don't know anything about that. And then I had a brain thought. I'm like, I'm gonna just charge them double, and then they'll go away. No, they paid it. They paid it, Shay. They paid it. And I'm like, okay, I guess this is my next, right? To go. Yeah. That's when you know you're onto something. The market pushes you even higher or greater. I don't want the market to push you. I want you to create it. Right. I did it wrong. Again, I did it wrong. I didn't know. Nobody was really teaching the plan. There's a lot of courses on funnels, on marketing, on money, but there's not like the system of building a business. And this is the system to building a multi-million-dollar company, whether you're just starting or whether you're trying to get to that next level. We all get to that plateau to go, what's that thing that's going to be a game changer? Right. Dr. Judy came to me and she was about 1.4 million. And she's like, Susie, I'm tapped out. I have no more time. I have no more energy. I don't know what else to do. I implemented one of my cheater spreadsheets that I put together, and we took her business from 1.4 million to 4.8 million by one little spreadsheet that I created in my rogue days so that I could understand the finances. So it's that tick. You just don't know what the tick is to open up the money safe. Right, to open up the opportunity because you've been doing it without stopping and bringing a team in to help you. Right now, we've got programs at every different level and every different budget because I'm like you, I'm an entrepreneur. Some of you just want to go and get the information and do it yourself. Some of you want to be part of a team and come into one of our masterminds. And then some of you just like, I don't want any of those people, Susie, I only want you. Okay, well, let's talk. Let's figure out what's the best support for you. And again, I'm not about selling you. I'm about serving you. I'm going to make my recommendation to you. Your job is to choose. My job is to educate. Here's what I think would be best. if you're my brother, you're my sister, to grow your financial wealth. And then your job is to choose whether I want to do that or not.
Very, very powerful. And you didn't tell them where to go so they can connect with you. They're probably like, okay, Shay, I'm on the edge. Like, do I go to a website? Do I just call our office? Like, what do I do? Someone help me out up in this camp.
Right. So you can go to our website, which is Susie Carder, Carder, right? Carder.com. So it's just my name. All my social media handles, SusieCarter.com. So Pinterest, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. That's where you can find me. We've got blogs. We've got Susie Snacks, which is a bite-sized information for your cocktail for success. So if you want to taste it, try before you buy, I have a client that are those big due diligencers. Like, let me see. Let me just help you.
Fantastic. Well, second to last question. I know we're in overtime. We got to get out of here, but I wanted to, if I can, ask one question. I love to ask two questions. First one is, of all the success ideas you've learned, and you've learned so many, probably 20,000 plus ideas in your lifetime with so many more to learn, what's one success idea that you could share with everyone that's watching right now that you'd like to leave them with?
So one of my most amazing mentors was Michael Gerber, right? He's still around. And what he taught me early on was build a business as if you're going to franchise it. You don't have to franchise it, but you want to think about you being out of your business. You want to think about everything having your fingerprint and it being duplicatable. And so my very first business, I owned one of the top hair salons in the country. We were the top 1% in the nation, top 10% in the world. We did $1 million in that business with 10 people. The average business has to have 30 people to do those kind of numbers. And what I did is set that business up as if I was going to franchise it. Every system, everything was written down. Everything had protocol. Everything. Even from folding towels, Shay, we had a system to how to fold towels. Now, I don't know if your household, if your children are towel waters, and shove them in there, right? So there is structure, and the structure gives you freedom. Yes, Michael Givens wrote a book called Wealth Without Risk, and he said when you first start any project, you got to put 10 units of energy in to get 1 unit of result. Once you get the momentum going, you put 1 unit of energy in to get 10 units of result. So yes, it takes time, but once I put it in place, then it becomes the rainmaker. Then it becomes the money. Then it becomes the opportunity that you just go, now what business do I want to plug and play? What do I do with my coaching clients? What business are we plugging and playing? What system is broken? What system do you need? Let's figure out the combination and let's open up the money vault.
Open the money vault, man. That's amazing. With that being said, let me go and turn over you and say, number one, thank you so much for being on the Happy Entrepreneur Show. It is an honor and a privilege, a treat and a treasure to hang out with you, man. Shout out to Angel Tutsi, who does some amazing work out there in the world and was able to kind of help connect us through the power of what she does with her morning show. I want to turn it over to you to have your final thoughts, your final comments that you like. Tell the folks once again how they can connect with you. If everyone is out there listening right now, I'm going to suggest that you go over first. I'm going to get one website, by the way, and don't worry, she'll be talking about this more at the Comeback Champion Summit, but I want you to go to this one website. She'll give you another one maybe, but I want you to go to www.poweryourprofits.book.com. Again, www.poweryourprofits.book.com. Follow the instructions, okay? Just don't ask what it is. Just follow the instructions. Susie will change your life and your business if you let her. It's not about the money. It's about the meaning you're going to have in the world. It's not about all the income you're going to make. It's certainly about the impact you're going to have for someone else. And you can make $1 and a difference at the same time. With that being said, Susie, I turn it over to you to close us out. You're amazing. You're incredible. I'm so glad you're part of the Comeback Champion Summit and so glad we got a chance to connect. I look forward to having you back.
Thank you. So I appreciate you and everything that you're doing for our tribe and our community. We can't do this alone, right? And I love that you got us, right? When Shay says he's got you, he's got you. So listen, you can find me by my name, Susie Carter, and all the social handles. My website is susiecarter.com, so you can find me there. My education has been this, right? Thought leaders and books, right? When I had no money, a book guided me through my journey of being a single mom, raising 2 little girls, to being a multimillionaire. I should not be where I'm at. I should not be where I am statistically, but I decided to do something different. And Benjamin Franklin said, take the coins from your purse, invest them in your mind, and your mind will fill your purse overflowing. Don't let anybody stop you. Don't let anybody tell you, go get a real job, or why are you doing this now in this economy? This doesn't make any sense. Just say thank you for sharing, and God has a bigger plan for me. I'm on a bigger mission. You know what you're about. You know what you're doing. You know there's a purpose. You know that someone needs your story, different than my story. And together, we can make a profound difference. I'm your sister in the journey. I appreciate you. I love you. You're in business for yourself, not by yourself. Look at this amazing tribe you have. Everything you need is all around you. Wealth is your birthright.
Wow. With that being said, thanks for joining. My name, by the way, for those folks that are curious out there listening, my name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Hit the share button if you haven't done that. Hit the watch party button if you haven't done that. Pay this message forward to someone else because you're amazing. With that being said, make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long. It really is so long. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. So you got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless you. Wish you success. Thanks a lot, Susie. You're incredible. We're out of here. We got to go. We got to go. Love you. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is Dr. Cheryl Wood, and I am so excited to be here as a participant of the Comeback Champion Summit. I am so honored that Shay Brown asked me to come and share my expertise with you because I have a lot of really juicy stuff that I want to share about my own journey. I want to tell you more about where I am now in my journey and where I started. And I want to give you some really key strategies and tools that you can implement immediately. Can you say immediately? Immediately, so that you can start experiencing some of the results that I'm promising you that you can experience. I'm going to share with you 5 proven steps that I personally incorporated in my own journey so that I could turn public speaking into unlimited profit. And can I just say this? If I can do it, so can you. So it's not something that I'm going to share that's super hard or super in-depth that you can't grasp. This is going to be something so powerful. The takeaways are going to be so fundamental that you feel not only inspired and empowered that you can do it, but you're actually equipped to get started generating more profits simply by unleashing the power of your voice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen because I want to make sure that what I share with you is something that if you feel like there's something that resonates and you want to take a quick screenshot, you can do that. If you want to pull out your phone and you want to snapshot something that you see on the screen, I want you to be able to do that. This is going to be a really robust, content-rich presentation where I'm going to share who I am, what I do, why I do it, why I'm so passionate about it. But then most importantly, I want you to be able to take something powerful away. All right. So we're going to jump right in. We're going to get started. So the first thing that I want to invite you to do is to stay connected with me. And I'm giving you this now because I know myself and I love what I do, which means I love talking. I love speaking into the lives of others. And I get really excited and energized. So you're going to see me doing a couple of things. I'm going to be serving you well, pouring into you, keeping an eye on my timer so that I'm honoring the time frame that has been given to me. And potentially every once in a while, you'll see me sipping on my hot tea in my NASA cup. That's twofold. Number one, because as speakers, we need to take care of our vocal cords, and anything warm or hot is great for vocal cords. And number two, just because that's a little bit of me marketing the fact that I spoke for NASA. You like that? Do you like that? We got to self-promote, right? So I want you to stay connected with me. So I want to give you those opportunities right now. Let's just get that out of the way. You can follow me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers. I hang out on IG, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I don't have Twitter listed, but it's Cheryl Empowers on all of those platforms, as well as YouTube. So just look me up, Cheryl Empowers, and you'll be able to stay connected even beyond this presentation. And my mother told me, Cheryl, don't ever go anywhere not bearing gifts. So I'm also coming bearing gifts. So 2 gifts I'm offering you today. Since I'm talking about public speaking, of course, it's going to be related to public speaking. The first gift is at my website at CherylEmpowers.com. You see how everything is connected. It's easy for you to know who I am because everything is consistent. That's a golden nugget, by the way. There might be some golden nuggets that I drop in the midst of everything else that I'm going to teach you. And I want you to make sure that you're listening carefully, which means you got to be fully tuned in with your notepad and your pen, turn off all distractions so that you can catch all the golden nuggets I'm going to drop in between the fundamental content that I share. So number one, I make it easy for people to find me by being consistent on all social media platforms. I'm Cheryl Empowers on every platform, and my website is CherylEmpowers.com. So if you go to the website, you're going to be able to grab my signature speech template. That's a template that will allow you to start walking through what your signature story is as an entrepreneur, a speaker, an author, a coach, because that's going to be connected directly to your brand identity. That is crucial. You must have a signature story that connects to the hearts of the people that you're going to serve, and that is connected to your brand identity. It's going to be the story that you're going to be telling 30 years from now, because that is your signature life story. That's number one. Number two, I am gifting to you, if you just type the word webinars to 313131 via text, I am giving to you a beautiful step-by-step checklist, if you will, that you will be able to go through, or of 28 ways on how you can create a seamless webinar. Why? Because we're in the virtual marketplace. Everything's virtual. All our conferences are virtual. Our summits are virtual. Everything, pretty much everything is virtual. There are very few live events that even I'm doing as a full-time professional speaker. And so you got to make sure that you're on point when you're showing up to serve people in the virtual marketplace. So text the word webinars with an S on the end to 313131. And again, feel free to take a screenshot of any of these slides that you're going to see over our next 40 minutes or so together. All right. So we got that out of the way. So now let me just share a little bit more with you about who I am. If you have been living under a rock, have never heard of Dr. Cheryl Wood and my journey, oh, I'm so excited to share it with you because I'm so grateful and I feel so blessed for how far God has brought me in my life and in my journey as a business person, a business owner, a businesswoman who's also a wife and a mother of 3. So when I tell you that public speaking literally shifted the trajectory of my life, I am not over exaggerating. And to prove it to you, I said, well, let me spell it out, what it looked like before and now. So public speaking took me from working a full-time legal secretary job, a 9-to-5 gig, building somebody else's dream just in 2009, 11 years ago, to a full-time speaker and CEO who is traveling the world, speaking into the lives of others. What a blessing. Public speaking took me from the woman, the mom, the wife who was building somebody else's dream and earning $80,000 a year to generating well over $600,000 a year in my business simply through speaking and coaching. Wow. You can go ahead and type that in the feed. Wow. And just so you know, and I'll give you a little bit more about my background, I am not the woman who came with a whole bunch of money in my bank account. I didn't have a whole lot of degrees and letters behind my name. I didn't feel qualified or equipped even to serve the world in this big of a way, but that's the power of you just getting started. And we'll talk about that in a few moments, is that you can go from the level of impact that you're making right now and legacy that you're creating and revenue to a completely different place that, as my coach Lisa Nichols says, is barely recognizable. And that's how I feel about my own journey. Speaking took me from the mean streets of Baltimore. I grew up in Lafayette Projects in Baltimore, Maryland, and is now taking me all across the world to speak, including South Africa, India, France, the United Kingdom, the Bahamas, Canada, just to name a few. And the beautiful thing is that my husband and my 3 kids have been on the journey with me. So every time I take an international trip and I get to speak for some big company or corporation or conference, guess what? My 13-year-old, my 14-year-old, my 16-year-old, they get to accompany me and my husband. So it's a family event. It's a family experience. And that, again, has shifted the trajectory of not only my life, but of their lives as well. Speaking took me from quietly sitting behind a desk to coming to the front of the room and being confident enough to speak on stages with my coach and mentor, Lisa Nichols, as well as speaking on stage with Ayanna Van Zant, Gloria Mayfield Banks, Dr. George Fraser, Mickey Taylor of Essence Magazine, Les Brown, and the list continues to grow. It has been a phenomenal journey, and I want to teach you how you can create a journey that's similar. And last but not least, speaking took me from building somebody else's dream and working on their team to building my own team and helping to usher thousands of other women primarily into their own dreams. Again, you can go ahead and say, wow, right? But it has not been without intention and it has not been without strategy. And that's what I'm going to share with you, some of those things that I implemented. So here's me smiling. You see in every picture, you just see teeth. That lets you know I am so excited and energized about the work that I get to do. And I feel so blessed that I get to share my voice and unleash my voice in the world. I've spoken for some amazing, phenomenal organizations. Can I pull the cup out again, y'all? NASA, that was just this year. Verizon, Blacks in Government, NOAA, Federally Employed Women, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Congressional Black Caucus, the United Nations, and the list goes on and on. It has been a blessing. But, did you see the big but? But what I need you all to understand is that sounds so sexy, doesn't it? You're like, oh, that was a sexy start to her presentation. That sounds so sexy. But it did not start there. Nobody starts at the top. Everybody starts somewhere. And I started at the bottom, just like anybody else who has ever become successful. So I love putting this picture in this presentation because I need you to understand that what you see right now has been 11 years of grit and grind, hard work, persistence, consistency, showing up, perseverance, getting knocked down, but making sure I get back up. So when we talk about being a comeback champion, oh, I can tell you some stories of times where I thought I was out for the count, not just down, but out. But I have always had a spirit of resiliency that causes me to jump back up and get back into action just as quickly as I was initially. So that's why I'm so passionate about this topic of really coming back from everything that was intended to set you back, from everything that was intended to break you down. You have the potential to break through and to come out on the other side as a victor. And then, check this out, and then to use your voice, to maximize your voice, to be able to help someone else to come out of the very thing that has knocked them down, the very thing that they think they're not going to make it through. Now you become their voice of reason. You become their voice of inspiration to remind them that you cannot stay down. You might get knocked down, but you have got to get back up and come back stronger than you've ever done before. We all have that potential. So my journey didn't start with a silver spoon. My journey started at the bottom, where I was determined that I was going to shift my life in some way. And what I know, as we all have heard that quote before, that the definition of doing the same thing over and over and over again and not getting any different results is what? Insanity. So for 15 years, I was basically in a space of insanity, where I was doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, but I wasn't getting them. And I was never going to get them or experience them until I was willing to be bold enough and courageous enough to disrupt what was normal for me, to get comfortable being uncomfortable, and to going out and seeking out spaces that would scare me, but also that would grow me. So I want y'all to type that in the chat, type that in the feed. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. So wherever you are right now on the realm of being an entrepreneur, a coach, an author, a speaker who is ready to share your voice and what you know, wherever you are right now, number one, you are enough just as you are. But number two, if it scares you, the idea, the thought of playing bigger, playing full out, if it scares you, the thought of doing things that you've never done before, then you are on the right path. Because if it don't scare you, it can't grow you. So I started in 2009 selling t-shirts. I was still working my full-time job as a legal secretary. Told you I did that for 15 years. And on the weekends, I would go out and I would sell t-shirts. Why? Because I just wanted to get my feet wet as an entrepreneur. I didn't know how. And that's what I want you all to take away. Don't be so consumed with how. Just get started and stay on the path. And doors of opportunity will open, relationships with new people will open that you never expected. But once you are in movement, I believe that God conspires, the universe conspires, whatever you believe, some higher force or energy conspires to give you everything that you are deserving of because you are showing up and doing the work. And that is my testimony, is that I showed up to do the work. And 18 months into doing this t-shirt business, while still working the full-time job, while still nurturing my marriage, my husband and I are about to celebrate 21 years together, while still raising my 3 young kids who at the time were 3, 4, and 6. While doing all of that, I started this t-shirt business. And this is the very thing that detoured me into speaking. One day, I remember, I'll never forget it. One day I got a phone call from someone at Morgan State University, and the person said, Miss Wood, I wasn't even Dr. Wood yet, y'all. I was just Miss Wood. Miss Wood, we heard about your t-shirt business, your mommy t-shirt business. We would love to have you to come into our women's conference, our annual women's conference. We sometimes get upwards of 300 women, and share your message, share your story, and teach other moms in the community how to start their own businesses. And I said, well, I think you have clearly dialed a wrong number because I had never been a speaker. I didn't have any speaker experience. I felt so unqualified. Have you ever felt unqualified to share your voice? If you can relate to that, if this is resonating with you, just say, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. Because we got to call a thing. We got to call it out for what it is. And too often we are diminishing our voices because we don't feel that we can check off all of the lists of qualifications to accept that opportunity. But jot this down in your notes and put this in the feed. I owe it to myself to say yes more than I say no. Ooh, that is good and juicy right there, y'all. I owe it to myself to say yes more than I say no, because every time you say yes, it is a new opportunity for you to begin to explore what else is possible for you, what else you can do to create legacy, what else you can do to impact other people's lives and to monetize it simultaneously. So that was my journey. So I went to that speaking engagement. I said yes to myself. I gave myself permission to explore this opportunity. And it was September 18th, 2010. You guys, that was my very first speaking engagement. The first time I picked up a microphone and realized, oh my God, this is my gift. Oh my God, this is what I was born to do. It made me feel so alive. Now, I was nervous too. My palms were sweaty. My heart was racing. My stomach was in knots. But when I got on that stage and took that microphone and I started speaking into the lives of the women who were there and just sharing my story and from a space of transparency, being raw and authentic, I had never felt that level of fulfillment, internal fulfillment ever before. It was like that was the void that was missing. And I know some of you, maybe there's a few tears trickling down your face right now, or maybe you're just saying amen, hallelujah, because maybe that's exactly how you feel. And I believe that every time we give a presentation, that it is meant for someone specifically. I believe everybody who stays and listens will receive some level of benefit, but then there are some people that it's going to speak to and resonate with at a completely different level. I'm speaking to you right now. I do not want you to give up. I do not want you to believe that your voice is not valuable in the marketplace, because it is. I need you to hear me loud and clear that your voice is necessary. And it is time to come to the front of the room and to share with the world everything that you know that will add value to someone else. So September 18, 2010 was the beginning of my journey. I just celebrated 10 years as a speaker, literally last month. But what I need you to understand is that speaker success, like any other success, never just happens overnight. It is a process. So here's my best advice. As a speaker who has been from one end of the spectrum all the way to the other end of the spectrum, meaning I'm the speaker who was hired and I was free for free. Y'all, hashtag I'm all out of free. Can we just type that in the chat? I am all out of free. I am all out of free, right? I started at free for free. And people would pay me, as I like to say, with a ham sandwich and a thank you. And that was okay to start there because I gained two powerful things through that experience, which was experience and exposure as a speaker. So I needed that, but I couldn't stay there. So even if you are the speaker who is currently free for everything, it was okay to stay there. And that was okay for a season. But I need you now to understand the value of your voice and your story and your knowledge and expertise, and understand that we can't stay at free. So my best advice, number one, is for you to acknowledge that there is profit potential in what you already know without another degree, without another certification. You already are sitting on what somebody else is waiting on. Can y'all type that in the chat? I know I'm giving you a lot. I know you're like, well, I didn't know I was gonna have to type this much in the chat. Yeah, because I need to engage with you. I need to know that you're feeling this and it's resonating in a deep space. Type that in the chat. I am sitting on what somebody is waiting on. That's powerful to know that you have the potential to shift and transform someone else's life by showing up and making a decision to share your voice and share what you know. There is a quote that I live by Tony Robbins, and it says, a real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided. Woo, I know I'm stepping all on people's toes. You've got to make a decision, and your actions have got to show and demonstrate that you have decided. So that means no more keeping quiet, no more keeping your voice on mute. It means you're going to speak up, you're going to speak out, you're going to share what you know, and you are not going to diminish, devalue, or discredit your knowledge another moment from this moment forward. Everything you have, all of you matters. All of you counts when you are bringing your knowledge to the marketplace. All of you, type that in the chat. I will bring all of me into the marketplace. I will bring all of me. And that means your firsthand life experiences. That means the mistakes that you've made, the failures that you've had, the lessons you've learned, the external knowledge that you've acquired, the relationships that you've embarked upon. All of you matters, and all of you will become a part of a blueprint or a master plan that someone else will be able to implement so that their life improves. You talk about legacy. Now that's legacy. When you are taking what you know and not hoarding it to yourself. Do you know how many people hoard their hurt instead of using it for healing for someone else? Did y'all catch that? Like, too many of us are hoarding our own hurt, our past hurt, the stuff we've been through, the stuff that we consider our mess, the stuff that some of us are running in shame from and hiding from. We are hoarding our past hurt instead of using it as healing for someone else. So please acknowledge this. And if you didn't type anything else that I asked you to type, please type this one, because I need you to affirm it for yourself. Not for me, not for Shay, not for anybody else who's a part of this platform, but for you. That you are the prescription for somebody else's pain. And please personalize that. I am the prescription for somebody else's pain. I am the prescription for somebody else's pain. Just imagine that you went to a physician's office and you said, Doc, you know, my shoulder's been bothering me for quite a while now. I didn't even want to come in. I've been so busy. I live such a busy life, but I had to come in because the pain is just that excruciating now. And I knew I had to come and get some help. And the physician comes in, and that doc looks at your shoulder and assesses it and does his little triage and says, okay, you know what? I know exactly what the problem is. And guess what? Even better yet, I know exactly what the solution is. I know how to get you out of the pain that you're currently in that shoulder. And you're excited and you're like, yes, finally, I'm going to get some relief. But then the doctor says, you know what? But I'm not going to give you that prescription today. I think you'll be okay for another couple weeks. I think you'll be okay for another couple months. Just work it out. Just see if you can work it out on your own. How would you feel? First of all, you would think the physician was crazy, cray, right? And you would just question, why would this physician be in this business if he doesn't want to help people get out of pain? Ooh! Are y'all hearing me? Are you hearing me, entrepreneurs, coaches, authors, speakers? Why would you even sign up for this thing called entrepreneurship if you're okay letting people that you know are in pain stay in pain. See, when you know better, you do better. And when you know that your voice, your experiences, your message is the solution for somebody else's pain, you wouldn't dare keep quiet. You will be trying to share that solution every time you can, given that prescription, writing another prescription and another prescription and another prescription as much as you can, as often as you can. That's why I wake up so energized. That's why I'm always smiling and happy and excited, because I'm like, wow, the moment I open my eyes any given day, I'm like, wow, and I take a deep breath, I inhale and exhale. I'm like, thank you, God, I get another opportunity to write a prescription for somebody else's pain, because I don't ever want anybody to stay in pain. You know why? Because I know what it's like to be in pain. In 2009, when I was still going to a job that I didn't love, when I was dropping my kids off at 6 in the morning, not picking them up until 6 p.m., when I brought home the worst parts of me to the people I said I loved the most, my husband and my children, I was in pain. When I wasn't walking in my gifting and my calling, I was in pain. And I wanted out. So I was looking for who's the solution? Who can write me the prescription to this? And so when you have the prescription for someone else's pain, it's your responsibility and it's your obligation to show up and to share that prescription. Now, here's the other side of that. As you're sharing those prescriptions, please understand that you deserve to be highly compensated for how well you serve others with your gifts. So say that to yourself repeatedly, over and over and over again. It's okay to serve and to sell. It is okay to be able to help people to walk into purpose and profit at the same time. I deserve to be highly compensated for how well I serve others with my gifts. And this one, which I know is going to floor a lot of you, and this is going to be the takeaway, the aha for so many of you, always remember there's no transformation without a transaction. Ooh, this is some good stuff, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started, y'all. There's no transformation without a transaction. There is no transformation without a transaction. Why? Well, I always give the example. If I go to my local gym, which is only about 5 minutes from me, and I ask to go and meet with a personal trainer because I want to get certain parts of my body really, really ripped up and in shape. And I say, you know, look, I want to have Michelle Obama arms, and I want my stomach to be tight. I want my abs to be this way and that way. I want a 6-pack or 8-pack or whatever kind of pack you want, right? And I have this amazing conversation with this personal trainer, and the personal trainer is inspiring, and it's like, we can do this and we can do that, and we can put you on this regimen and that regimen, and before you know it, in 3 months or 6 months or 12 months or whatever it might be, you can look exactly the way you want to. And I could be fired up and excited and energized. However, if there is no transaction, my transformation does not begin. All it was a dream. All it was a hope or a wish or an idea that never manifests. So until I swipe the credit card to start working with that trainer, or until I sign the paperwork, the contract that says I'm going to produce a transaction so that I can experience the transformation that I want, I will stay stuck in the pain that I am, whatever that pain is, or I will lack being able to achieve the desire that I have. Make sense, everybody? So there is no transformation without a transaction, which should put you at ease to understand that it is your responsibility to sell. It is your responsibility to transform lives, and that's only going to happen through transaction. So let me give you the 5 steps, because I promised I was going to give you 5 steps. I'm going to make sure I get through this and give you all 5 steps. So what are the 5 steps? How do you turn public speaking into unlimited profit potential? Are you ready? You got your notepads ready? Are y'all ready? I hope you're ready. I always say be ready so you ain't got to get ready, right? Number one, set yourself up for profit. What does that mean? Setting yourself up for profit. Well, you can't just say, I want to be profitable. You have to set yourself up for what profit looks like. And the first thing that includes is having your speaker assets in place. Because see, you can't show up and say, oh, I want to be taken seriously as a speaker. I want people to view my speaking business as a real business and to hire me and to pay me money for me to come and share my voice. But you don't look the part. You're not walking the walk or talking the talk. You're not showing up the way you want to be viewed. That's not okay. And that's not going to get you from where you are to where you want to be as a speaker. So here are just a few assets that you need to make sure you have in place. One of the ones that is it is literally the thorn in my side that I see so often that it just hurts my heart, is when an entrepreneur doesn't have a professional high resolution headshot. That is the first thing that you're ever going to be asked for if anyone ever wants to feature you, to spotlight you, to put you on the cover of their magazine, to feature you on their podcast or their radio show, and yes, to have you come and speak for their community or their group or their conference or organization or corporation. Is that professional headshot? So do you have that in place? Or if someone called you today and said, hey, I'd love to have you come and speak on this platform and share your message, would you be scrounging trying to find a photographer who can take a quick photo? Or would you be taking a selfie with your iPhone or your Android device trying to take something that is adequate enough to send? That is no longer acceptable. That is playing in a space of mediocrity. We are playing in a space of excellence, exceptional, right? And when you're going to be exceptional, it means you are ready. Be ready so you don't have to get ready. So have your professional headshots, and you see I said plural with an S on the end. Headshots, a number of professional high resolution headshots that you can send when someone wants to book you or hire you to speak. Have your speaker one sheet or media kit, or you'll often hear it also interchangeably described as an EPK. So your electronic press kit, same thing as a media kit, right? So you'll hear it interchangeably used, but that's important. And in that speaker one sheet, you're going to have some fundamentals. You're going to have your bio. You're going to have typically either a headshot or a full body shot of yourself. You're going to have your most frequently requested topics, speaking topics. Some people, if they don't have more than one topic, or if they have more than one topic, will typically list the topic, and they may even include a little overview of what each topic is about. Some people even include who it is best suited for, what audience it's best suited for. Another thing that you can include in your speaker one sheet are testimonials of individuals who have heard you speak. And if you're able to, get someone who's at a high level in that organization or for that conference. So the organizer, the visionary of the conference, the host, or if it's a corporation, the senior VP or the national director, anyone who's in that senior level, that's going to look great on your speaker one sheet. So that's just a few little quick nuggets of what should be on your speaker one sheet. And of course, you have to have information on how they can book you. How can they book or hire you? If you have a book that supports what your speaking topic is, you want to include a little snippet about that book and a picture of that book on your speaker one sheet. Those are just some things that are fundamentals. All right, your speaker reel or demo. So do you have some small snippets of you speaking in front of audiences? That's critical, because if I'm a decision maker and I'm going to consider hiring you, I want to know what's your delivery style like. Are you monotone? Are you a high energy speaker? Because that's also going to determine where I place you at on my schedule, whether it's a virtual conference or a live event. But I have to know that you can pronunciate and enunciate. I want to see what's your level of engagement with an audience. That's important. I can't say yes to you and I don't have some demonstration of what you can do as a speaker. Now I'm going to skip down to the bottom of this where it says customized YouTube channel. And then I'll go back to the others. The reason that I say have a customized YouTube channel is because some of you may be new. You may be just starting out in the speaker industry, right? And you may say, well, Dr. Cheryl, I don't have a speaker demo or a speaker reel, and that's okay. That's why you want to have a customized YouTube channel, because that customized YouTube channel is an opportunity for you to demonstrate who you are as a speaker. What is your delivery style? What is your level of eye-to-eye contact? You have great eye contact. You know you can have great eye contact even through a video, right? I hope you guys feel like I'm looking directly at you, and I'm doing that intentionally by looking directly into my webcam, because that's going to make you feel like I'm looking directly at you. That's how I want you to feel. Again, the person is checking for, are you able to enunciate and pronunciate? What's your level of pace with your delivery? All of those things. What are your gestures like? What are your nonverbal and verbal? Like, what are some of the things that you've noticed just in the first 20 to 30 minutes that we've been talking about my nonverbal? Have you noticed that I have a huge smile on my face? That's nonverbal. Have you noticed my hand gestures? Have you noticed what my eyebrows do when I'm excited and energized? All of those things matter, not just the words that I'm saying, but also everything that comes with the full package. Speaking is a skill set that really must be mastered. Please don't just get on any stage and just wing it. Please don't just think, oh, I'm just going to let the Lord move me. Well, you got to give the Lord something to work with, right? That means you need to plan, prepare, and practice as you're speaking into more people's lives. Plan, prepare, and practice. So if you don't have the speaker reel, you need to have the customized YouTube channel, definitely. You could literally do a 1 minute or a 2 minute video clip of you speaking about something that you're an expert on once a week. And that gives decision makers an opportunity to really see you firsthand and what your delivery style is like. Now, even if you have the speaker reel or demo, I still highly encourage you having also the customized YouTube channel. All right, you also need, of course, your professional website, because that's going to solidify that you are indeed a legitimate business owner. I don't want you to send me to a Facebook page. I want you to give me a website. That's your digital footprint. A customer relationship management system where you're housing people who want to stay connected with you, their information. So it might be Constant Contact, it might be MailChimp or Aweber. For me, I'm on Infusionsoft. That's kind of like the Bentley of CRMs, but it also comes with a Bentley price. So when I started, I didn't start there. When I started, I was on Constant Contact. And I think I paid like $30 a month for literally for the first 5 years of my business, or maybe first 4 years of my business. And then these last 6 to 7 years, I moved over to Infusionsoft because my list grew so big. And also I needed to get a merchant account, which we'll talk about a little bit later, a merchant account so that I could handle the voluminous amount of sales, and the amount of those sales, I needed that to be connected as well. So all of that for me is connected through my CRM, which is Infusionsoft. So start where you are. It is okay to start where you are. Don't try to play bigger than you are. So again, for me, Constant Contact was $30 a month. My Infusionsoft account is $500 a month. See the difference? So start where you are. You need an active social media presence. That's very important. And you need, at a minimum, you need a keynote or a signature speech with a clear overview about what it's about, which typically we want to be about 150 words, and clear takeaways. Why is that important? As a speaker asset, that's important because one of the things that's going to allow you to profit from speaking is by speaking on more stages. So you're going to be submitting speaker proposals. And this is one of the things they're going to ask for on every speaker proposal. So again, continuing that conversation of treating your speaking as a business. Are you clear on what your subject matter expertise is? Do you know very specifically what speaking opportunities you're seeking? Are there certain organizations? Do you want to speak for Fortune 500 companies? Do you want to speak for associations? Do you want to speak for Rotary clubs? Do you want to speak for big conferences, national or international conferences? Just have an idea so that you are intentional as you're seeking out these opportunities. Are you very clear about who your avatar is, your target audience? Who do you want to serve with your voice? Are you marketing your speaking consistently, not sporadically? Because a lot of entrepreneurs will show up sporadically, and sporadic does not lead to profit. Consistency leads to profit. Do you have a set speaker fee? This is so important. This is one of the things that I teach in my Vocalized Women Speaker Certification Program, is that every speaker must have a set speaker fee that you know and you own it. And when I say own it, meaning you cannot fumble over your own fee, because then I don't have confidence that you believe you're worth that fee. So for myself, now that I am an influential speaker who has spoken for amazing organizations, my speaker fee for a keynote presentation is $10,000 per opportunity. Well, when I'm in a conference call or a video call with a decision maker, and we get to that place where they're like, okay, well, this sounds good. We really do. We would like to work with you. What is your speaker fee? Here's what a lot of speakers do. Oh, well, can you just tell me what your budget is? That speaks volumes. It says you are not confident about your fee. It says you are apprehensive about talking about money. And it says that you are unsure, that you're even the expert who is willing to articulate what your speaker fee is. So don't put yourself in that bucket. Practice whatever your speaker fee is. Say it over and over and over and over again, so that when you are finally in that conversation with a decision maker, it rolls off your tongue and you're confident. So now I can confidently, when I'm asked that question and someone says, well, what is your speaker fee? I can say, well, my keynote speaker fee is $10,000. And guess what? Then I have to be okay with silence, because that used to scare me when I first started speaking, because I was like, oh my God, I'm making up a story in my own mind, saying to myself, wow, they're not going to pay me that. But that's because I didn't already believe I was worth it. And when that doubt is internalized, that's going to show up when you articulate it. You're going to fumble it. You're going to be nervous. It's not going to be, or you're going to interrupt someone during that silence because you're afraid that they're thinking, oh, you're not worth it. So that's what I used to do. And then I would backpedal out of my own speaker fee. And I would say, but, if you don't have that, I understand. Don't do that to yourself. Learn from my mistakes. That's a big part of unleashing your voice, sharing your mistakes with others so they don't make the same mistakes that you made. So set your speaker fee, own that speaker fee, practice it until you are comfortable with it. Where do I suggest that people start? At a minimum, start at $1,500. And that might scare you a little bit, and that's okay. But here's what you can do. The rule of thumb is that you can negotiate, which is something that you need to consider. Are you willing to negotiate your speaker fee? So you may be in a conversation with someone who wants to hire you and they say, what's your speaker fee? You say, oh, my speaker fee for a keynote is $1,500. And they may say, oh man, wow, we really want you, but we don't have that in our budget. And that's when you get to make the decision. Do you want to continue the conversation or do you want to discontinue the conversation because they can't match your budget? I would highly encourage you to negotiate because they might say, well, we only have $1,000. And then you can fill in what we call monetary concessions, other things that will allow them to help make up for the remainder of the fee that they're not able to pay you in money. How can they do that? Well, it might be through allowing you to sell something from the stage, so sell something to their audience. It might be through you requesting that if they have a professional photographer on site, of course, once we're out of COVID, that they have that photographer to take photos of you during your speaking. So, and to provide those to you so that you can use it as a part of your marketing materials, right? Because if you had to hire a photographer and pay a photographer, that could be anywhere from $500 to $1,000. So that's added value and money that you don't have to spend. Then you might request that they have, if they have a professional videographer on site, that they have that videographer to video your presentation and to provide a final fully cut video of your presentation at that event that you can also use as a part of your marketing or a part of your speaker reel or your demo. You see that? Now, there's so many things I could teach you, but again, I only have limited time, so I want to get through as much information as possible, but I'm hoping y'all are getting the nuggets that I'm dropping. I hope you're catching them and picking them up. All right, what else? Talking about treating the speaking as a business, and again, let me just go back to make sure you know where we're at. Number one, which is setting yourself up for profit. So it's having things in place and functioning as a business. So do you have professional equipment for virtual speaking? Because right now, that's the world that we're in. I have a green screen that is retractable. I can take it up, I can put it down. I'm speaking for the Power Networking Conference in a couple weeks, and it's required that we have a green screen. Well, I have a green screen because they're gonna drop in a certain backdrop. So you gotta make sure that you're ready, right? Be ready so you don't have to get ready. Another thing is your lighting and your microphone. So let me see if I can, without messing up my setup here, because I got a lot of plugs going on. But this is the microphone that I use. This is what you hear me speaking through. This is a Blue Yeti microphone. I know it's not blue, it's white, but this is a Yeti microphone. It has the popper on it so that you won't hear as much of my and my S's, my P's and my S's, but that's my Yeti microphone. So that's connected and that's how you're hearing me so that I'm not just speaking directly into the microphone in my internal laptop, okay? So that projects it a lot better so that you hear me clearly. And then let me see, I don't want to mess this up, but I like to show people stuff. And then I have this 3-ring light. It's about a 10-inch. You guys see that? It's very small. I have that set up directly behind my laptop. Told you I was going to mess stuff up, right? Directly behind my laptop so that you guys can see me. And then I can't turn it because I'm going to mess everything up for real. But I have an 18-inch, a huge 3-ring light so that I get the best lighting possible for every virtual presentation that I do. So let me show you what it looks like when I turn it off. So this is my 18-inch. You guys see how dark I got? That's being prepared, treating speaking as a business. Now let me turn off my other one. This is what you would see if I didn't have my 10-inch. Here's a 10-inch ring light that's directly behind my laptop. And then here's my 18-inch, which brightens me completely up. So just make sure that you have things in place. And then, of course, number 7, do you have an NSI for customers after they hear you speak? That's a part of treating your speaking as a business. An NSI stands for a next step invitation. What is the invitation you're going to extend them so that they can work with you after they hear you speak so that they can get some of the things that you promised them during the presentation? Do you have a speaker agreement or contract? Do you have your business EIN number? Do you have a business checking account set up so that you can accept corporate checks if you happen to get booked for corporate opportunities? Do you have a merchant account so that you can accept corporate credit cards or any big credit card payment? I've accepted credit card payments up to $10,000 from a corporate card because I have an account set up for that. Do you have a DUNS number if you're considering corporate speaking opportunities? All these things are being set up for profit. Okay, not waiting until the opportunity is there, hoping that it comes, but setting yourself up for it. And then this pyramid, which I love to share anytime I get to do a presentation on public speaking, I believe is also a big part of setting yourself up for unlimited profits, making sure that you have these 8 fundamental steps as a speaker, that you've mastered a subject matter, that you have clarity about who you're serving and what your deliverables are, that you are visible, that you have credibility, meaning people that you've helped who can speak for the work that you do and why you should be on stages and why you should be speaking into people's lives and why people should work with you even beyond the stage. Authenticity, meaning showing up as the authentic you. You are enough just as you are. You are capable and you are worthy just as you are, without having to try to walk like, talk like, look like any other speaker. So owning that. Being transparent, meaning sharing your mess and your success as a speaker. You can't just share one or the other. You just can't share the successful you without sharing with people, but this is where I started. Did you see me do that at the beginning of this presentation? But this is where I started because I need you to be able to see yourselves in me. If I only tell you about the big me, the successful me, then some of you will check out because you won't even be able to relate to that. But once I say, but this is where I came from. I came from scarcity and poverty. I grew up in the inner city housing project of Baltimore, Maryland, and Lafayette projects. I worked as a legal secretary for 15 years. I punched a time clock. I felt disconnected from life. I felt a void. Some of you are going to hear that and say, oh my God, she is just like me. And then your eyes will be opened up to the possibility that you also can become this amazing influential speaker who also profits as you serve. Consistency. There's nothing you can do once and expect results. You got to consistently show up, consistently educate and inform, consistently share your voice, and then you get to the top, which is profitability. All right, we good? We good? Are you with me? All right, we got 4 more steps. Step number 2, you have to increase visibility and awareness of who you are in the marketplace. If you're really going to turn public speaking into unlimited profit, you must be visible and you must allow people to see that you are not only visible, but necessary in the marketplace. How do you do that? Well, you'll hear me say this all the time. Visibility will always trump ability. Visibility will always trump ability because visibility gets your foot in the door. Ability keeps you there. So are you sharing quality content that people can consume? Are you showing up consistently, not sporadically? Are you making your social media presence and posts share worthy where other people want to share it with others because it's that juicy? Are you incentivizing people to engage with you when you are out here in the marketplace, giving them exclusive deals and promotions? Are you perhaps sponsoring events so that you get in front of new potential customers and even incorporating mobile strategies as a part of your speaking? All of these things are critical. The 3-part formula that I follow, and I've followed for the past 11 years, is to show up, speak up, and follow up. When you want to be visible, you can't just do one of these. You got to do all 3 consistently. You must show up so that people know that you exist, or otherwise, what are you? Your best kept secret. Then you got to speak up. You have to let people know, hey, this is what I have to say, and it's of importance, and it can help to change your life and transform who you're becoming. And then follow up. Even if a person doesn't purchase today, it doesn't mean that they're not going to purchase later. It doesn't mean that they're not going to purchase 6 months from today. It doesn't mean that they're not going to become a customer a year from now. So you always want to do the 3 so that that visibility leads to profitability and unlimited profits. Number 3, we're moving on through. Number 3, explore the top 6 ways to get on stage and the profit potential of each. We're under this whole concept of how do I turn public speaking into unlimited profit? Well, you got to figure out, how do I get on stage so I can share my voice more so that I can profit? Well, I'm going to give you the 6 ways. And you might want to take a screenshot of this screen right here. It's juicy. These are the 6 types of stage opportunities. This is where your money is, right? Primarily. Now, there are other things outside of this, but this is where your stage money is. Paid speaking. Number 2, speak to sell opportunities. Number 3, revenue share opportunities. Number 4, lead generation opportunities. Number 5, speaker sponsorships. And number 6, creating your own stage. This is where you want to analyze and assess, am I playing in all 6 of these spaces? Or am I playing in one? Am I the speaker or the entrepreneur or coach or author who just says, well, I just want to get paid to speak? And you're just staying stuck there, which means you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. You can never, just as a business owner, just a savvy business owner, ever put all of your eggs in one basket. You must have a menu of opportunities of how you can pull in revenue, right? We've all heard it, multiple streams of revenue. So this is just in terms of speaking on stage. So let's go through each one of those quickly. Paid speaking. Again, what has to be the case with paid speaking? Well, you got to know what your fee is, own that fee, and be able to clearly and confidently articulate it whenever you're in talks with a decision maker who wants to hire you. And then be ready to negotiate if that's your choice, or be ready to walk away. Either way, be ready to make an informed decision about what works for you. Number 2, speak to sell. So speak to sell means a company might say, well, we can't pay you your full speaker fee. We can only pay you a portion of it, or we can't pay you at all, but you can come and you can sell to our audience. And the biggest question for any speak to sell opportunity is, well, who's in the audience? Is it my avatar? Is it my target audience? Because I want to set myself up for success. So for me, if someone calls and says, well, Dr. Cheryl Wood, we'd love to have you speak. Unfortunately, we don't have a budget. We can't pay you. Then we're going to go into negotiation. But we would love to have you come and you can sell your program or your package to our people. And so I'm going to start asking questions. Who are your people? Tell me more about the demographic. And if someone says, well, oh, it's 500 new and emerging speakers. Hello, ding, 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 ding. What's happening? I'm like, oh, that's my people. That's who I serve. Okay, now I have more of an interest in potentially finding a way to make this a yes versus turning it down as a speaker opportunity. Because for me, it doesn't matter who's writing me the check. I don't care if the company is writing me the $10,000 check or if the audience is going to end up being the people who write me that $10,000 check. I just want to be able to earn my speaker fee every time I show up to serve. Does that make sense? So if you're going to speak to sell, the important thing to have is a program or a package ready to sell and to know who you're speaking to. All right. And then you want to create sales projections, and you're going to do that based on the numbers. So you want to know, is this a first time event? Have you hosted this event before? What's your expected numbers? How are you marketing the event? When will you know the final numbers? Because most speakers will sell 10 to 20% or close 10 to 20% of a room. So let's just say a virtual conference has 100 people in the room, and you're going to close, let's just say 20% of the room. That means 20 people are going to say yes to what you're selling. And if you're selling something that's $500, that's a $10,000 speaker event, even though the company didn't pay you the money. But that speak to sell opportunity allowed you to earn your full speaker fee. Make sense? All right, let's keep it going. Number 3, revenue share. You'll typically hear these just referenced as rev share. And a rev share is when a company or organization says, hey, we want you to come and speak. We're not going to pay you, we're not going to, even if it's live or virtual, we're not going to pay for your expenses or anything like that. We're going to put the butts in the seat for the event. And you just have to show up, be brilliant in your lane of brilliance, do what you do, but whatever you sell, we're going to get a percentage. Now, most rev shares that I've participated in have been 60-40 or 70-30. That means if I sell $20,000 of services or products or whatever it is, I'm going to keep 60% of that. And that company who booked me, who put those people in that room, virtually or live, they're going to get 40% of it. Or I'm going to get 70, they're going to get 30. And they'll specify that beforehand so that you can make an informed decision about whether or not you want to do that. But it can pay off because a percentage, 60% of something is better than 0% of nothing. And again, it's putting you in front of potentially a new audience who doesn't already know you. Number 4, lead generation. Lead generation, you'll hear that interchangeably used with list building. That can equally be profitable because you never want to just have a one and done anyway, meaning somebody heard you speak and that was it, and they went home and you went home. No, you want to be able to have a way to capture people's information, whether it's through text message marketing or some other form that you choose of marketing, or whether it's, I don't care if it's passing a sheet of paper around and people literally fill in whatever they want to fill in, or if you have them go to a specific landing page and they're able to get a free gift there, or if they're coming to your website to get a free gift. So for me, lead generation as a part of this was at the very beginning of this session. What did I say? I said, go to www.cherylempowers.com. You're going to get a free gift there, which is my signature speech template. That's still lead generation because you're going to go into my VIP mailing list, which means now I get to stay connected with you. I also gave you a second gift. I said, text the word webinars with the S on the end to 313131. You're going to get that, but that's also going to make sure that you are in my database, my VIP mailing list, so that we can stay connected, so that it's not a one and done. Well, the higher the number of people who are in my database through lead generation, the higher typically my percentage of conversion. The more people you have, the higher the percentage of people who will potentially say yes. So that becomes a major part of your profits. So after you show up on stage and speak, then you have to follow up with those people that you lead to your list, your mailing list. Number 5, speaker sponsorships or pay to play. So there may be opportunities where, yes, you pay to speak on someone's stage, or you can use a sponsorship opportunity and say, hey, as a part of this sponsorship, can we add in the opportunity for me to speak on your stage to your full audience for 15 minutes or 20 minutes? That can still lead to sales on the back end. Understand this, that with speaking, The return on that investment of your time, your energy, your effort, you serving may not always come in that moment, but it does not mean that it won't happen. Please know, I could give you 12 stories, 13 stories, more stories of opportunities where I served in that moment, but the return, the monetary return came later. Okay, so just remember that. And then if you're going to do a sponsorship, just craft a sponsorship where it works best for you. And then last but not least, 6 is to create your own stage. And I took the privilege of listing out some virtual stages that you can create. Virtual conferences and summits, training courses, webinars, podcasts, video recordings, boot camps, all of these are considered stages. So do not diminish the value of any of them in terms of being able to convert people who are fans into paying customers. Number 4, last 2. Number 4, create your DPO in order to serve a diverse range of customers. You want to turn speaking into money? You want to turn speaking into unlimited profit? You must have a DPO. Well, what is a DPO, Dr. Cheryl? It is a diversified portfolio of offerings. Woo! I know y'all are full already. I know you are, because I'm just pouring and pouring and pouring. But this is what you want. And these are things that you can implement, start implementing immediately. You can chew on and digest this over time and pick the one that you're going to start doing immediately. So what's an example of a diversified portfolio of offerings, or a DPO? It's all of the different ways that people can take apart or partake of what you offer. It's like going into a restaurant and asking to see the menu. There should always be a menu of options. It never should be, oh, you can only come here and get chicken. That's it. We just have chicken. We don't have nothing else on the menu. No, you got to meet people where they are based on what they want, what they're craving for, what they're yearning, what their pain is, or what desire they want to fill, how much time they have to commit to the solution of that pain, or how much of an investment they're able to make. So take a picture of this. Take a screenshot. A DPO and include, and it's going to be 3 screens back to back. Are you ready? So conferences and downloadable guides, training courses and ebooks, individual coaching, group coaching, book anthology projects, certification programs, all are ways for you to be able to share what you know and bring people in so that you are meeting them where they are. All of these are ways that you share what you already know, right? As a speaker. And remember, being a speaker doesn't mean that you only speak in terms of verbally expressing what you know. You're going to also take what you know, that knowledge, and you're going to put it in writing. So you are going to have ebooks and downloadable guides. That's still a part of your speaker house. Let's call it that. That's a part of your speaker house. Here's the next screen. Memberships, exclusive masterminds, webinars, video recordings, affiliates, bundle packages, audio recordings, merchandise. We're not done. Take a deep breath. Woo, books, referral programs, rev share opportunities, pick my brain strategy sessions. Stop telling people they can't pick your brain. Yes, you can absolutely pick my brain. Let me send you the invoice for that. Repurpose content, brand ads, spotlights and features, reseller programs. Stop cheating yourself out of the profit that you can earn because you're not leveraging every opportunity and menu of options to meet people where they are. And last but not least, number 5, create spinoffs from every speaking opportunity that you do get. So your question should always be, what's next? Every time you get to share your voice, how can I turn this speaking opportunity into more business? So it might be through a podcast or a webinar. It might be through a virtual conference or a summit. But can I get repeat business with this same client? Can I get referrals for new business with new clients from this client? Or can I get business with new individual clients from this company, this organization, this association, or this group, or this community? Remember this. People will always remember how you made them feel, not necessarily your words, what you say, but how you made them feel. So when you get these opportunities, these speaking opportunities, that's what we said, to create spinoffs from every speaking opportunity. So you ask yourself, how do I maximize this and create another opportunity? But also it means taking responsibility for what you do with every opportunity that you receive. So every time you do get an opportunity, make sure that you're demonstrating the 3 core things on stage, virtual stages and live stages: confidence, competence, and credibility. Make sure that every presentation that you give, it informs, it educates, it inspires and engages, it impacts, and it influences. You are only as good as your last performance. Do not take any presentation for granted. I don't care if there are 2 people who are on that webinar, 2 people who are on that virtual event. Sometimes the numbers aren't going to be exactly where you want them to be, but you still have an obligation to pour into the people who show up for what you have to serve them. few rules of thumb as you're, again, solidifying yourself to be able to get booked again, or to be referred to others, or even to get new individual clients from organizations you speak for, is to always present valuable content that's well organized in structures. Give people bite-sized chunks of content that they can chew and digest. Incorporate your signature story in every presentation so that you make a heart-to-heart connection with them. I shared with you how I was working a full-time job that I didn't love. I was dropping the kids off at 6, picking them up at 6 p.m. and giving them the worst parts of me. That was my heart-to-heart connection. That's my signature story of why I decided to pursue this thing called speaking, because I wanted a different reality. I even talked to you about how I got started. I said I didn't just jump in and start speaking. I started a t-shirt business while I was still working my full-time job as a legal secretary. And then that detoured me into this opportunity that allowed me to become a speaker. That is the connection, right? Your story, the struggle that you went through, the journey that you were on is a part of your connection. You got to share that so that it becomes an unforgettable presentation every time. Make sure you're always identifying clearly that you know the problem they're experiencing and that you can help them with the solution. Share some low risk, low commitment, immediate action steps that they can take now. I've shared that with you, an overwhelming amount of information of things that you can start doing immediately to get results of as being a speaker who is creating unlimited profit potential for yourself. And then always share the clear benefits and results that the person gains by stepping into action. Remember, the world needs your voice right now more than ever before, but oh, this is my favorite quote of all time. You never get what you deserve. You only get what you demand. You want me to say it again? Y'all want to hear it again? I know you do. You never get what you deserve. You only get what you demand. And so it's up to you to show up in the marketplace and demand that people hear your voice, demand that they hear your story and everything that you've been through, everything you pressed through to get to where you are right now. Look, even if you haven't acknowledged it before, I need you to acknowledge it right now. You are a victor. Can y'all type that in the feed? I am a victor. I am a victor. There is something, some story that you're a victor over that was intended to break you, but it didn't break you. You pressed through and you broke through. And now you are on the other side and you are still standing. So when you are still standing, that means you have a message to share. That means you have something unique to share about your perspective and your experience. And what that means, I believe, is that now you are on divine assignment. Please type that in the feed as we close out. I am on divine assignment and I will not stay quiet. I am on divine assignment and I will not stay quiet. Please stay connected with me. Thank you so much again to my friend Shay Brown. I admire you. I respect this amazing platform you've created. Thank you for having me here as a part of the Comeback Champions Summit. It was my honor to serve you. Please stay connected with me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers. And make sure you go over and grab the free gifts that I have brought here with me today as my love offering at CherylEmpowers.com and by texting the word webinars to 313131. Keep getting back up. Keep getting back up over and over and over again because the world needs you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm excited to share with you some ideas today that are literally going to help you grow your business. My goal is to help you be more successful, have more free time when you want to, and make more money, which is what we're all in this for, isn't it? I'm going to share some of those ideas with you. My name is Darren Adams, and I'm with a company called Keep, and we are designed simply to help small businesses succeed. I have spoken in almost all the continents around the world, spoken with thousands of entrepreneurs and small business owners to find out from them what their struggles are and how they're successful and how they make more money and grow their business. So I want to share that with you today in what I call the top 10 ways to win more business. So the top 10, it's based on the top 10 struggles that most people have and then how they overcome that to grow their business. So we're going to walk through some of that. As I mentioned, I'm with a company called Keep. Keep used to be called Infusionsoft. So for many years, about 20 years, and maybe many of you have heard of Infusionsoft, it was the premier tool that people used to help grow their business, to help do automation and follow-up and autoresponders and drip on people and all that nurture marketing. That we invented all that technology. And it was a very robust tool as Infusionsoft. But a couple of years ago, they said, we want to make something that's easier and simpler, that has better tools that more people can use. Not everybody needs affiliate tracking and all these e-commerce tools and stuff, but they just really need some tools to help them be organized and do the follow-up and do the automation. And so Keep was born. In fact, Keep was so successful, the entire company was renamed Keep, because this is really the future of where we're going. So I'm going to share with you some ideas about Keep, how Keep might be able to help you, but also some of the things that we have learned as a company through Keep on how people can be more successful. So ready for the top 10? Top 10 ways to win more money. It's going to start with the struggle. Here's the struggle. First of all, every business in the entire world struggles to get new leads. Every business, constantly. Every day is a new day. Every day you got to get more leads. If you don't have new leads coming in, you don't have new business coming in. Every business, whether you're General Mills, General Motors, General Foods, General whatever else there is, whether you're Apple or IBM, every single one of those businesses has got to constantly be getting new leads. So you're no different. You're like every other business out there. So what are you doing to get those new leads? Because of that, lesson number 1 is leads have a half-life of 3 days. As much as we like to think, we get someone like, oh, here's a lead. This is someone that we can follow up with, and I'll reach out to them in a couple of weeks or a couple of days. A half-life is a certain period of time, and in this case, about 3 days, where that lead is worth half of what it was. Like a radioactive isotope. Instead of radioactive, I like to think of it as a tossed salad. Maybe it's because I'm a foodie instead. So this salad is worth something today. Today that salad would be great. Everybody would say, yeah, I love that salad. That salad would be great, and I want to eat that salad. 3 days from now, what's that salad looking like? It's not looking that good in 3 days. The lettuce is starting to get wilty. The tomatoes starting to get mushy. Not as many people want that salad in 3 days. That's the exact same thing that happens with your lead. You get someone today, and they're saying, "Oh, I'd love to do business with you. Let's follow up and do that. I got a course that I can offer, and we can partner on this." Or, "Oh, I'd love to be able to talk to you about your coaching program," whatever it might be. But in 3 days, they've forgotten about you. They've forgotten what you can do. You've forgotten about them and what they can do. And so that salad and that lead is not worth as much in 3 days as it is today. So the secret that you have to have, you've got to be able to automate your lead capture. You've got to be able to have some tools in place to automatically capture those people. That lead doesn't do you much good in 3 days. So you got to jump on it while you can before it starts wilting and deteriorating. So this is literally the top of my desk. These are literally business cards. People hand me a business card. They say, "Oh, we should do business." And it's a great lead. Every single one of you have leads like this. I literally met a woman who, she said, "Jim, my dining room table has stacks all over it with little stacks of business cards." That's not what dining room tables are built for. Dining room tables are built for having dining experiences and gathering together and playing games and eating food and having a good time. They're not for taking over for your stacks of business cards. Every single one of you, I would be willing to bet, has a stack of business cards somewhere that someone's giving you some cards and they said, "Hey, let's do something." And you sort of put it in the back burner and you don't get to it. So you've got to be able to move on that quickly. You're going to love this. You're absolutely going to love this. This is a game changer right here. This is one way you can do this inside of Keep. But you've got to, whatever you're doing, you got to have some way to automate that lead capture quickly. The top button, this is something you just pull up on your phone. The top button, you can easily import contacts from your phone. You got hundreds of people on your phone, just click on the ones, import them in. The bottom one, manually enter, you just hand someone your phone, they can enter their contact information. They think they're entering it in your phone. They're really entering it into your database. The best one is the one in the middle. That's the snap a photo of a business card to add a contact. This is how simple this is. You know that stack of business cards you got, whether it's on your dining room table or on your desktop or wherever it might be, and all the pockets of all the clothes you've ever worn to events? You literally take out a business card, you hold up the phone, and you take a picture of it. Just like this. And within seconds, the software goes in, the app goes in, and it reads all the information. And amazingly and accurately, it fills in all the information, the name, the email, the phone number, all that stuff. Instantly creates a contact record. So you just take a picture, you push a button. It's literally as easy as pushing a button. You just click the button, it reads the information, and creates a contact record. And it even says, okay, what kind of category is this person? Is this person a lead or a client? How do we categorize them so that we're going to be able to follow up with them in the right way? And boom, boom, presto chango. There you go. You got a contact record created. Even at the top, it tells you it's a client. Bobby, this is Bobby's contact information. This is me reading it on my phone. If I want to pull it up on my laptop, there it is right there. So I have a contact record created instantly in a matter of seconds. So every time you get a business card, you've got to have some way to automate that lead capture so that you can capture it easily and instantly and put it in your database. So it doesn't start deteriorating after 3 days. Okay, next problem. Your free time should be called burning money time. You're like, I like free time. You said we're trying to get free time. I am trying to get you free time. But the problem is if you have 9 to 5, you say, I'm working from 9 to 5. That's my working time, whatever this is. It's some time you've allocated to be working. And you come along and there's a 2-hour block in there that's free. That's not a good thing. That's time you were hoping to build your business. That's time you were hoping to have some income producing activities, generating some kind of revenue so that you have money. And all of a sudden you have this block where you're not doing anything. That is burning money time. You don't want that. If you've allocated time to be working and you have free time, that is a bad thing. So lesson number 2, the faster you schedule something, the sooner something will happen. You've got to have some kind of tool to get things on your calendar as fast as you can. So the second way to win more business, the first way was to automate your follow-up. The second way is to have some kind of scheduling tool, a calendaring tool. Maybe you've heard of a tool like Calendly or Schedule Once, tools like that where you can automatically schedule people. That's built into Keep as well. Let me show you how this might work. You have a calendar, blank calendar, and we sync up with Google and Outlook. So if you have items over here on your Google calendar, guess what? Those are going to auto-populate on your calendar. So you say, I'm going to work from 9 to 5 today. First of all, move over my Google things or my Outlook appointments. And now you've got, okay, I've got these outlooks, these portions here, and I can work in this area right here. Now you want to get people on your calendar. You want to fill that time, because once you can schedule something, that's when something starts to happen. The sooner you schedule something, the sooner something's going to happen. So down there in the bottom left corner, this is my favorite thing. I'm going to say that a lot. There are a lot of things about this that are my favorite things. There's a free 30-minute marketing button. You can create whatever you want. 15-minute intro call, an hour consultation, whatever. You can create a bunch of those little links. They're just simple links, buttons that you're going to push to send your calendar to someone. Because up until this point, you're like, okay, when are you free? I'm free Thursday. What about you? No, I'm kind of free Thursday. I'm not free Thursday. How about Thursday afternoon? Oh, no, you spend 20 minutes trying to figure out when you can hop on the call for 10 minutes. So all you do is you push that button that sends someone your calendar. And now they see when you're free. You've booked out certain portions of time on different days. And I know I've got a dentist appointment for the kids here. And I know I'm going to be doing some coaching here, whatever. And so here's what's left. They can see when you're free, and they just pick 2:30. How about 2:30? That works for me. They click on that, fill out a form, puts them in your database, so you've got them you've got them captured that way, and then sends them an email saying, thanks so much. It's all confirmed. Thanks for scheduling. That's how simple it was. It was simply pushing a button, and the calendar went out. That's how easy it was. And then we want to make sure that they show up. So a reminder goes out. Hey, you got an appointment coming. Saves you time on the front end because now you're going to get them on your calendar faster. And it saves you time because they actually show up for the appointment and you're like, I can't do anything because I'm supposed to be having a call here. The person isn't picking up. Saving you time on both ends there, trying to make things as easy and efficient for you as we can. And you can take that calendar, you can embed it on your website, you can embed it on a landing page, you can put it wherever you need to. So you don't even have to go to the work of pushing a button on the phone or on your laptop. Not like that's a lot of work, but you can just let people access it from your website or a landing page so they can schedule themselves without you even being involved at all. Okay, here's the third struggle I found. If you're running a sloppy business, you're not profitable. And you know as well as I do that there are always areas of our business where we're a little bit sloppy. Some of you are more sloppy in more areas than others. But you know there's some areas you can like tune things up and get a little more organized, be a little more streamlined. And the more organized and streamlined you get, the more profitable you're going to get. There's a direct correlation. And when you're sloppy, you're not making money. So lesson number 3, you got to become the Marie Kondo of your business. I don't know if you know who Marie Kondo is. She's like an organizational guru. She has a TV show. She's got a bunch of books out. She shows everybody how to get everything in the right place. My wife is a huge fan of Marie Kondo. We had to change our dish towels in the kitchen. So when you open the dish towel drawer, you can see the dish towels differently. It doesn't change the dish towels. It just changes how they're organized and how you can have access to them. My wife got all excited. She gets excited about some things. One thing she really gets excited about ribbon. We literally have buckets of ribbon. We have bags of ribbon. We have boxes of ribbon. Ribbon was taken over the place. And so I said, honey, for your birthday, I'm going to build you a ribbon shelf. 4 feet across, 5 shelves, plenty, 20 feet of linear ribbon space. Who could need more than that? Plenty of, she got all excited. She's like, our son just moved out of the house. I'm taking over his room, his bedroom. I'm going to turn it into a wrapping room. Because we all have a wrapping room, right? I'll let you know, we've had the wrapping room for about a year now. I think 4 presents have been wrapped in there in the whole course of that time. It's not so much a wrapping room as it is this. It's an organizational room. When my wife walks in there in the morning, everything is in its right spot. She feels organized when she goes in. She starts every day just walking in and sitting in her desk. And like there's the wrapping paper, there's the greeting cards, there's the baker's twine and the scissors, everything's in its right spot. So she feels organized. She knows she can accomplish more during the day. This is exactly what your business needs to be like. Everything needs to be organized. My wife doesn't have a business doing any of this. She just does this to feel organized for the day. So if you don't feel organized at the beginning of the day, you need to be doing something differently. And as she sits there in the desk, guess what she stares at? The ribbon shelf. You need a black and white polka dot ribbon? You know exactly where to find it. So on the black and white shelf, there's the polka dots right there. Every person that you know, any contact you have, you need to be able to know immediately how you can get to them, how you can serve them. Are they a lead? Are they a client? If someone mentions a name to you, you need to be able to go and be able to find that person and find all the information. So the third way to win more business is you have to have a CRM, which is a client relationship management tool, a customer relationship management tool. That's what a CRM is. And you need to have one. That will help you stay organized so you're running a tight business. You're running things that are not sloppy, and you're going to become more profitable that way. If you don't have a CRM, let me show you what one should look like. You can see the colored dots over on the side. This is the Keep CRM, so it looks a little bit better than most CRMs. You can see almost like different shelves of ribbon. There are my leads and my clients and my invoice, my paid, everything's in the right spot. If I want to see who are my ribbons on my lead shelf, I just click on the lead button and it shows me all of the people who are my leads instantly. And you can find those. You get a new roll of ribbon? Oh, I got a new roll of ribbon here. Let me manually add a roll of ribbon, manually add a contact. I fill out the information. This person, I'm going to stick them on the invoiced shelf. Click the little button there. And then that roll of ribbon automatically goes to the invoiced shelf and gets placed there. You want to be able to know how to move people forward. These are what we call nudges. The little blue buttons are software going in and saying, hey, if you want to know how to move this person, move them along, get them to progress, how about book an initial consultation, send them an email, do whatever. Those are some brilliant nudges. Let me show you. This is the contact record. Inside your CRM, every single person, everyone, whether they're a client or just a lead or whatever they might be, everybody has a contact record. And all of the information they need to know about that person is right there in one spot. Let's click on this is for Jack. This is the contact record for Jack. And you can see the activity button there that's highlighted. This will just show you the latest activity. Have you sent an email? Have you made a call? It'll track all your activity. The next button over is details. When you click on that, it pulls up all the information about Jack, his name, his email, his address, phone number, whatever you need to know is all going to be there at a glance. Right? How many times do you say, oh, I got that phone number somewhere. Is it in my phone? Is it on a list over here? Is it on a post-it note back here? You're trying to find. You don't have to worry about that. Everything is all going to be in one spot, easy to get, contact record for each person. You want to see the email for that person? You click on the email button. So maybe you were in Keep and you sent a one-off email to Jack. That's going to be there. Maybe there was an automation campaign that kicked in. A series of emails went out to Jack. That'll be in there. Maybe you were in Gmail or Outlook and you sent an email. Remember, we sync with Gmail, with Google and Outlook. So guess what? Sorry, I got ahead of myself. That will be in there as well. All of your email, your details, your activity, you track all of that. Track your money, your invoices. This is all the information. This tracks your history, your relationship with that person. If you know the relationship, if you know the history, then you know how you can serve them. You know how you can make more money. So this is your money-making tool. Every single one of you has to have a CRM. The next challenge that I discovered, there's nothing worse than talking to someone who doesn't know you, but they have all the answers. You know, one of those people, they come up to you, they know a little bit about you, and they say, you know what your problem is? I'm like, I know my problem. Why do you think you know what my problem is? They don't know anything, but do you know what your problem is? Let me tell you what your problem is. And they don't know much about that. Guess what? You're sometimes that person. You're the person who says, do you know what your problem is, as if you know it? And you do that when you send emails out to people or communicate to people, but you treat everybody like they're the same. So lesson number 4, it's good to know your people, all the people in your list and your database, but it's better to know what they want. And you can do that through being able to tag them and segment. Who are my repeat customers? My repeat customers, I'm going to say, thank you so much for your support. Thank you much for your business. I have a 20% discount for you for that. Or the people, you don't know me. We've never done business together, but I have a special offer for you so you can get to know how great we are. I got a 20% discount for you. It's the same thing you're offering both people, but you're phrasing it differently because you're not coming in and saying, you know what your problem? No, instead you're saying, I know you, and I'm just talking to my repeat customers, and here's what I can do for you. I know you, I'm talking to people I've never met before, and I'm giving them a message. Who are my people who know about marketing opportunities? Maybe they have affiliate tracking, or they can sell my products or service. Or who are my people who know about speaking opportunities so I can get on stages or whatever that might be? Those are different groups. And so you've got to be able to do list segmentation. You've got to be able to break down that list. You have 1,000 people on your list, or however many, whether it's 10 or 10,000, however many people you are, they are not all the same list. They are different segments. They're repeat customers or new people. They're marketing people or speaking opera, whatever they might be. They're men or they're women. They're old, they're young, they live here, they live there. They come to an event, I don't know what it is, but you've got to be able to break your list down. The more you can segment your list, the more you can really personally communicate with people. I've got emails from people where I'm thinking like, they sent this email to everybody on their list. And I'm pretty sure they did. And then I've gotten emails that feel like, wow, is this one just for me? Is this person sending this email specifically to me because they know what I've done, they know what I want, they know what I need, they know me. And the more you can segment your list, the more you can personally communicate with people and be one of those emails or communications that people like to get and welcome and read and keep. You have to be able to do list segmentation. We talked inside of Keep. This is the database. The bottom of the screen there says you need custom fields. We've got you covered. You can have up to 100 custom fields. Where do they live? How old are they? Have they been to an event or bought a book or whatever it might be? So you now are able to segment your list inside of your CRM. Okay, the next struggle that people have, you can't make money if you can't ask for the business. This happens when we don't communicate with people and we don't let them know what we're doing and what we need and how we can serve them. And we just sort of assume sometimes that people know what we're doing and how we can serve them and how we can help them. But if you can't let people know that, you're not making money. So lesson number 5 is invisible businesses get robbed every single day. Invisible businesses get robbed every day. And you're like, wait, what's an invisible business? I don't get what an invisible. If you're not staying top of mind with people, if you're not reaching out to people, if you're not letting them know who you are and how you can help them, you are becoming an invisible business. And do you know who's robbing you? Your competition, who is staying visible. If you're not sending out emails and staying in touch with people, your competition is. And so then when someone says, oh, I need a new life coach. Oh, I need to buy a program that helped me lose weight. Oh, I need to have help raising my kids. Oh, I need to buy a book, whatever it might be. Oh, I got an email from, and they think of the most visible business they can and sometimes forget you because you have become invisible. So one of the ways to win more business is simply sending email updates, staying in touch with people. I was on a panel discussion a couple months ago over in the UK, and everyone else on the panel, they were asking them, how often should you email? And they all said, email every day. Like, email every day? I'm even the email guy. I don't even know if I would tell people to email every day. And I'm not telling you have to email every day. But these guys said, you post on social media every day. You're trying to stay top of mind. How's that any different? You watch TV on Hulu, you see the same exact commercials every single day. Those people understand you've got to stay top of mind. That's the same equivalent of sending an email update. The beautiful thing is emails are completely free, so you don't have to worry about that. You can send emails, you don't have to buy a commercial on Hulu, but you've got to stay in touch and let people know what's going on. You've got to stay visible so that you aren't getting robbed every single day. Okay, the next struggle and challenge, work-life balance shouldn't cheat you out of opportunities. I understand the pain here because I know, as you do, the statistics for small businesses. Most don't make it. And we want so desperately to make it. We want to succeed, and we're willing to do whatever we can, including blurring that work-life balance. And so we like take our phone with us when we're going out to eat with our spouse in case there's some business that might come through, or we bring our laptop with us to a soccer game in case we can get some work done and we're working away and miss someone scoring a goal. We want to be able to take that with us, but we blur the lines. And we sometimes cheat ourselves out of opportunity because we either can't bring it with us or we lose out on the life part. So lesson 6 is you got to be able to take your business with you, but you've also got to be able to have the boundaries. So there are 2 aspects of this. First of all, know where the boundaries. And then second of all, you've got to be able to have the power to take everything with you so that you can do business on the go, so that you can increase your chances of being successful. So another way to win more business, you've got to have a dedicated business phone line. A dedicated business phone line is a new phone number that you're going to get that will ring through to your cell phone, but it's going to be a different phone number. So you don't ever give people your personal cell phone anymore for your business. You're going to get a dedicated business phone line. You're going to give that to them. It's going to ring through to your cell phone. So it's almost like you gave them your cell phone, but instead you have a little work-life balance. So you can separate. You can have a different voicemail on one as you do on the other. You can snooze one and you can not the other. But you've got to be able to get a dedicated business phone line that you can give out. I met someone once, 2 people recently, who did not put their phone number on their business card. I'm like, why? And one was a woman. She said, I don't want to give men my phone number. Have them call me. Like, I'm sorry you have to struggle with that, but you have got to give people your phone number. So you solve that with getting a dedicated business line. This is how super easy this is. You log into the Keep app. There's a little green K there on your phone. You just click on the green K. That pulls up an option for you to enter your area code. In this case, we entered 480, whatever area code you want. You type in 480. It gives you a whole bunch of phone numbers to choose from. You just pick one. It says, great, that's your new number. That's your number. You can put it on your website, on your business cards, on the side of your minivan, do whatever you want with it. That's your new dedicated business line. So when someone says, what's your number? You give out this number and not your cell phone. It'll still ring through your cell. This looks way more professional as well. This looks like you're a legitimate business and you're giving out a business phone number, which is what it is. Somebody calls into that, or maybe you're texting out. This is how simple this is. Okay, you're gonna love this part. So it says, hey, let's meet. Underneath where it says, hey, let's meet, you can see there's a camera there. There's a picture that looks like a little mountaintop, and there's looks like an old-fashioned, like a desktop calendar, one of those old calendar kind of things. You just click that button of the calendar. Do you remember when we set up the calendar link a little while ago? We were talking about how easy it is to set up a calendar link. It sends your calendar link out to someone. So now they have access to your calendar. They can go through and pick time. So I'm trying to meet with Michael. I take the picture of the business card. I click the button for the calendar. Michael gets my calendar link. He books time, and I get a notification on my phone saying, hey, Michael, just book some time with you. That's how simple that is. I even can then get into my CRM, pull up Michael's contact record. I want to make a little note in there saying, hey, Michael, book time with me. Great. So I can put a little note in there. It's all there. Okay, that was how simple that was to book time through your phone, getting a phone number, a dedicated business line, and then putting it to use. How long did that take to book time with someone or let someone book time on your calendar? Literally like 30 seconds. Take a picture of the card, push the button, boom, boom, boom. You get a notification. Great. Okay, I'm going to show you how the whole mobile app works, because the mobile app is so powerful, and now you're going to be able to take this with you so you have the power in your hand or in your pocket or in your purse or wherever you're going to keep your phone. You have that power. You can do all these things we talked about. You log in. Here's your CRM, access to seeing whatever that is. Then you can pull up a contact record. This is the contact record for Bobby. A little while ago, we took the picture of Bobby's business card. Remember, we took the picture, we snapped the picture, it created Bobby's contact record. So inside the phone now, I pull up Bobby. Inside of my CRM tool, I pull up, and now I can see all the texts I sent back and forth with Bobby, because it tracks all that. It syncs it all together, it integrates it. Maybe I call Bobby, it says no answer, left voicemail. So I'm making a note. So now I think, oh, I thought I called Bobby. What was the latest on that? I can now look up, I pull up Bobby's contact record and I say, Oh, look, right there, Bobby. No answer, left voicemail. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to call Bobby. So then I can even get in, I can create a task. So the task is call Bobby back. So not only does it keep track of the things that have happened, like missed calls or information, but now it keeps track of what I need to do, calling Bobby back. So I pull up my tasks, it reminds me, call Bobby back. Maybe you get a new number. The software can recognize it. Hey, it's a new number. You want to add them to your contacts? Yes, of course I want to add them to my contacts. Okay, let's push the button. Yes, we're going to do that. Which shelf are you going to put them on? Are they a lead? Are they a client? Oh, they're going to be a lead. So we'll categorize them as a lead. Click the lead button, and instantly a contact record has been created. Now I want to send them my information so they can follow up with me. So look at the bottom of the screen. You can see there's the camera. There's a little picture of the mountain. There's the calendar. Remember, we just used the calendar. We would push that to send the calendar link out. The next one that's appeared now is a little business card icon. All you do is push the business card icon, and it creates your contact information to send to them. So you just push that and says, hey, it's down. Here's my contact information. So now they've got your information. So this will be how the conversation would go. I push the business card icon first, sends them my contact information. Right after that, underneath that is the calendar link. I push the calendar button. I send them the calendar link. Then I can send them a photo or a file or documents, whatever I want is all there that I can send out to someone. Merely by pushing this. Send calendar, send contact information, send photo, whatever it might be. That's how simple it is to win more business. And you now have it in your hand. You can do it when you need to. Have someone drive and you're on the phone on the way to the restaurant, boom, 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 boom. By the time you arrive, you've already lined up some information and people have booked time with you. Maybe somebody calls you. This one, another one of my favorites. These are missed calls. And so at the bottom, you can see Brad called and I wasn't able to get to Brad's call. I said, hey, let's get lunch next week. That's a voicemail. Keep transcribes the voicemail and attaches it to the contact record. So if I pull up Brad, I can see everything that's happened with Brad, including missed voicemail that's on there. You can send this from your laptop. You can send it from your phone. You can send texts. You can send emails. You can do all of that. Now you literally can take your business with you, but you can still have that work-life balance. Okay. Next struggle that people have. People want to buy, but your website is a distraction. I can hear you right now. You're saying, my website is not a distraction. I got a great website. I got a bunch of great stuff on my website. I got cool videos and I got people talking about how great I am. And I have my books and my course and my coaching and my history and about me. I got great stuff on my website. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm saying. You got a lot of stuff on your website. And that's kind of a distraction. There's more stuff on there that needs to be for someone to buy. If someone wants to buy, you don't want to distract them. It's like going to a mall, a big fancy mall, and they got all these window displays and mannequins and someone playing the piano and someone offering you Hickory Farm smoked cheddar on a toothpick, and you walk through and you look at it all, and you get your little cheddar sample and you walk out and you drive home. That's what your website can be. So much cool stuff, but there's no place to buy. You've got to drive people to the cash register. The website's great to capture them. The website's great to give you credibility. Everybody needs a website, but you need a cash register. Don't let them wander through the mall and get distracted. Get them to a cash register. So lesson number 7 is that websites are pretty. The mall is pretty, but landing pages are profitable. Landing pages are where it is at. So the new way to win more business, the next one, you gotta have landing pages. Landing pages are the new website. There are people I know who don't have websites and merely build their business on landing pages. Landing pages are an action-taking page. There is one thing to do, one singular call to action, and people do whatever the action is when they go to a landing page. Websites are good, but let them go to the cash register. I don't know if any of you have built landing pages. Let me quickly, briefly, a landing page is a single page, one single thing to do. Maybe there's even like a buy now or a sign up now or something, a button like that. So your tips for you, by the way, a landing page is not where they land on your website. That's your home page. A landing page is separate from that. It's an action taking page. So they come to your website, drive them to the landing page. Your landing pages need to make sure that they are mobile friendly, because most people will be viewing them on a phone and not on a laptop. You need to make sure that your landing pages are clear and concise. Don't try to be cute or clever. One thing to do, drive them to that. You're going to have that buy now button or take action now, whatever that might be. Put that on as many places as you need. A little bit of text, take action now button. A little more text, take action now button. A little more text, take action now. Have that on there as many times as you need. You can have that, some people call it a squeeze page or a sales page or a landing page or an action page. You can have it be as long as you want. People can keep scrolling through there all day long, but keep having those action buttons where they can push to take action, to buy, to sign, to sell, to, not sell, but whatever, to do something that where they're going to take action. That's the beauty of a landing page. For example, the Omara Strategy Group, they let people sign up for their mailing list through an action page, through a landing page. Chris teaches people about real estate investing. This is his website. People come to the website. He teaches them about this webinar. It's like his evergreen lead magnet kind of thing. If you want information on the webinar, he drives you to a landing page, to an action page. So get people off the website to the landing page as quickly as you can. Brian and Greg, a couple of friends of mine, they started a video course teaching people how to use Keep software. So they have a website where people can learn about it. We got 30 videos. We walk you through stuff. It's great. It's a great resource, by the way. So they've got 30 videos there. Then you go, are you ready? Here's the landing page where someone can go to. They just take you off of the website to the landing page where you find out specific things about the course. You want to buy it? Here you go. Check out. Give us the payment information. Pay for it. Hey, email goes right out. Check your inbox. There's an email coming out to you. You get the email that says, thanks for buying. Here's your course. Click on the button. You click on the button and you jump in and start to take the course. All of that action was triggered by a landing page. From the website to the landing page where people can buy and move forward. People buying this course all day long. And it all starts from a landing page. So landing pages are another way to win more business. A friend of mine I met him at an event, and he said, "Oh, I love building landing pages." He makes these bobblehead business cards, and so that was the website. He has a landing page where you can find out information if you need a mascot for your business, and then you sign up for the mascot marketing development checklist through a landing page. He's like, this landing page took me about 30 minutes to build. And this one took me about 20 minutes to build. I love building landing pages. You can build as many landing pages as you want. Landing pages are free when you use the Keep Landing Page Builder tool. They're a bunch of templates. You drag and drop, pick a template, drag and drop icons and photos and whatever, and you just create a landing page. So customize, another tip for you, customize your landing page. Even if you're offering the same thing, you can have a different landing page for this group of people, because you're segmenting your list. Remember from earlier, this group of people can be directed to this landing page. Even something as simple as like people over the age of 50 or under the age of 50, or men versus women, or different places where they might live. They can get this landing page, they can get this landing page, because you can build them all day long. Boom, 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 just bang those things out. Landing pages are the new key to help you grow. Okay, another struggle I found from people, taking money shouldn't be hard. Sometimes we make it hard. Sometimes it's hard for us. Before I started working for Infusionsoft and I did a lot of coaching and consulting and speaking. I hated it when somebody said, okay, can you send me an invoice? I didn't have any systems set up. And I would literally sometimes go months before I would send them an invoice so they could send me money. They were happy to send me money. I just hated trying to get them an invoice. So lesson number 8, this is something we have found from studies. The sooner you invoice, the faster you're going to get paid. When someone owes you money, the reason they don't pay you sooner is the single biggest reason is you haven't gotten them an invoice. It doesn't matter what the amount is. It doesn't matter the payment terms. The single biggest factor is getting them an invoice as fast as possible. The sooner you do that, the sooner they will pay. The sooner you pay, they pay you, the sooner you get some money in your account to go do something fun with. So you've got to be able to, this is another way to win more business. You've got to have an easy, simple way to build quotes and invoices. It shouldn't be a problem and a struggle for you. Oh, I got to go online. I got to find some resource to be able to build a quote or an invoice, which it was for me. I totally get that and I hated it. But this is how easy it could be inside of Keep. You create a quote just with a couple of clicks, fill in some blanks. It creates a quote. To work with me costs 19 bucks, whatever it might be. Then you click a button, that turns it into an email. You email somebody the quote. And then you have a little timeline. You can see all the things on the timeline. Here's the money that's coming into me. Here's the money I've sent quotes out for. If all these people accept this, look at all the money that I could be having coming in. So it's a little motivational tool. So then someone says, okay, let's do some business together. You want to create an invoice. So once again, simple like creating the quote. You create the invoice, upload your logo so it looks like it's totally personalized, push the button so it turns it into an email. So you now email someone the invoice. This is what I used to struggle with, and now you can do it in a matter of seconds. Just create the invoice, send it to someone, and then once again, there's your timeline, so you can see here's the like my pipeline of money that's coming in. Here are my outstanding invoices. Here are the ones that have been paid, so I can track all that and see the money that I could be getting. This is how easy and simple this should be. This is a way to win more business, simply by having a simple, easy tool that's going to allow you to send out quotes and invoices quickly and easily. If you don't have it, you're wasting your time and you're not making as much money. By the way, we integrate seamlessly with QuickBooks Online. We integrate with like hundreds of different programs. QuickBooks is the one there on the left of your screen. Some of this is done with Zapier to hook different programs together, but some of these, like the QuickBooks integration, is a native integration. For example, if you were in Keep and you took a payment from Harold, then you would then, if you logged out and logged into QuickBooks, the payment from Harold is there. So it eliminates the problems for manual double entry. They're going to work together to save you time. Okay, I think this is the 9th struggle. Most of us give up before we get the deal. That's painful to hear, because you never know. You've seen that analogy where someone's like digging for gold in the backyard, and not in the backyard, wherever they're digging, and they stop just short of where the gold is. That's how we are. That's it. We work as hard as we can, and then we just figure, let me move on. I spent too much time there. Let me go try to find something else. I don't know how many touches it takes to get a deal. It used to be like 7, then someone said it was like 11, and like 20 some odd. Now we're bombarded so much. I don't know how many touches it takes before someone might say yes. And the challenge is most of us give up before we get to that point, because it just seems like it's futile, and we get tired of doing that. So lesson number 9, repetition makes champions. You got to keep asking. You got to keep at it. I don't care how many times it takes to ask. You've got to keep repeating. That's how Olympic champions become Olympic champions, or piano virtuosos become. My son just started a little band over the last little quarantine time. They get together and practice all the time because they want to get good. They want to get successful. You've got to do things over and over again. The beautiful thing is if you automate, it makes it easier. Automated repetition makes for rich champions. So your 9th way to win is have automated campaigns, have automated sequences, funnels, campaigns, whatever you want to call it. Have automation do the work for you. That repetition makes champions is true, but you can automate the repetition so you don't have to do it every day. You're not calling people and asking for the deal and doing that stuff. Your automation does that for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, I know I mentioned the word funnel and automation and sequence. Some people will start getting a little bit nervous. They think, the funnels make me nervous. A lot of people will make you scared of funnels. Those are often the kind of people who want you to pay them money to build funnels. Those people are normally amazing and do amazing work, but you can build funnels on your own. You can build sequences on your own. Let me demystify what a funnel is. In my mind, let me break down a funnel. I think it is simply a set of directions to get from one place to another. I got a big jug of vinegar here. I want to pour it in a fancy bottle. I'm going to use a funnel to get it there. I want to get something from here to here. A funnel helps it get there. Anytime you might use GPS directions, guess what? That's sort of like a funnel. It's helping you get from this point to this point. I'm following the directions. I'm just going to take a turn. My daughter was getting off of work at night, a bunch of freeways in a new part of town, and she got lost. And she called me. I'm like, that's okay. Where are you now? She said, oh, there's a Target, there's a Walmart. I'm like, okay, I know where you are. Just take the next exit, take a right, go 4 blocks, take a left, whatever it might be. And she got home safely. That's what you want to do with your funnels and your sequence and your automation. You want to get people to where they need to get safely. You can help them. You can solve some of their problems. And you want to help them safely. So you say, well, what happens if they don't read the email? What happens if they don't do what I'm telling you to do? That's why you automate it, because then the automation can see, oh, they didn't read that email. Let's remind them, hey, there's this email you didn't get to read. or you didn't take a right turn here, so come on back and take the right turn. That's what the automation does. You don't get scared from following GPS directions. You won't get scared from building funnels and doing what you're supposed to do. Let me show you how it might work. This is Joe. Joe is a retired rocket scientist. And in this case, Joe decided he wanted to make money through automation because he has a contraption. This is actually a physical product. It's a back stretching thing that helps you stretch out your back and alleviate back pain. So regardless of what you have, if you have a physical product or a digital product or a coaching or whatever it is that you're selling or you're doing business for, I want you to insert that in place of what Joe's back stretching machine is. So we're going to show you how he sets this up. So, and then you just insert whatever you're doing there instead. So for Joe, he says, okay, I got this back stretching contraption thing. I'm going to sell it through Facebook. He takes out an ad on Facebook. Hey, I've got a book telling you how to alleviate your back pain. So someone clicks on that because they have back pain. They want to alleviate the back pain. And so now this kicks off the funnel. All starts when someone pushes that. This is the campaign. This is the funnel. The most important things here after the tag that says back pain be gone, ebook delivery. Delivering the ebook to someone, skip over the area, nurture to purchase the back stretcher. So we're going to deliver the ebook and then we're going to nurture them to buy the back stretcher. Let me jump into that. Delivering the ebook. This is what that looks like. It starts. Someone fills out a form saying, I want the ebook. Puts a tag on them, a little post-it note saying they requested that. And the first email goes out saying, hey, thanks for requesting the book. Let's help alleviate your back pain. Then timer goes. Next day, another email. Hey, have you downloaded that book yet? There's some great information on there to help you so you don't have any back pain anymore. Timer goes by. Next email. Chapter 4 has some great information about what causes back pain and how you can wake up pain-free, whatever it might be. Timer, email, timer, email, timer. Whatever it is, whether it's every day, every week, whatever you set that up as, you create that. And that's the automation that just goes out. Repetition makes champions, remember? And so he's just repeating that so that someone finally says, oh, I'm going to download that book finally. They download the book. He says, hey, thanks. It sends them an email. Thanks for downloading the book. Here's some information. And then you can always buy the back stretcher. Then it jumps to the next part of the automation, which was nurturing them to buy the back stretcher. And guess what that is? Email timer, email timer, email timer. Just reminding people, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher. Repetition makes champions. Automation in your repetition makes rich champions. Pretty soon someone buys the back stretcher. They get an email saying, thanks for buying the back stretcher. Join our Facebook group. Let's do amazing stuff. That's what a funnel looks like. That's what automation looks like. Simply Joe putting his arm around someone and saying, I want to help you get out of pain. Let me help you. Okay, the last struggle. The last struggle that I see people struggling the most with is you're doing too many things with too many things. How many different programs do you have? How many different tools do you have? How many things are you trying to do manually on your own with your sticky notes and your spreadsheets and you're logging into this program? You have what I call login-itis. You're logging in and out of programs all day long trying to get programs to communicate with each other. It doesn't work. Lesson number 10 is that all in one place beats all over the place. Instead of being all over the place, I got this and that, I'm struggling doing all these things. Get it all in one place instead. This is a Radio Shack ad from, I think, like 1991. All sorts of great stuff on that. There's like a computer and a phone and a video camera and a telephone and a recorder and a calculator and a bunch of stuff. And guess what? Everything on there is now on your phone. All of the tools there are on your phone. All in one place, your phone. Radio Shack struggles, and everybody has a phone in their pocket. Because all in one place beats all over the place. This is your business, though. This is you trying to build a birdhouse with a bunch of mismatched tools. It doesn't work. So instead, imagine having all the tools you need, like 32 blades in a Swiss Army knife in the hands of a robot, because it's automated and it's sitting on a pile of cash. This is what we want to help you do. All the tools that I have talked about, all in one place that you can automate so the robot does the work for you. So you don't have to worry about that. That's what Keep is all about. That's what we want to help you do. People like Damon John know that. From Shark Tank, first question he asks people is he says, Do you have Keep, or are you going to get it? Because that's how I know you're serious. Dave Ramsey, Tony Robbins, Jack Canfield, all use Keep products. I love this entire event with all these other speakers because she runs this whole thing. This whole event is run with so much with automation from Keep. And many of the speakers that you're going to be seeing and listening to, guess what they use? They use Keep products to be able to be successful on their own. I was just looking at some of my favorite people. Della Toro, I love Della Toro. He's one of our partners. Zenobia, she does nothing but teach people how to use the automation to run their business. Eric Swanson, we've been to his events. Arby Robinson, she teaches people how to be more successful on stages and use Keep to do that. Cheryl Wood, one of my favorites. I've been to her event several times, and she does amazing things with Keep. Kern Sherry, and of course, Shay himself. All use Keep. And many of the other people, I don't even know all the people that do. These are just some of my best friends that I like. They all use this to be successful in their business. You are joining the elite by using the tools that they use. Instead of doing this, you have Grasshopper for your phone, scheduled ones for your calendar, and Constant Contact, Zoho CRM, you got to ClickFunnels and Lead Pages to build your landing pages and automation. And none of those programs talk to each other. Instead, get them all together in one place and automate this thing. Okay, there are 3 different levels of Infusionsoft or Keep. So let me walk you through that. Infusionsoft still exists. I don't think Infusionsoft is the right tool for any of you. So I really think a better tool for all of you is Keep Pro. That includes everything I've talked about today, including the automation, the landing pages, and the automated campaigns. If you don't need the automation, Keep Grow could be a good resource for you. But I really think Keep Pro is the better tool for most of you. That's really where you start to see the benefit from this and start to let the automation kick in. So there's different price points depending on which level you are. Keep Pro, if you go on our website, you can see Keep Pro is $149 a month. Keep Grow is $79 a month. But that's where now the good news, now the really good news starts. Every time I'm showing you a picture now, from now on, it's going to be good news, and it's going to get better and better. You're going to be hooping and hollering wherever you are. First of all, none of you have to pay retail. None of you do. Because Shay is one of our partners, because we value him and we want to get the best deal we can for his people. So now, guess what? You only have to pay $99 for Keep Pro, under $100 for all the things that I talked about. If you're getting those things individually, I guarantee you they're costing you more than $99. You're getting them all together in one place, in one tool, for $99. And don't worry, this isn't like someone's going to come and say, okay, we're going to raise the price on you. You get grandfathered in for the discount pricing. This would be the order form we would have, and we would show you it comes with 1 user and 500 contacts, and you get some onboarding coaching to get you going. But remember, I told you, everything's good from here on out. So you ready? Let me walk you through this. You're getting grandfathered in for discounted pricing. $99 a month. Will not go up from that. You're getting under $100 for all the tools that I talked about. We're going to 5 times your account size for you for free. So your database goes from 500 to 2,500. I don't care if you need that right now. You'll need it at some point, and then you'll be glad I'm saving you the money, because that would normally cost you like an extra $50 every month. I'm going to get you an additional user. Do you have a virtual assistant? Do you have a partner? And maybe you don't right now, but you want to at some point. You're now going to have an additional user license. That would normally cost you $30 every month. I don't care if you need it now. You'll need it at some point, and then you'll be glad you have it now. We'll help you migrate your campaigns. If you have something built somewhere, we'll help you with that migration. And the first 3 months are 50% off. So you're really only paying $49 a month for the first 3 months before it goes to the grandfather discount of $99. $49. You're paying less than $50 to be able to get all the tools I've talked to you about, to hyper speed your business and get you more time and get you more results. We also want to make sure that you know how to use it, so we got the best coaching resources ever. I'm going to buy you the video course that Brian and Greg put together. You'll have access to those videos for 6 months. We also hired an outside company called CCS to coach you through stuff, teach you how to build stuff, and to build stuff for you. They are literally going to sit down with you for 1-hour personalized coaching sessions, you and your coach, one-on-one. They're going to basically say, what do you struggle with of those 10 different things we talked about? And let's solve that. Let's have better tools to help you capture more leads. Let's build your list. Let's follow up with those people. Let's build your calendar links. Let's set up your dedicated business line. Let's build some landing pages. Let's build some automated campaigns. Let's get this stuff going. You get 4 hours with them. And then they're going to follow up with you. You'll be partnered with someone who will check in with you from time to time, making sure you're set. We have just started this. This is the best part. They've just started a new webinar. They're going to do a kickoff webinar this coming Tuesday at 2 o'clock. So You want to jump on this. This is not an evergreen offer. I'm not sure exactly how long everything I'm going to be talking to you is available, but you want to jump on it so that you can take advantage of this webinar on Tuesday at 2:00 Eastern. You're going to jump on that. It's like a booster call. It's an extra session. They're going to make sure you know how to log in, enter your contacts, do all that kind of stuff. Okay, the webinar, the 4 personalized coaching hours, all that, all the coaching and training, guess what the cost of that is? You ready? It's free. It is stinking free. I'm not charging you a penny for any of that. Keep is still paying them to coach you. So we're out a lot of money. We're buying the video course. We're paying them to do coaching for 4 individual hours, and you don't have to pay anything. You literally are getting all that for free. I promise you, all those people that I told you about that use Keep, all the other speakers, they paid hundreds or thousands of dollars for their coaching and training. And you are getting it for absolute free. And we don't even ask you to sign a contract. There's no long-term contract involved here. There is nothing you need to worry about. We're asking for a commitment from you. We want you to commit to use this, to get in your business and to do this and make this a tool that's going to build your business and make it work. But you don't have to worry about the risk of any money because you got the lowest cost ever, $49 for your first 3 months and then grandfathered price. You don't have to worry about the time involved to learn it because we got the best coaches for you with the video course and the personalized coaching. And you don't have to worry about the risk of some kind of long-term commitment. There is nothing. There is no contract that is required. All you have to do is go to keepnow.com/Shay Brown. That's how you can take advantage of this. Keep is spelled differently. It's sort of spelled like keep everything all in one place, K-E-A-P. Keepnow.com/Shay Brown. Screen grab that, take a picture of it, write it down, grab your phone, take a picture of that. I'll show it to you in a second again. Let me walk you through the whole deal so you can understand what a screaming phenomenal deal. Literally, we have never done everything that we're offering for you. Okay, you're getting 2,000 extra bonus contacts, 2,500 total in your database. You're getting an extra user, you get 2 users. You're gonna get free onboarding and coaching. You're 4, by the way, it says 3 one-on-one sessions. I'm giving you an extra 4th call that you're going to get 4 hours with them for free. No contract required at all. And your first 3 months are 50% off. $49. That's all you're signing up for. When you go to keepnow.com/Shay Brown, you click on that link. Guess what? It takes you to this page right here. This is what you will see. You're entering your information, and guess where you sign? You don't, because you don't have to sign anything, remember? There's no contract required. It outlines you're going to get 2,000 extra contacts, you're going to get an extra user, you're getting 50% off for your first 3 months. This is the most magical page you will ever see on the internet all day long, maybe all month long. This is the page, this is the gateway for you to get to success. You just click on that. This is how simple it is. That's the page, your new best friend right there, keepnow.com/Shay Brown. When you go there, you'll just click to sign up. You'll get an email from us. It'll give you your login information. It'll tell you how you can sign up for your first coaching call. It'll tell you how you can sign up for your kickoff webinar on Tuesday. It'll tell you how you can access the video course. You'll get all the information and you will be off and running. All those struggles that I went through, all those 10 challenges, I don't know how many of them you struggle with, say goodbye to them because this is the start of something amazing. This is the start of your success. This is the start of you growing your business and making more money. If you have any questions that you need to reach out to me, there's my phone number, there's my email address. You can reach out to me. But the most important thing on that screen right there is that link at the top, keepnow.com/Shay Brown. I hope you know how to spell Shay Brown. It's easy. C-H-E, Brown. Click on that. That is how you get to a better place. That is how you get successful. That's how you start making more money. That's how you start doing the things that you were passionate about doing all along and not struggling with all the things that I talked about, growing your list and collecting money and staying in touch with people and nurturing people and trying to figure out what people are doing. Do that. And you do the things that only you can do in being successful. If you have any questions, reach out to me. But remember, keepnow.com/Shay Brown. This is not an evergreen offer. This is not going to be available forever. I don't know exactly how long it will be up, but I would encourage you to go as soon as possible so you can take advantage of the webinar on Tuesday and make sure you can get all the bonuses that we've talked about. We have never offered all of these things all in one place, all in one offer. And I want to make sure that you can take advantage of all those things. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Otherwise, we welcome you to the Keep family and looking forward to seeing all the success that you'll have.
Welcome to the presentation today. My name is Damian Hill, the owner of Smart Growth Marketing. And today we're going to be talking about 3 steps to attract high quality leads and sales with Facebook advertising. So does this sound familiar to you? Maybe you've spent money on Facebook ads in the past, and maybe you're a little bit frustrated that you could never really get them to convert into sales. Maybe you've been growing your business and your business depends on generating high quality leads, but you're not consistently generating the right type of leads right now for your business. Maybe you're already doing things like Facebook Lives, posting videos on social media, but you're not sure how to leverage them strategically for your business growth. And of course, today we have the pandemic that's affecting so many businesses. So maybe your business has been affected by COVID, and now you're looking for new ways to be able to grow and scale your business. So if this sounds like you, then you're in the right place, because I'm going to show you how to leverage social media to generate results. So in this presentation, here's what we're going to cover. I'm going to share with you my Smart Ads framework that has helped many of my coaching clients generate anywhere up to 3x to 10x their ROI, right? So their return on their ad spend. So for every dollar that they spend on advertising, they're receiving $3 to $20 back in the advertising. We're also going to show you how to create magnetic social media content. That's right, content that captures your audience attention so that you can generate results. We're going to talk about the type of ads you should be using to automate the sales process and grow your business. So many business owners are just not utilizing automation effectively when they're running the advertising. And of course, we know that right now, so many businesses are frustrated because the algorithm, Facebook is changing all the time. How do you beat the algorithm so that you don't spend a fortune on your Facebook advertising without any results? So we're going to be covering that today. All right, so I just want to kind of share with you some of the clients that I've worked with. You may be asking, well, Darian, why should I listen to you? Who are you? As I mentioned before, I own a company called Smart Growth Marketing. And over the past 6 years, I've been helping businesses, coaches, speakers, authors, trainers leverage social media, put the right systems in place to be able to generate more sales, qualified leads. And so I just want to highlight a few of my customers who I've worked with. Number one, we have Shalene Johnson, who is a fitness guru. Many of you have heard of her through things like Beachbody. She's one of the biggest fitness gurus across the United States. I've worked in this niche of the political arena, helping local politicians to get elected not just once, but twice. And then also working with individuals, public figures who are building massive platforms of millions and millions of people across the globe. And so I wanted to share this with you, not to impress you, but to just impress upon you that, I'm not someone who is just working with a small mom and pops. I've worked with a lot of big companies, big names, a lot of big figures who are spending millions of dollars in advertising. So I know what works, and I'm constantly in the trenches with my clients, tweaking, optimizing, and working on, advancing Facebook advertising to generate great results. So some of the same principles that I use with these clients, I'm going to share with you today. So you're going to get access to the information that typically most people are not privy to, so that you can start implementing these processes today in your business. So you may have heard a little bit of an accent, right? Yeah, I'm from the Caribbean. I'm not from Jamaica. I'm actually from Antigua. And in 1996, I received a full scholarship for track and field to come to the United States, and graduated in 2000, moved down to Orlando, Florida, and got straight into sales and marketing. Started my first company in 2004 and did my own marketing, direct response marketing in that business, built that company very successfully, and then eventually moved on into social media marketing. So that's kind of my brief history, without boring you with too many details about how I got started in this space. And I love what I do because I get to help individuals to share their message, inspire people who they're meant to serve in a very, very powerful way. So I help you to amplify your message on social media. Great stuff. So here's one of my clients that I recently helped. We put together an ad campaign for her where she was using a challenge, a Facebook challenge, a 5-day challenge to attract her audience. And I show you this case study because oftentimes People say, well, you generate leads or you generate results when things are going well, right? But we helped this client through the pandemic. She was actually going to cancel her launch, and we pushed through the launch and did the right things, the things I'm going to teach you today, to help her to generate results. So as you can see, we helped a client who was considering canceling her challenge generate over 1,500 new leads and enroll over 30 people into our high ticket program. So what I'm saying to you is that the principles not just only work during good times, they work regardless of what's happening in the marketplace. So if you apply the principles I'm going to teach you today, you're going to generate great success. Okay? Wonderful. So one of my favorite authors is Wallace Wattles. And here's what Wallace Wattles says. He says this. He said, people don't get what they want by doing certain things. They get what they want by doing certain things in a certain way. Now, I love this quote because it really relates to one of the biggest frustrations and challenges I see so many businesses, coaches, speakers, public figures are dealing with respect to social media marketing and Facebook advertising. They're not getting the results that they want, not because they're not doing certain things. They're posting, they're doing the Facebook lives, right? They're commenting, they're doing certain things. The problem is they're not doing these certain things in a certain order. So there's a strategy that's required to generate real success when it comes to Facebook advertising. If you don't have a great strategy, then no matter what tactical things that you're doing, you're not going to see great results. So we've put together what we call a SMART method, okay? And our SMART method, SMART actually stands for strategic message at the right time. So the overall certain way of doing things is to make sure that you have the right message communicating to the right audience at the right time. This is very, very critical because social media is not a sale platform or selling platform. It's a relationship platform. Okay. People are not going to social media looking to buy something. So the way you approach the market, the way you communicate to your audience, depending on what stage they're in, that's going to determine what kind of success that you have. And so when I talk about stage, I want to share with you something that's very critical and important for everyone to understand. Every buyer, all of us as consumers, we go through 3 different stages. It's called the 3 stages of the buyer's journey. We go through this journey, and the buyer's journey stipulates the stages or the process that a prospect goes through to become from a prospect to an actual sale. And so you really have to understand this. And this is why so many businesses are not having success, because they are communicating the wrong message to an audience at the wrong time. So let's go through the different stages. We have the first stage, which is called the awareness stage. The awareness stage is where people become aware of a problem that they're having. Okay. And once they become aware of a problem that they're having, then they go into the next stage, which is called consideration stage, right? They start to consider the options, right? So, and then last but not least, they go make a decision. And so imagine right now you are, going through life's journey, everything is going well, and all of a sudden your car breaks down. Now you become aware that there's a problem. Okay. And so you start to consider the options. And then of course, depending on what the severity of the breakdown is, you make a decision. So how does this relate to you for marketing? Well, in the awareness stage, you have to do what we call engagement. You have to connect with the audience in a certain way. And once you connect with them in a certain way, you want to move them into what we call the lead generation, the consideration option. And then you want to connect with them to make the sale. Now, at each one of these stages, there's a certain way that you want to engage. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about momentarily. So what I want to do is I want to introduce you to my 3-step SMART method. So step number 1 is you want to connect with your audience. There's a certain way that you want to connect with people on social media. You don't want to try to sell someone when you initially meet them. You want to connect with them. And there's certain things you can do to connect with your audience. The second thing is you want to capture that lead, right? So after you connect with them, then you want to move them into some sort of, database, and make them become a lead. And of course, then you want to convert those leads into sales. See, this is the process. This is a certain order in doing things. And if you have these orders mixed up, then you're going to have a hard time generating sales. And in many cases, if you do generate a sale, it's going to be very, very expensive. Okay. So by following this process and the examples I'm going to show with you shortly, you're going to lower your cost of your advertising on Facebook. and you're going to generate a lot more results. Okay. So step number one, you want to connect with your audience. You want to capture the lead. And then number three is you want to convert that lead to a sale. So let's go ahead and go through each step. Step number one is you want to connect with your audience. So what does that mean really? Okay. And this is the connection is all about connecting in the awareness stage. Remember, we talked about the buyer's journey. So you want to follow that stage. So stage number one is connect. You want to connect with your audience. So how do you do that effectively? Well, first of all, you want to ask yourself a couple of questions. No, is how do I get my audience's attention? All right. So how do you get their attention? And of course, next thing you want to know is what is their pain, their goal, and any challenge they're having. You need to know your audience. You know, audience research is critical in this process. Of course, we're not going through audience research in this presentation, but making sure that you spend the time to understand your audience and what's important to them. Okay, what situations are they going through? What struggles are they dealing with? What frustrations, what pains, what goals, what challenges are they having is going to be critical to be able to know how to connect with them. Okay, so in the first stage, it's all about building that connection. I want to share with you one of the most powerful ways you can do so to build a connection, and of course, then address the issues that's important to your audience. Remember, you know, your audience, the radio station that they're listening to is called WIIFM, right? You've probably heard this before. It's what's in it for me. So you want to make sure that your messaging is all about focusing on them. All right. So here's an example. I want to give you some case studies as I go through this process. So through the awareness phase, it's all about connection. Like I said, the first story is about connection. So one of the best ways to be able to connect with your audience is what we call through storytelling, right? You want to utilize your story to connect with your audience. In fact, one of my great coaches, Mr. Andy Henriquez, he says that you first want to connect before you sell. You will first want to connect before you sell. Because think about it. In social media, people buy from people they what? They know, they like, and they trust. Okay, so one of the ways to help them to get to know you and connect with you is by sharing your story. So here's an example of one of my clients I work with. He's a local physician and he works in the hormone and wellness industry. And when I met with this guy, I learned his story. I found out that the reason he got into this industry is because his wife went into menopause and it completely changed their relationship. And of course, her quality of life diminished significantly. And so they went on this journey to find a solution, and they had some challenges in finding something. And eventually they ran across a doctor who shared this procedure, and she went through the procedure and it radically changed her life. Her quality of life increased and their relationship got better. And he was an orthopedic surgeon at the time, was very successful for the past 25 years, but he decided to retrain, go back to school, and literally open up a hormone and wellness practice. And so that was a powerful, powerful story. And so we utilized that story and shared it on social media. This is a video here that we had him and his wife sit down and share this story. And we put that on social media to connect with so many other women who are struggling with the same thing, right? See, your story is the window and the opportunity to be able to highlight what's going on with other people. It's an opportunity to highlight the challenges that your audience is going through, right? And when the audience sees that you can relate and connect to their pain and their issues, guess what? It creates a bond and a connection that's really, really deep. And then they want to stay within your affiliation. And that's what you want. You want your audience to see you as someone who understands their pain, understands their challenges, and is someone who's gone through the process and have been able to generate some success. And so because we understand that, we share this video and we had so many people in the target audience love the video, share the video, connect with their story, share their story, and we had some great results from this video. So, of course, when it comes to connection, you always want to be relatable, right? If you think about relationship, what is the root word of relationship? It's to relate. So you want to be relatable, and the stories allow you to be relatable. And one of the specific things that you can do, you may be asking, well, Darian, I don't really have a story. I'm not sure what story I can share that's going to be impactful for my business. Well, here's one story that you can share. Why did you start your business? One of my favorite authors, Simon Sinek, says this. He says that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Right? People buy into your cause, your values, right? The reason why you're doing something. So by sharing your why video, it could be a 2 to 3 minute video, sharing why you started your business. What was the driver, the purpose of you getting started in your business? Or why does your business exist, right? To serve a bigger cause. Share that, because ultimately people are looking to connect with a purpose, a movement, a cause, right? That's bigger than themselves. And so the more you do that, the more you're relatable, the more you build connection, and ultimately the more you can generate results. So one of the things I suggest to my clients and I recommend to you is to keep a story bank, right? So you may start off with a why story, but it may be things that's happening in your organization that you can share as stories to tell on social media. Okay, so the more stories you're telling, the more connection you can build, the more relatability you are, and the more conversions you'll have to generate for sales. Okay, so very, very, very critical. Just want to share that with you. Now, so here's the other thing that you want to be doing in the awareness stage to capture attention. And one of the questions I said you should ask is, what is your audience's problem, right? What are they dealing with? And so one of the best ways to capture your audience is to speak to their problem, speak to their situation, make them understand that you get their problem. One of the biggest questions your audience is having relative to picking a vendor or solution is, does this particular brand, company, or public figure, do they understand my problem? Do they understand my unique problem? And so you demonstrate that by sharing content and information that speaks to that problem, okay? So you want to speak to your audience's what? Problems. You want to speak to their frustrations. You want to speak to their challenges, okay? And you want to speak to their desires. So problems and desires are going to be key for you to capture their attention. Once you are speaking to a problem or situation that your audience is having, they'll pay attention. So I want you guys to check this out. Here's another one of my clients, Mr. Andy Enriquez. He's a business storytelling coach. This guy helps people to craft their story in such a way that when they present their story, whether it be on the stage and videos or just doing podcasts, guess what? People connect with them. And not only connect with them, he crafts the story in a way that helps people to then convert to clients. So we basically took a couple of videos here. This is one video where we posted on Facebook and we ran as an ad. And here's what it says. If you consider yourself an influencer, speaker, coach, or entrepreneur, there are 3 powerful questions you need to be answering to increase your conversions, right? So that's a curiosity thing, right? If you want to increase your conversions, this is what we're saying, which is the goal or desire. There are 3 things you need to make sure you're great at answering. Okay, so here's a headline that says 3 questions you must answer to increase your sales conversion. So if you want to increase your sales conversion, then this is something that's going to capture your attention. Like, hey, what is this all about? Let me watch this. And so, of course, that you will do. So this is a video that we put out in the awareness stage to connect. We're not trying to sell. We're trying to connect. And that's the first stage of first step in making sure that you can convert qualified leads into sales. Of course, this is a different way in producing the video. We wrap the video here, and as you can see, increase your sales conversions by answering this one question. So we minimize this video from being 3 to now just doing one specific question, right? So we're able to repurpose the content in different ways. So just want to show you exactly what we did here relative to the video ads for this client. So that's what you want to do in step number 1. You want to make sure you're telling stories to connect with your audience, and you want to speak to your audience's problems, frustration, challenges, and desires. That is going to be very critical in the awareness phase to connect with your audience. Okay. So let's talk about step number 2. So now you've run this ad, your ad is out there. It's engaging with your audience. It's connecting with people. So what do we do next? All right. The goal now is to move those people to the next step. The next step is you want to convert them into a lead. And what do I mean by convert them into a lead? You want to get these people on some sort of database, right? You want to get them into your Facebook group. You want to get them into your email database. You want to get them on your text marketing campaign. So whatever your database process is, you want to convert those people into a lead. So let me show you some examples of what, of course, the same clients did where after they engage or connected with the audience in the awareness stage. So now when we talked about the buyer's journey, you have awareness, you have consideration. So now these people are in the consideration stage. So after so many people saw Dr. Carizella's video, we knew that many of them were going to ask about the solution. And so guess what we did? We produced an ebook, right? So an ebook is a piece of content that you would give away, you package and give away so that you can build trust and rapport and authority around a particular topic. Okay, so we want to make sure that people get additional information, because typically after people become aware of something, they start asking themselves some questions and they start to consider the solution, and they want to know more about what this particular solution is. So they want to be educated. They want to be informed. And so your job is to make sure in this particular stage, you're educating, you're informing, you're providing value to your audience so that they see you as, wow, this person is the authority. This person knows what he's talking about. This person has done great work, and maybe they're a potential person to help me solve my problem, right? So you have to demonstrate your expertise in this area. And one great way to do that is by providing value and generating leads. So as you can see, here's the ad that we produce, and we give away a free ebook, right? So in step number one, we went with stories. And all the people who were watching those videos, engaging with the first video, guess what we did? We then followed up with those people, and then we marketed this particular video, which is an ebook. And we said, hey, are you wondering if hormone therapy is right for you? Because we spoke about hormone therapy in the first video. And now we're telling them, hey, if you have questions about it, if you're wondering about it, then go ahead and download this free ebook, right? So what we're essentially trying to do is all the people who watch the video, we want to then find out which one of these people are really serious. Which of them really are having some issues in their life where they want to inquire about a potential solution. So, of course, they would see this video, and then they would click on the ad, and we would then we would have them download the ebook. We'll take them to a website or a landing page. Landing page is a one-page website where they would download this free ebook. And now we would capture them. They're now a lead. They're on our email database. And so this is how you generate qualified leads. Not just leads, but qualified leads, because these are people who have, of course, engaged with our first story video, and then now we're engaging with our second ad. And so if they're saying, hey, listen, I'm interested, that's a qualified lead, okay? So in this section right here, just giving you some tips. Number one, this is where people want to get questions answered, right? So you want to make sure that you know exactly what questions are people going to ask after they become aware of a problem, right? So that you can write ads specifically addressing their problem. Here's a resource that you can use. There's something called answerthepublic.com. It's a free resource. You go to it, you enter your keyword or your key term or your industry, and guess what? You're going to see a bunch of questions that people are asking relative to your solution or your product or your service. So it's a great resource that you can find some questions to potentially use in your ads, right? You can certainly look at Facebook and LinkedIn groups. Join the groups where your target audience is to see what questions people are asking, and that's a great tool area to research. Also, Google Suggest Tool. You just go to Google and type in Suggest Tool, and of course that's free, and you can find different keywords and also questions people are asking as well. So again, just to recap, you want to make sure that after you connect with them in the awareness stage, then you want to make sure you're answering questions, you're providing value, and you're building some additional content pieces to give away so that you can, of course, generate a lead. And last but not least, and I almost forgot this one, but this is critical, address beliefs. Oftentimes people have false beliefs or myths about a particular topic. In this section here, you certainly want to address their beliefs as well. By doing so, you help to answer questions and move people through the journey or the mindset that they may have that may be stopping them from moving forward. Very, very critical. Okay. All right. So here's another example from Andy Enriquez. So after they connect with us, watch that video about the 3 questions. Guess what we did? We created a free training, so additional training that they can opt in for. So they would see this video. We would follow up with this video to the first ad, and then we would put them into a database where they're now getting access to a free training to uncover the power of their story to increase sales, right? So in the first video, we talked about one of the questions you must answer is, who are you? You must answer that question, who are you? And so now in this stage, we're saying, listen, after they understand that one of the questions they need to answer is, who are you? Then of course, then you need to know, okay, how do I tell them who I am in a compelling way that I can connect with them? Well, it's through telling stories, right? So that's the strategic way we develop that process to move people into becoming a qualified lead. So of course, like I said, you can do ebooks, you can do free video trainings, you can do 5-day challenges like my client Tasha, checklists, reports, even webinars, right? Or a lot of people are using Zooms today, so you can do Zoom presentations. You can invite people to a Zoom presentation and have them sign up for that, and that's really powerful. So here's some additional transition offers. Of course, live events are very, very powerful. Today that we're not doing a lot of live events because of COVID, but doing virtual events are very, very powerful as well. So for Andy, we also do live stream events, live webinars that are very, very powerful as a way to get people to provide their information, their name and email address, and become a lead. And then, of course, we'll be able to follow up with them to generate results. Okay, so we talked about the stage number 1 is the awareness stage. You want to connect with your audience. Step number 2 is you want to then convert them to a lead. And stage number 3 is now you want to convert them to a sale. So now they're a lead. How do you then convert them to a sale? Okay, so the goal is to ultimately convert people to become a client, to become a patient, whatever industry you're in. And so that's what we're going to talk about now. Now, here's what you have to know. Ultimately, when someone initially connects with you in the awareness stage, then all of a sudden, you're addressing their problems. They're building that relationship with you. They are seeing that you're an authority in this space, okay? And they're aware of a solution. And they're saying, wow, this is a potential vendor, a person that I can connect with to solve my problem. But oftentimes, fear creeps in for people, right? We all have fear. And anytime we're at a stage of commitment or decision, we like to look to see, who else is out there that's using their service? Who else out there can provide to me evidence that if I move forward, there's not going to be any risk? That's the way that we think. So when it comes to making a commitment and in the decision stage, here's what you have to understand. Every customer is looking to validate their decision. Every customer is looking to lower the risk of their decision, which is why oftentimes when we're about to make a decision or purchase, we may ask a friend or ask for recommendations, things like that. We're looking to minimize the risk, okay? So in this stage, really it's about, number 1, of course, follow-up. We want to follow up with those who have become leads, okay? And we want to then address their objections. All right, so we want to create objection ads, additional questions they may have, things that may stop them from moving forward. Also, demonstrating if we have a program, giving them like a tour of the offer or program so that they can see behind the scenes what they're getting, so we can manage that expectation. That helps to lower risk as well. Providing case studies from our clients, right, or stories from our clients of how we've been helping them to go from a problem to a solution. And of course, details on our offer. So these are the different ways in the follow-up, right? If we have them on an email database, we send out emails. These are the type of content pieces that we can follow up with to generate, and lower the anxiety or lower the fear of them making a commitment, and then, incentivizing them to move forward. So all these different content pieces, guess what? You can turn them into ads, right? And of course, guarantees as well. All these things can be inside of an ad, right? These are all the different types of messaging that you can have, but these are all different ways you can utilize the ads to be able to move them to a sale. Okay, so here's an example from Dr. Carizella. This is an ad, a testimony ad we put together for him to follow up with those people who have opted in or have requested the free report. We want to provide them with evidence to showcase, listen, it's safe for you to give us a call and schedule an appointment because here's other people who've gone through the program and they've had great results, and we know we can help you as well. So that lowers the risk and people feel comfortable with calling to schedule an appointment, right? So here's a little bit of a carousel ad. This is an ad that shows multiple images inside of the one ad. And this is an ad for Andy Enriquez that we use to showcase that other people were signing up for his program. So as people seen other people sign up for the program, it helps to reassure them that, wow, okay, it's safe to go ahead and do so, right? So in the decision stage, your goal is to be able to validate the offer. The goal is to be able to validate their decision and to make them feel safe so they can move forward. Okay, so you answer their objections. You can tour your program, right? Do videos where you can tour their program. Case studies are huge. Stories, testimonials are going to be huge in this stage for you to generate the results. Okay, so this is part of the process of closing the sale. All right. So one other thing is doing things like repurposing. Okay. So a lot of times, you may be using Zooms, or there's a software called StreamYard now that a lot of people are using, right? Where they can interview people on Facebook, doing Facebook Lives. So you want to take those pieces of content and repurpose them. What if, if you're having a tough time getting testimonies from your client, what if you jumped on a Zoom call or maybe a StreamYard call with a client and just had a conversation about the transformation they received from working with you or buying your product or your service, right? Because again, people are looking to validate their decision. So you can showcase through a conversation that, wow, look, here's all these people that's generating results. So it's a very effective way to bring a very authentic and raw and transparent way of sharing someone's experience about your product or your service or your program in a way that helps to validate their decision and move them to the next step. Okay. So very, very powerful. And this is what we did for client Tasha and helped her, of course, like I said before, generate, over 1,500 leads that ultimately converted 30 people into a program at $5,000 per sale. Very, very powerful. It was a 6-figure launch. And so I was very, very proud of that. So by following these steps, you're going to be able to generate that same result. I'm sure by now you're seeing that you may not have been following these particular steps effectively. Maybe you're following the steps, or maybe you have not been adding the components to the steps that's going to help you to generate results. Okay. So just want to share with you what happened with Dr. Carazella's campaign. We were able to increase his revenues by 25% in 90 days. By implementing the strategy that I showed you, we increased his revenues by 25%. It was so effective that even from the first ad, which is not very typical, but because you use stories and because you built in inner relatability, we had people inquiring about scheduling calls with him from the first ad, right? So we moved them from, of course, the story ad to the free ebook and then ultimately to the testimonial. So it generated a 25% increase in revenues in 9 days. Andy Enriquez, we were able to help him to 20x his ad spend on the first campaign that we ran for him. So we spent less than $1,000 and generated over $20,000 in sales. So as you know, he has an amazing smile. He was definitely smiling that day, right? So you also can smile all the way to the bank by implementing this particular process and making sure that you are following the steps that I just outlined. Step number 1 is to make sure that you're connecting. Step number 2 is convert those connections into a lead by providing additional value and addressing your prospect's concern. And number 3 is validating their decision. Okay. Social proof validates their decision and making sure that you have guarantees and offers and answer their objections. So these are the results of the campaign. And I just wanted to share with you how clients are getting results by utilizing Facebook advertising. And if you're not getting results right now, then you certainly want to make sure you're implementing the process. So let's just recap. So number 1, you want to capture your audience attention. Very, very important. You do that by telling stories and making sure that you're addressing your clients' questions or concerns, and of course their problems that they're having. You build trust and authority by addressing the questions and concerns, and then you want to enroll them into the next step by showcasing your results, right? Ultimately, results sell. Results convert, and that's what you want to do. You want to always be documenting your results, and you want to be showcasing those results. Okay, so I want to thank you for watching this presentation today. And if you got some great value and like to go deep dive with me, I want to invite you to join me in my free Facebook group. It's called Profitable Ads Academy. Okay, maybe you have some specific questions and you wanted to, learn more about how to build very effective ads on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and LinkedIn. I go deep dive in the group where I talk about, some of these specific things, what's working now, best practices. All you have to do is to go to Facebook and type in Profitable Ads Academy. Go ahead and join the group, and we'll accept you into the group. And I look forward to seeing you and helping you to grow and scale your business, help you generate more quality leads, and ultimately generate more sales for your business. Thank you so much, and have an amazing, 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 amazing day. Take care.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. My name is Chris, and I'll be going over using SEO for maximum marketing results on Google. So it's the Comeback Champion Summit. So make sure whenever you're posting this on social media, any tips you get, use these 2 hashtags. Either one is good. Today is my January 1st or Comeback Champion Summit. So definitely post the tips that you get and tag me in it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever social media platforms you're using. All right, let's get started. So a little bit of background about myself is I worked at Google as a marketing specialist where we've presented to small business owners across the country and some larger corporations on how to actually grow online. Because back years ago, many businesses automatically thought that it takes tens of thousands of dollars to just get online to have a website. So what we did was we went around the country. It was a team of us, and we just went around and talked to small business owners through workshops on how to really get online, how to get on the Google Map. Eventually started my own business and wrote a book called Digital Marketing for Results. And now this is what I do. I help organizations, corporations, small businesses with setting up their marketing campaigns. And I got certified in Google Analytics and definitely help with SEO. So let's go ahead and get started. So first, I want to talk about the fact that when it comes to Google and the search engines, you have to be ready. So what I'm saying is you can't go on your site right now and make some changes or hire somebody and expect for you to get major results tomorrow. That's not how it works. So as we all know now that things can change pretty quickly in the economy, and you don't want to wait till there's a huge change before you start making these different activities work for you. So you want to make sure you're ready. So all the tips that we talk about right now, make sure you try to implement it or get someone to implement it for you, your webmaster or purge marketing person, consultant, or whatever you want to do, to implement as soon as possible, because the sooner you implement it, the sooner you're going to get those results down the line. You'll be surprised. If you work on your site today, you'll get those results later, but once you get those results, it's really beneficial to your business. So first thing when it comes to Google, you got to think about the fact that it's not just Google that's a search engine. We use search engines all day, every day. Instagram is search engine because we're searching for hashtags sometimes. Facebook is search engine because we're searching for people's names, news, articles, and other items as well. LinkedIn is a search engine because we might be searching for people to hire, right? Twitter is search engine because we might be searching for news as well. So you want to keep that in mind. So the tips that we talk about today are going to be used not only for your website, but you can use these for your social media presence as well. All right, so keep that in mind. So Instagram, make sure you have call to actions. Make sure your timing is good when you're posting. You know, you want to post when people are usually online. Maybe this is lunchtime or this is in the evenings times. And remember, when it comes to searching, you want to be searchable. That's the idea with this presentation is you want to make sure you are searchable online and searchable on Instagram. So one way to become searchable is through the hashtags. All right, so here's the article. So you want to think about whenever you're posting on Instagram, use a good amount of hashtags. I always recommend 20 to 30 hashtags because that helps you reach so many different types of people. Let's say, for instance, you have a flower shop business, and this flower shop is based in Houston, Texas, in the United States. If you were to just post a picture of a flower and put hashtag flower on your picture, guess what? It's going to be drowned out by all these other pictures of flowers because it's been used millions of times in the past weeks or so. So it's definitely not a good idea to just only use that one hashtag. So you want to use a good amount. So instead of just putting hashtag, you want to put hashtag flower shop, hashtag Texas flower shop, hashtag Texas flower shops in downtown. So any amount of hashtags that's a little bit better that can reach different people, because different people can be searching for different things. I always mention how when I go to a different city, if I need a haircut, I type in that city's name, like for example, Memphis, and I put the word barber next to it. So hashtag Memphis barber. And that brings up so many different barbers that I can choose from. And so that gives you an idea of how many people are really using this to their advantage these days, just by making sure they are searchable online. So one tool you can use is a website, allhashtags.org. And so what you can do is use this so that you can figure out what are the popular hashtags. So if you were to type in the word public speaking, right, it's going to give you the top 30 hashtags for public speaking. So the top 30 hashtags. And then on the right-hand side, you can see whenever you're posting, you can see on Instagram if people are actually following you, are people actually clicking on your website, are people actually going to your profile to actually visit. So all those are crucial to understand when it comes to searching online. But why? So you want to make sure that you think about why would somebody click on your website? Why would somebody click on your link? So you got to give people a reason. So whether you come up on Google or whether you're coming up on social media, give people a reason to click. So that means having an enticing headline, enticing content when people take a look at your content before they even click. So that's the idea. Even if you're doing advertisements, before people click on your advertisement, you have to have an engaging message. So that's what you want to consider, having an engaging message before people even click. One thing you want to think about is content. So the content is crucial because the content is going to be what makes people go to your site and also take advantage of your services, and also have a call to action. Also have a call to action that's going to get people to actually click over. So let's go into detail and talk about the different services and the different type of content you can promote online. All right, so when it comes to content, first thing to think about it, is your site loading fast? Is your site mobile friendly? All of these are really important things to consider, because if people were to go to your site and it takes 45 seconds to load, guess what? They're easily going to go to another person's site, another competitor's site. So you want to make sure that you are able to have a site that's easy to navigate on the mobile devices, and it comes up faster. One of my companies I worked for in the past, we found out that many of their website visitors were using Internet Explorer, and we all thought that they were using Chrome the whole time. So it turns out that the people that come from Internet Explorer don't have a good experience. So knowing this information is crucial. So this site right here, testmysite.thinkwithgoogle.com, it will let you know the speed of your website and what is working, what's the best thing to do to make changes and to increase your web presence. So really useful content here. All right, when you get your websites up and running, or if you already have a website, make sure you have call to actions on there. All right, so let's take a look at this. We have number 1 is a good headline, right? Number 4, you got the testimonials. Number 5, you got the call to action. But look at number 9. So number 9, this is what you're going to think about is, are people able to see everything before they start scrolling? That's what you got to consider. Are they able to see the testimonials? Are they able to see the call to action? Are they able to understand your services? Because you want to have all the important information above the fold. Because guess what? As nice as your website is, not everybody's going to go and look at the entire website. That's something that we just got to understand right now. So something to definitely consider. Okay. So let's look at the search engine. So we talked a little bit about the content. So now let's talk about the actual search engines. So how people search online. So 4 billion searches, 97% look online before a purchase, and more people click on their organic results. So what does that mean for you? That means that you need to be on the first page to take advantage of some of this traffic, because before people make a purchase, whether it's in person or online, they're looking at Google to see the reviews, to see what's going on. All right. Also, even if you do advertisements, you're not going to get as much results from ads as you do from ranking high organically, because people trust organic results a little bit more. All right, so keep that in mind. So one of the key factors when it comes to search optimization and SEO is local versus national. So the first step I always tell people is choose a list of like 5 keyword phrases that you want to rank high for. Maybe this is a leadership speaker in Georgia, or maybe this is Italian restaurants in Houston, or maybe this is basketball shoes, which is a national keyword. Either way, local versus national plays a big role, because if you're just targeting local, you're going to have less competition. If you're targeting national, of course, you're going to have a lot more competition, right? So this tool is called Google Trends, and it'll let you know what is the more popular keywords. So I typed in leadership expert here on the left, I typed in leadership speaker, and guess what? Looks like leadership expert, they're pretty much the same, but leadership speaker is a little bit popular overall. But these are trends. So you want to go here and look at what are the current trends in your industry, what are people typing in right now, and what can you do to capitalize off of those trends. So remember, start off with 5 keyword phrases, local or national, depending on what you want to do. And then that's when you want to think about targeting some of those keywords on your website. All right, so another example, online marketing versus digital marketing. I found out that, of course, digital marketing is more popular. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure in my content, in my proposals, in my websites, I'm going to make sure that I am able to put those words in there, because my audience is going to connect with that more than online marketing. So I'm going to put digital marketing more often, right? So even when I wrote my book, I was thinking about, okay, how can I make a phrase or a name of the book that people understand and know about? So remember, look at this. Think about the headline when it comes to your rankings. So when you go to Google, you see the headline. All right, so this is called the title tag. Same thing with LinkedIn. All right, so this person, Karen, has leadership coach, author, speaker, attorney. So that's their headline or title tag, right? So the title tag is one of the most important areas when it comes to search optimization in your website. So that's where you want to put your number 1, number 2 keywords that you want to rank for. All right, so you want to put that in your title tag. And there's so many tools out there. Definitely email me if you want to know the tools, or if you need some tips. But it's definitely useful to put the most important keywords in your headline. So more. What I mean by that is more pages, more links, more keywords. People ask me all the time, like, hey, Chris, do I need to put more pages on my site to rank higher, or do I need to write blog posts, or what do I do? When it comes to Google search engines, more is always better. I know you hear less is more, but when it comes to ranking high on Google, more is better. More of everything. All right. So when it comes to your pages, put more pages on there. Put more services. You know, if you have a speaking topic or any type of business topic that you have, or any type of business services, put more pages to go into more detail about those services. That's going to help you rank more. If you have articles that you've been mentioning, link to those articles, put a link on your website to those articles. Create a separate page and put links. If you have 5 keyword phrases that you want to rank for, guess what? Think about more keyword phrases that you want to rank for, and then make sure you're mentioning those keyword phrases in your bio, in your about section, and all of your content as well. All right, so we talked a little about the SEO, the keywords, but what about the links? So people know about links, but how does it work? So whenever you go to my website, you're going to see my content about section, but guess what? I'm also going to link to another page of my website. So I said speaker at Google sponsored events. I'm linking to another page of my website. So you want to make sure you have links. So internal links and external links, meaning that if somebody mentions you on the web, you can just easily email them and say, hey, can you put a link to my website? That'll be really useful for me. And then go from there. So definitely something to consider when it comes to linking. And notice this is actually a really good tip here. It's something called anchor text. So anchor text is the words that are on top of a link. So words that are on top of a link. So look, I said speaker at Google sponsored events. That tells Google that I want to rank high when people type in the word speaker at Google sponsored events. So quick tip for you there. So competition research. So competition research, which is really important. All right, I consider it one of the most important. And the good thing about internet marketing and online marketing is the simple fact that there's so many different types of ways to understand your competition, like never before. Like there's so much. I remember one of the churches I did some work for, we were able to rank them on the first page of Google for the keyword San Antonio church because a lot of the mega churches were not doing any of the new tactics that I'm talking about today. These churches had 5,000 members. That church that I marked for only had 100 members, but we're still be able to be on the first page. So let's look at this. So what I mentioned earlier, so go to somebody that's mentioned your name or your business name and ask them, hey, can you put a link on your website? And that's what I did here. So I went to this person, I did a keynote for these people. And so I said, hey, can you put a link to my website? And it was no problem because they're already talking about the brand. So there's no big deal. And remember, you also got the image searches too that could be important. So images are important as well. So when people type in words, you want to come up first when it comes to the images. So think of that. So what you're going to do is whenever you upload content, make sure that you change the name of the image. Instead of the name of the image being image.jpg, you can change to flowershop.jpg. All right. So remember, tag, use the hashtags, posting the tips that you learned today on social media. So now let's think about tracking results. So tracking the actual results. So what we're going to think about is all the stuff that we're doing, how do you get to know if you're doing a good job? All right, so I use Google Analytics. So Google Analytics is a really useful tool. So I recommend it for anyone that has a website. Many people have it, but they don't look into it. I do 3-day presentations on this tool. So that gives you an idea on how detailed this can be. So first you want to think about identifying the key performance. All right, so it gives you ideas on what, why, and how, and then optimization techniques. And the key is the last one right there, number 4. Not just looking at the data, but making sure you're taking action on the data and optimizing afterwards. So a couple of things we can look at. You can look at the location right here. So on the location, it tells you what country people are coming from, what city, what state. So that gives you an idea of where you want to continue putting your marketing dollars, where you want to continue putting your efforts. Right here, we have a section called secondary dimension. So if we click on secondary dimension up there on the tab, the drop down, and guess what? We can click on the term exit page. And what you're going to notice is that you can see what the last page people saw was of your website, which is important because you want to make sure you're going in and checking out that website to make sure it looks good and that maybe there needs to be more call to action or maybe there needs to be more edits. Just in general, making sure that you realize what are people doing when they get to your sites. All right, so for example, last page from here, so people from Texas, the last page they saw was the speaker reviews or the contact form, which is good because we want them to go to the contact form, right? So definitely. Visits, so where are your visits coming from? So here we have, they're coming from direct, they're coming from people that have your link on their website, referral, they're coming from Google organic, social media, paid search, right? So that's where you want to look into that. What do they use? Do they use a desktop, mobile, or tablet? which is important because if people are using tablets more often, guess what? You want to make sure your site looks good on that tablet that they're using. So make sure you're checking the browsers, not just the browser you use, but the other browsers as well. So look at these devices: Apple iPhone, Apple iPhone 8 Plus, Apple iPhone X. And not only can they see what type of phone they're using, they can also see if people are standing up or sitting down when they're on their phone. Just kidding. They can't check out that yet, but you never know, one day, right? Social media visits. So if they come from social media, what are they doing? All right, so what are they doing? So are they when they come from Instagram, are they clicking on your website? But more importantly, if you're putting all this effort into Twitter and you're not seeing that traffic from Twitter, guess what? That tells you you might need to slow down on Twitter and put your efforts somewhere else where you're actually getting the results. All right, so we have social media visits. So for example, people come from Instagram, then they go to the one page over here, the home page, and then the red means they drop off. All right, red means they drop off. So again, if you find out people are dropping off too early in your funnel, guess what? You want to make sure that you can fix those pages. And we also have reports. So reports are really important because it'll tell you what's been going on. It'll tell you if you're doing well or not. So you can even compare to the previous period, previous quarter, which can be really helpful too. And then that can be beneficial to your team or to whoever's doing your website. Because here we see Google Organics coming through, we have Facebook, we have new visitors. And the good thing about these reports is it's simple to use, and guess what? You can automatically download these reports. And then from there, you're able to see the reports on a weekly basis, daily basis, or even a monthly basis. So it's really up to you how you want to use it. Right. So that was the session. So we went over so much information. So as a recap, think about this. Think about more pages, more links, more keywords. All right, more content in general. So the more you do this, the better and easier your life is going to be when it comes to Google. So also think about whenever you make these edits, make sure you understand your rankings. So after you end up having a list of 5 keyword phrases that you want to rank for on Google, every month you want to check and see if you're on the page. Are you on page 1? Are you on page 2? Are you on page 3? All right, which one is actually getting you the results that you are you're looking forward to? And then you want to think about how can you link? How can you link to people that have mentioned your brand? How can you link to people that have wrote an article about you? So I'm pretty sure people that are on this call, they probably got mentioned somewhere, right? They probably, or maybe it's a new business, new brand. Maybe you haven't mentioned, but in the future, whenever you do get mentioned, think about asking them to put a link on your site. Also, when it comes to the ranking high on Google, is think about image searches. Remember, image searches are really important. Remember that you want to make sure that whenever you upload the images, go ahead and edit that file name so you can rank a little higher. And then lastly, you want to think about the tracking. So track all the content that you end up doing. So track where the traffic's coming from, if it's from Google, if it's from Yahoo, if it's from Bing. And also, when are they getting to your site and what are they doing when they get on your site? What pages are they going to? All that is extremely important to your brand, and then it'll really help you to grow online. Right. And lastly, overall, just make sure that you are making your sites more friendly to the mobile devices. And then when people get to your site, they automatically understand what's going on. They automatically understand what you're doing, what your services are, and everything else. So again, post on social media about what you thought of the session. Make sure you use the hashtags, and also contact if you want to be added to email lists, or if you want to ask any questions about what we discussed. All right, so ask any questions. Digital Marketing Results Book is available, marketingresultsbook.com if you want a signed copy. And so, again, look forward to hearing about your successes when it comes to Google and how you have been able to be active online and get those rankings. And by the way, remember that this stuff takes time, but being ready is the key. So being ready is the key. All right, y'all have a good one and take it easy.
Hi, my name is Farhana Cannon, and I'm a global social media and brand expert and the founder of iMedia Exposure. I want to thank you so much for logging in. I help brands attract and convert their perfect client online and on Instagram. Today, we're going to go over my 5 steps on how to attract and convert your perfect customer online. I am going to share with you some examples and some tips so that you can start getting more leads and more sales. I started iMedia Exposure 10 years ago. I was working with several brands doing event marketing and experiential marketing. And what I realized is that these brands weren't taking full advantage of social media to really connect with their customers and their potential customers beforehand or afterwards, or really spreading the word about their events or their new product launches. I've spoken all over the world at events for the Federal Reserve Bank, for Power Team International, the Small Business Expo, and I've been on several podcasts as well as virtual events. I started speaking not because I loved being in the public eye, but because I really wanted to support businesses in growing their brands online. And I found that social media was the perfect way to do it. It was less costly than traditional marketing, and it gives you the ability to really connect with your perfect customer. I've worked with brands that are large companies and large organizations, such as the Board of Tourism for Barbados, National Petroleum, as well as some smaller brands. I work with fashion brands, and I've worked with food and beverage, and a lot of my clients are coaches, business coaches, and authors and speakers. In this presentation, I'm going to talk to you a lot about brand and what that means. It can be a personal brand or a business brand. It can be an individual, or it can be large teams. A brand is, but saying by Seth Godin, a set of expectations, memories, stories, and relationships that taken together account for a consumer's decision to choose one product or service over another. So just think of some of the brands that you do business with or that you buy from. Now think about Apple or Nike, 2 huge brands. You know exactly what to expect from those companies and what to expect from their products. You understand their slogans and kind of their overall vibe. And you can see a congruent message throughout all of their ad campaigns, throughout all of their social media, and throughout all of their marketing and branding. So why do you believe that people fail at social media marketing? Everyone's out there on the internet. When I first started my business 10 years ago, it was me convincing people that they needed to utilize social media to grow their business. Now, I don't actually have to, convince anyone. We all know that you need to be on social media to actually have a greater impact online. So some of the reasons that I've found is that, 1, people don't have an effective marketing plan. They don't really necessarily have a content calendar or a strategy on how they're going to post and what they're going to post. 2, people aren't consistently posting quality content. So they're kind of just haphazardly posting. They don't really take into account the community they're trying to connect with or the brand messaging that they want to have come across. And 3, they are just really not creating a sales and marketing funnel to capture the leads. So some of the challenges for social media marketers is that measuring return on investment. And so this can be a variety of different things. Maybe it's follower growth, maybe it's sales on your site, maybe it's signups for your ebook or your freebie, maybe it is appointments to speak to one of your sales reps or to book an appointment with yourself. 2, people don't understand the cross-channel social success. So that means that all of the different social media platforms have different target demographics as well as different strategies that you can employ to get the best effects from them. Also, you want to develop a strategy to support your business goals. So are you looking to just get more followers? Are you looking to get people into your pipeline, your sales and marketing funnel, getting more emails, more text numbers? You really want to have clearly defined goals for each week and each month, and then put together the steps that you're going to do to get each one of these goals accomplished. You also want to determine what you're going to post beforehand. So what hashtags you're going to use, what places you're going to tag, all of that kind of stuff. And you also want to secure a budget. So social media marketing is definitely a full-time job. And so if you have the time to do it, great. If you're great at it, awesome. But if you're not, you're going to want to hire maybe somebody on your team or an outside company like mine at iMedia Exposure. You also want to consider doing ad campaigns, influencer marketing, and things like that so that you get a greater reach. I love to help businesses grow, and I want to offer you all a free strategy session. It's bit.ly/yourstrategy20, and you can set up a call directly with me. And we're going to go over all of the things that you should be doing on your social media, what you're doing right, and some tips on like strategies that you wouldn't necessarily think of. I share these photos of me running marathons. So I've completed 3 marathons so far. And I share this not because I feel like I'm some stellar athlete, but because it takes a plan and a strategy to cross that finish line of a marathon. It also takes a mindset and perseverance to get across that finish line. There's a couple of things that are kind of translatable to a business. You're not going to have instant success overnight. You're going to need to create your plan, create goals, and work that plan. You're going to need to hire coaches and get the information you need so that you can cross that finish line feeling good. And I make sure that my clients cross that finish line and we accomplish their goals and we do not ever give up. Because finishing a marathon is hard, and feeling good finishing a marathon is harder. So we want to make sure that you're working your business plan and you're really growing your business and accomplishing all those goals, feeling great and not overwhelmed and stressed out. So my number 1 tip is that you want to have a digital marketing plan. Just like in the marathon, you want to make sure that you have a plan, you have your goals set out, and you're working your plan. Some of the top goals for social marketers is increasing brand awareness. So it may not just be getting more likes or more follows or more sales leads. It may just be staying top of mind for your customers. And it takes 7 to 12 touch points for a customer or a person to decide to do business with a brand. Can you imagine? Think about any brands that you have worked with or that you've bought from. You have had to have seen them, done research on them, been referred to them for you to make the decision to do business with them. Think of the bigger brands. We have had so many touch points with all these bigger brands, Tesla, Disney, all of these companies. We keep seeing them and they've built their reputation. We know what we're going to get from those brands, and then we can do tons of research to make a decision if we want to purchase from them. We also want to make sure we're getting sales and lead generation. So how do you take people off of social media and onto your website, onto your sales pages, things like that, so that you're capturing data? Maybe it's inviting them to an event and getting them to go there. You also want to increase community engagement. So social media should be social, and you want to build relationships with people. You don't want it just to be, a constant sales machine. You want to use the 80-20 rule. So 80% really great expert information to position your brand, sharing all of its benefits and all of the problems it solves, as well as the community and attributes that you want people to resonate with. And then build those relationships and communicate with your customers and your potential customers, going in and finding them as well. I really like using Instagram because you have the greatest opportunity to find and understand that exact perfect customer and engage with them. You also want to grow your brand's audience because obviously social media has an algorithm, and the more people see your pages, the more people like and comment and interact, the more people see it. You also want to increase your web traffic. So web traffic, of course, you have to give people a reason to go off of the social media platform that they're scrolling through for something. So I like to offer a really great value, a freebie, something great that they're going to want to sign up for so that they are leaving social media to go to your websites. Number 2, it's all about the narrative. And so this is my slogan here at iMedia Exposure, and I really love this because this means it's the brand story that you're creating. What is the vibe, the personas that you're trying to connect with, the whole essence of your brand story. And it's not a fake narrative, it's a narrative that's showcasing the different elements of your brands. You want to think about what your brand vision is, your brand mission, your brand values, and the relationship that you want to have with your customer. Your brand values is something that isn't necessarily tangible, but it's something that people can count on you for. At iMedia Exposure, we really love to showcase creativity, forward thinking, sophistication, fashion, trendy. There's so many different adjectives. So think about the adjectives and the core values that you really want to showcase. We help brands really achieve their dreams by growing their businesses and thinking of creative strategies to connect with their perfect client. So what are the brand values that you really want to showcase? We really believe in integrity and authenticity and really showing that core messaging and really connecting with people in a real way. So that's the relationships that we're creating online. You also want to think about the aesthetics. So I create brand boards for all my clients, and this might just look like a pretty photo, but what we do is we really think about the target demographics and what colors are appropriate for that target demographic, for the essence that we want to create. We want to think about the style and the aesthetic. So you can use different colors on your social media, and of course, I'm sure some of you have seen, different brands on social media using the same filters or the same colors, and you definitely don't have to do that. If you take a look at iMedia Exposure on Instagram, you see that we fade through different colors. We showcase, different styles, but it's all kind of the same vibe and aesthetic, but we use different colors to showcase that. Right here is our iMedia Exposure brand board. And so when I say words like sophistication, fashion forward, creativity, you kind of get that vibe. Here's another brand board, and this is a company that helps buy and sell companies. And so they really wanted to showcase professionalism, sophistication, classic. And so we create these. So you have your colors that you're going to use for any of your branding, your marketing materials, things like that, your logos. And then there's a style and an aesthetic. So as you see, this is a very different aesthetic than the one I showed you before. And so we probably would not use the same kinds of things. Obviously, one's more masculine, one's more feminine. And so when we're creating things on social media or finding imagery or doing photo shoots with our clients, we have a very different setup. Here's another brand board, and this is, elevation and femininity and creativity and calmness and things like that. And so you really want to think about what your brand board is, what colors you're using, and having a very clear and consistent message. You can see certain companies and certain brands that have these in place, these brand aesthetics, and their strategies and their imagery that they're choosing really has a flow to it. Whereas some other brands that may not have a strategy or an aesthetic they're kind of all over the place. And especially on Instagram, you want to be visually appealing and not all over the place. Because people will follow a brand because they have heard of you before. But if they haven't, they'll follow you because you're sharing great tips, expert advice, but also because of the brand aesthetic. And like I said before, you don't have to use the same colors all the time. This is some of the 9 blocks. So I create 9 blocks of color stories, and we fade into other stories. And we share different kinds of things. So there's pictures of our clients. So if you look on the top left, in the middle, there's a testimonial from a client. There's a couple of photos of me on the computer, some imagery, but it all kind of has a beautiful feel to it. Then you look at the middle. In the very middle, it has 5 tips to attract and convert your perfect clients on social media. And so that's what we talk about. We have a testimonial, we have a travel photo, because we know our customer likes aesthetics, creativity, traveling, they're fashionable. And the bottom, we have Reina Valentina, my fashion brand. On the middle, the left is one of our clients, and it's a 9 block that we created for them. On the right, we have some different imagery. We have some team members, things like that. So think about how you can showcase your brand and your style, and it doesn't have to be the same colors. But you can tell that even though this isn't the same colors, it's still kind of the same vibe and the same kind of fashion trends. This is one of our clients, and as you can see, it's kind of all over the place. There's lots of words and things are cut off. Pictures are pixelated, fonts are all different, and it kind of looks like a mess. You don't necessarily really know what it is. You kind of know what it is, but if you saw this, you probably wouldn't follow it because it's not visually appealing. Now, this is what we changed this company to look like. Now you get it. There's brunch, there's craft beers, there's people having food. You really kind of understand the vibe, and you probably might want to eat some things on this page now, and you might want to follow it because it looks aesthetically pleasing. And like with this process, when we started working with them, they increased their monthly income by 3 times. So just because we stayed on top of mind and people were seeing things that they wanted, and so that they were actually showing up because they're like, oh, hey, that looks really delicious. I want that. Here's another one of our clients, and you know, it's not terrible. It's not really messy like the first one I showed you, but it's kind of, you know, we don't necessarily know exactly what it is. Here, like I said, we do these color stories. So we did color stories, and this brand is a fashion stylist in LA, and she helps people pick their brand colors as well as their personal colors to really showcase their personal style and their essence, and things in colors that actually look good on them. And so here you really see that we focus on color. We focus on colors of fashion and pinks and bedding and menswear. So we really, in cars and handbags, so we showcase all of these different things about color, and you really see the strong essence. We took the fall trends of the time, and we really worked different examples to showcase different types of things that you could do with these different colors. Here's another brand, and I like this. We started off brand new, and on the bottom left, we kind of did this unraveling of this restaurant. And in this unraveling, you know, when you're first starting off your page, you might not have a ton of imagery, and you may want to do an unraveling. So if you look at the 9 block on the bottom, we showcased the unfolding of the restaurant. You know, generally restaurants will block up their windows, and so when they're doing the construction inside, you can't really see in. And so that's the case with this place. And we unraveled on social media the sneak peek of this. And then of course, when they were growing and actually having their food, we took beautiful food photography and incorporated some imagery that kind of just went with the style. Number 3, you want to connect with your people. So you want to make sure clearly who your target demographic is. I like to say there's 5 kinds of core people. You know, I work with so many different people and they're like, oh yeah, anybody can be my client. And that's completely true. Anybody can be your client. But we have specific people that would be more prone to do business with you. And so you want to be really clear about that. I look at 5 personas, or your 5 target demographics. Number 1 being that perfect person. If you could have a million of these exact same people, that would be great. Then number 2 would be, you know, the second person that may not have all of the exact criteria. And then, you know, your 3rd, 4th, and 5th can be a different variation. So your 3rd could be somebody that's very niche. Your 4th could be partnerships or affiliates. Your 5th could be influencers that you work with. It's really who you want to target. So when you're being very specific about these, you want to talk about, you know, standard statistics, like standard demographics. Are they female? Are they male? What their age group is, where they live, income level, job positions. But also on Instagram, you want to think about what other pages do they like? What hashtags do they follow? Where do you find them? On Facebook, what groups do they hang out with? Where are you going to really connect with them? What other things do they like? So you don't always need to just post everything just about your business or your products. You can post things about what they might like. So like I showed you our couple of 9 blocks for iMedia Exposure, where we showcase travel and books and different things, because we know that that's what kinds of things our clients are interested in. So this is kind of like a little breakdown. So who are they? What's their buying potential? You know, what is their value? Where are they location-wise? How do they interact? Do they prefer text messaging, DMs, you know, emails? You know, what do they say? How do they respond? You know, you want to really figure out all of this in a broad sense and then get really detailed with it. And then you want to target these specific different market segments. Are you going to be doing ad campaigns? Are you going to be interacting with them by finding locations or different brands or hashtags that they're using? You want to design products and services that are going to meet the needs for these particular clients. And maybe you want to figure out what freebies are going to be of interest of each one of these target demographics. And maybe all of them will want the same offer. But you can also create different sales and marketing funnels and different freebie offers for your different market segments. 4, you want to create quality, consistent content. So like I said before, social media has an algorithm, and if you don't post daily, you kind of fall off and people don't necessarily see you as much. You want to stay consistent and create your content in advance. You want to create a content calendar. You can use various different tools. I really like using Planoly. If you see at the bottom right, there is a link there for a referral code where you'll get a discount if you want to try Planoly. It's free to try, and then there's different paid versions as well. So with Planoly, you can set up your content calendar on there. You can drop in your photos. You can schedule out your stories and move around the photos so that they look visually appealing. You can use other tools too. So in my team, we use Asana because we have a couple of different people on our team and our clients. And so we use that for our tasks as well as for our social media posts. And so we'll put on our content calendar, we will put what kinds of posts we're going to use, what products we're going to be promoting, what events we're going to be promoting, if we're going to be doing live casts, email blasts, newsletters, blog posts. We add that all on there if there's any quirky holidays. So you'd be surprised. There's so many crazy quirky holidays like National Hamburger Day, National Milkshake Day, National Tequila Day. There's so many different quirky holidays that you can incorporate, because if you know that maybe it's National Hunger Day and World Hunger Day or National Yoga Day. And if you know that your target demographic likes any of these different topics, you might want to create a post and utilize that hashtag, because generally people that are interested in those hashtags may be searching them and may come across your brand by chance. You'd be surprised and you can also check on Instagram on a post, you can look to see how many people have found that post by the hashtag right inside of the Instagram app in the analytics portion of it. And it's really cool to see. I suggest using 30 hashtags. And generally I'll do, maybe 20 that are the same, because you know that those are standard for your target demographic, and maybe 10 that are different depending upon what the content is in that particular image, or the quote that you're posting, or the information or any copy that you're posting on there. Here's another kind of thing that you can do. If you don't have a ton of content, you can create these photo grids. So if you see on the left, this is kind of a main photo grid that we created, and you can cut it up into 9 blocks, so it will show up on the screen as this kind of poster, but it's going to be 9 images, 9 days of content. And on the right, you see that there's the 2 blocks that we can cut up, and that's kind of how it looks individually. So individually, they look great, but then when you put them all together, it kind of creates this poster, and you kind of get this whole vibe. Number 5, you want to have a sales and marketing funnel. So what this means is that you're getting people to go from social media to somewhere. So you're gathering more data from them. Maybe it's their phone number, and maybe it's their email. Maybe you're having them take a quiz, download a freebie, set up an appointment with you. Think about what that is that you want that person to do. And remember, it can be different for each one of your target demographics. You can have multiple opt-ins. So if you go to imediaexposure.com, you can get our free social media style guide. You can get that also from following us on Instagram and going to the link there. And you can also set up a complimentary consult call with us. And those are some of our opt-ins. And they provide really great value to our customers and to our potential customers, or just to people that want a little bit more information. So we know that those are 2 different freebies that people really like and find great value from. So when you think about your digital marketing funnel, there's multiple ways to think about this. So you want people to view your page. You want to get them to become a fan and follower. And so how to do this is maybe online ads. You want to create storytelling posts. Maybe it's short videos. Videos have really great engagement because you know what? They actually just start playing once somebody scrolls, and if something's moving in somebody's hand on their phone, they'll probably stop for a second. And the more seconds that somebody watches that video, the higher ping or algorithm of somebody watching that video and staying on your page. And it's all just because something's moving. And generally, people will have the sound off on Instagram, and when they see something moving, they'll probably stop scrolling, watch the video, and then watch it again because they want to hear what's going on. You also then want to get people to go to your website, maybe read your content, get your download, get your ebook, maybe sign up for a free consult so that they actually become a lead. Maybe they're signing up for an event, and then you want to, once they're in your pipeline, you want to then provide them with a sales offer. So they followed you on social media, they've gone the further step to get more information, maybe they've gotten a download or signed up for an event or signed up for a consult with you, then you provide them with a sales offer. From the sales offer, and they've become a client and all of that, you can offer them loyalty offers. You want to offer customer FAQs. Social media is a great way to utilize it as customer service too. Nobody wants to really necessarily call and ask questions these days, but they will ask questions on social media. So we have a client that does private yacht charters in Miami, and they get tons of leads on Instagram. People are always making inquiries just on DM or commenting on different photos and things like that. So think about it. It's a great way to showcase your brand story and have people ask questions, and you respond to those questions as well. You also build your email list, and then you can continue to send people newsletters and provide them with great content and information, as well as offers to your products, services, and events. You can also do contests and work with influencers too. So they don't have to be like the Kim Kardashians where, it's millions of dollars to work with them. They can be micro influencers that are really popular in your niche or very specific to your niche. So you want to think about what your budget is for influencer marketing, if you have an affiliate partnership program, things like that. And you want to make sure that your customers are brand advocates. So making sure that they are giving you testimonials and sharing your brand with their friends and family. Social media strategy is super important. So like we said before, you really want to know who your customer is, all of the target demographics about who they are. Then you want to figure out where they are. So are they online? Where do they shop? What associations do they belong to? What publications do they read? That you want to think about all these little things. Maybe what restaurants they go to, what kind of gyms they like. Whatever your customer might be interested in, you want to go and find them in those places. And on Instagram, it's really easy to do so. You also want to position yourself as an expert in the space and really showcase what differentiates you. What are the benefits? What are the problems you solve? And what is your story? Why are people going to want to do business with you over the other person? You want to make sure that you have very clear and specific goals, and then you share your brand story and you increase your visibility. So always be thinking about what you can do to partner and get in front of your target demographic. How are you going to grow your sales and revenue, and what are you going to do to get there? So, say you want to increase your revenue by $10,000 a month. So you break that down, that's $2,500 a week. How are you going to achieve those goals? Maybe it's a certain amount of followers a week. You really want to think about what the goals are for each week and how you're going to break those down and what you're going to do to execute that. You want to consistently be learning and doing competitive research and seeing what your competitors are doing. And it could be people that are been around in business for a long time that are like number one in the space. Take a look to see what they're doing and try to figure out how you can emulate that and showcase your brand. Look to see what they're doing that actually works and that's actually growing their brand. Then you want to think about when you'll communicate, how you'll communicate, what time of day you're going to communicate, how often you're going to post. Will you blog? I suggest blogging. You can take your blog posts and cut them up into social media content. So, you create a 5-paragraph blog post, and then you take pieces of that and you have, say a week's worth of content. So it's really great. You also want to plan your photo shoots. With all of our clients, we plan out our photo shoot a month in advance. We look at our content calendar, figure out what we want to promote, how we're going to promote it, and then we break it down and plan out our photo shoots, staging what people are going to be wearing, what kinds of scenery we're going to do, and really kind of get all of the content. If there's holidays, we want to plan for all of that too. So like I said, I love helping businesses grow, and I want all of you to have the opportunity to get a one-on-one complimentary strategy session with me. So you can go to bit.ly/yourstrategy20 to book this with me, and we'll go through, we do a Zoom meeting, and then we're going to go through your social media, your goals, and I'll give you tips and strategies on how to specifically connect to your ideal client. I want to thank you all so much for listening in. Be sure to connect with me on Instagram or your social media platform of choice at iMedia Exposure. And another little tip, it's really great to try to get your same handle across all of the platforms. So we're at iMedia Exposure across every single social media platform. So when you're picking your handle, make sure that it's available across all of the platforms and that you're utilizing that. Again, my name is Farhana Cannon, and I am a global social media and brand expert and the founder of iMedia Exposure, and I want to thank you so much for listening in. Bye.
Hey guys, what is up? I'm so excited to be here with you, and I'm really looking forward to this class. This is brand new just for this event, and it's about how to build 210 customers and make $7,683 in 21 days. Now that is a pretty bold promise. And I will tell you right now, you are going to get the 3 secrets that you have to know to exponentially grow your list, your business, your customer base, your sales, all of that good stuff. And we're going to go through that today because, look, the world just got a little bit different. It is not the same as it used to be. It's just not the same. And really, we're not going to totally go back to normal. We're actually not even just resetting. We are in a reboot. That's right. Literally, we've unplugged the machine from the wall and now we're plugging it back in, and everything is starting from scratch, really. In terms of business opportunity, this is a different world and things have definitely changed. But here's the cool part, is that many of our biggest companies and our best companies in America have grown out of troubled economic times like we're in and what we're going through right now. Just look at some of these names: Procter & Gamble, IBM, FedEx, IHOP, you know, even MTV was during troubled economic times. And just in the last recession, we're talking about the last great recession in the early 2010s, 2008-ish, look at these companies that grew to massive, massive multi-million, multi-billion-dollar companies, places like Groupon, Instagram, Uber, Slack, Square. All of those were during the last recession. So what are you going to do? Because here's the deal. Change is the only thing that is permanent. Everything changes consistently and constantly. There is change all around us. Change happens. So what are you going to do to manage and navigate that change? Look, money doesn't move. Money doesn't dry up. It doesn't suddenly disappear in a bad economic time. The money is still there. It just moves from one place to another. That's the opportunity. Taxis for Uber move money from the old way to the new way. Move money from hotels and lodges to Airbnb. That was an opportunity of moved money. Sears moved money from brick and mortar retail to Amazon type retail and e-commerce. Money moves, and you've just got to take advantage of it. Let me back up just a little bit and just tell you about me. A little bit. I was never the employee of the month. I kind of sucked at being an employee. It was not my thing, you know? I really hated it. And constantly at my job, I would get done what I needed to get done. I was that guy that would do just enough not to get fired, right? And the other parts of the time at my job, I was always thinking of a master plan because I was the guy that wanted to get off the plantation. And one day I had a great idea. A friend of mine came to me and said, hey, we could flip a house. This is back when everybody was flipping houses, and house flipping is going to be so easy. So I bought a house and we were going to flip it. Matter of fact, I used to watch this show and I ended up getting to meet Armando one day. We were on the same presentation stage in Dallas, Texas, and I got to meet him, and I told him, I was like, man, your show inspired me so much, you know, that I almost went bankrupt. But that's part of the story. So at any rate, we bought the house and we were going to do the rehab, right? And so it was dilapidated and really in need of repair. And we bought this house on the corner of two iconic black leaders, Joseph E. Lowery, who was a leader here locally in Atlanta, and Martin Luther King, a national icon. But for those of us in the know, just between you and me, you know, if you got a house on the corner of Joseph Lowery Boulevard and Martin Luther King Boulevard, two civil rights leaders, it's probably not the best neighborhood. And it wasn't the best neighborhood. But we got the house fixed up. It looked good. We've done the rehab. I go to do the walkthrough in the house, and it's a 3-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, 1 bath was turned into a 2-bedroom, 2 bath. And we couldn't rent it because we couldn't get the money for a 2-bedroom that we could for a 3-bedroom from, housing authority. So I was not able to make the mortgage payments. And this picture that you see, that is not the before. That is after. That is after we let it sit empty and the thieves came in and ruined it. They stole all the piping, all the HVAC units, all the money that I put in, they stole and took out. And I was devastated. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of this mess. And I was on a good job. I had a decent job. It was early 2000s. I was making like 50 grand a year, which was decent money. I mean, it was, I was single and it was doable, but I was not prepared to have 2 mortgages. I was doing fine with my current mortgage, but the house money that we bought with hard money, and it was ready to be called due. I had a huge balloon loan, and the pressure on me was tremendous. I just was feeling like this guy, like you're just about to drown with the weight on your shoulders and the water right here, And that's the way I was feeling until a friend of mine told me about eBay. Now, I had heard about eBay, right? I mean, I thought that's where you could sell used socks or something. I don't know. But I never thought about it as a business opportunity. And he told me you could sell almost anything on eBay. And I got into it. I got interested in it. I started selling used books. That was the first thing I started selling because I had plenty of those around my house. I'm an avid reader and I'm a techie guy. So I had a lot of tech books. And those were, they held their value. So I started selling stuff on eBay, and literally it planted a seed. And this is around 2001 when I got started. And by 2004, I had left my job and I was in business for myself, no longer in the shadow of a bankruptcy. I was doing well. And that is kind of how I got to be able to travel around the world, did an American Express commercial, all kind of great things happened. And in the last 10 years, I've been teaching and training people on online commerce and digital marketing. And I have spoken around the world, dealt with some of the largest organizations, and really have had a very successful career. And one memory I will never forget is being asked to speak at the White House for the Small Business Administration a couple of years ago. Yep, that's me. That's the White House courtroom auditorium, and it was an amazing experience. But out of all of that, one thing I've learned over the years from the eBay times till now is that e-commerce is the vehicle which all selling online runs through. And the cool thing is I'm an e-commerce expert. And so when I take what I've known from selling over $30 million worth of stuff online and put it into the format of digital product, it really doesn't change. E-commerce is e-commerce, whether you're selling something on Amazon or you're selling a product to your customers using electronic commerce. All right. And so today I'm going to go over 3 secrets with you. And these 3 secrets are from 15 strategies that I have in my 5-figure launch pad. But, we have a limited amount of time today. So I'm only going to go through the 3 most important ones for you to understand for this success. And one of the things that I want you to recognize before we even get started is that getting traffic to your site is easy. It really is. That's probably the easiest portion of the whole thing. One of the hardest parts is getting good traffic. That's the tricky part. You want good traffic that's going to purchase from you, people that are going to follow you and buy when you say, hey, I got something, grab it. They're going to go out and grab it. That's what you want. That's the tricky part, and that's the part I'm going to help you with. So, secret number 1. Never let a visitor that goes to your site for your free offer walk away with something for free without offering to sell them something. Never let them walk away with a free offer without at least selling them something or trying to sell them something. And there's a good reason for this. One of the reasons is that people don't really value free stuff. Now, you see all over the internet, here's my free book, here's my free checklist, here's my free workbook, here's my free course, here's my free everything, free, 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 free. And people will take that free thing, but since they got it for free, a lot of times they won't use it, or they won't open it, or they won't read it, because they really don't value something that they didn't have to spend any money to get, right? So that's one of the secrets to why we want to offer them something. So let's look at this, and I want to show you, this is a diagram of a flow chart walking through a regular free offer. So the upper right part where I have 1, that's 200 people. So 200 people come to your opt-in page. And let's say out of that 200 people, about 35% actually take the offer, right? So 200 go in, 35% say yes to the offer. You end up with 70 people on your list that took your free offer. Fantastic. Those are good numbers. But what if we tweak that just a little? So let's say, if you follow through again, we have 70 people on the left, go to the offer, then we go to the right, and we're going to add one more page to your offer. We're going to offer them your core product. So they've taken the free, they filled out the information. On the thank you page, you're making an offer to your core product at $997. And let's say you get a 2%, just a 2% return on that. Only 2% of people that ever go to the page actually take. So out of the 200, we had 2%, which equals out on the right side that one person actually ordered your $997 product. So that yielded you now $997. You follow along, 200 go in, 35% of that 200, which is 70, go to your core page. They see your offer on that core page for the $997. Out of that 70, one person buys. That's a 2% conversion rate. Okay? Follow along with me. And you end up with $997. So suddenly, even though everybody came in for the free offer, you still walked away with $1,000 because you just made an offer. All of the other ones, 69 of them, did not buy the offer, but they're still on your list, right? So it says 68. I don't know why I came out 68, but it's 69 because 71 in, one buys, the other 69 go to your list. Make sense? Fantastic. All right, now follow along with me because here's the results. We have one core buyer at $997, 69 people on your list. That's what you get when you have that 200 people go to your website with 35% conversion on the free offer, 2% conversion on the upsell. Feel me? Fantastic. Now, let's go deeper into the rabbit hole. How much further can we go in to see what actually could happen and what should happen? All right? So we're going to take this and we're going to tweak it one more time. Just one more time and watch what happens. Now what we're going to do is we follow from the left. We have the tripwire offer 35%. Yes? What I'm doing is adding two little boxes here in the middle. And those two little boxes are a mini course. So instead of going, because see, if I don't know you, if I don't necessarily trust you trying to get me to spend $1,000 with you just off of a Facebook ad or because I happen to meet you at a conference or something like that is asking a lot for people to really, really trust you with $1,000 out of their pocket, right? But what if you took and made a mini course and sold the mini course for just $27? All right? Now they go to your tripwire. Instead of seeing your $1,000 product, they see a nice little $27 mini course. Where's the mini course coming from? It comes from your major course. You just take like one little segment of, your big $1,000 course and you teach it as a mini course. And then you sell the mini course to the people. Now look at our numbers. We've got, let me see if the numbers are on here. Yes, they are. We've got 30% that take your mini course. Remember before, we only had 2% that were taking your $1,000 course. But since this is an easy kind of commitment, $27, and you're going to teach me something from end to end, okay, I'll take the risk, right? Now, 30% buy the course. That's 20 out of the 70. That's 21 people. You got that? So 30% of 70 is 21. 21 people pay you $27. That equals out to $567. I get it. It's not the same numbers as before. Because before we were getting one person to buy our $1,000 course. Now we got 21 people buying a $27 course. So how does that make sense, John? I can hear you talking to me in my head. Right? Well, let's go on and then look at the rest of this funnel for a better word. It's a funnel. All right. And so now after they purchase your $27 course, you give them, the people that paid you $27, you sell them an offer on the higher end course. They've already spent money with you. You've made a good case for why this product is valuable. Now, just before they get to the end, you make them an upsell offer to the full course at $997. Now we're looking at a 10% conversion rate. And these are averages that I've seen over the course of putting the 5-figure Launchpad consumers and customers and clients and partners together, and we've seen that we moved from a 2% conversion to a 10% conversion. And the main reason why that conversion rate went up is because these people have already entrusted you with some of their money. So you're showing it to a much smaller audience, right? We're only showing it to the people that purchased the $27 course or the mini course. So the mini course people, we try to upsell to our core offer. We're getting about a 10% conversion rate. So now 2 people instead of 1 are buying our $1,000 course. So put it all together, we're getting 21 people over, right? 21 people are coming over. Out of that 21, 10%, 2 people are converting. What is that funnel now yielding us? We're getting 2 core offer sales of $997 for like $1,994. And then we're getting all of the people, the 21 people that bought the mini course. So now we got 567 on top. Suddenly the funnel is worth $2,561. For every 200 people that we bring in, we're getting out on the other side 2,500. And we didn't change anything really in terms of traffic. All we did was change the funnel and the offer strategy. And that is what we can do with secret number 1, really is not letting people come out, walk away with free without at least offering them something. So here's the results, right? 21 mini course buyers at $567, 2 core offer buyers. We've doubled the core offer buyers from the first new funnel to $1,994. And then, all in told, we've got now 72 people on our list. Just think about that, guys. Before, we were giving away this free offer, right? And we get some people on the list, maybe the same 70, but nobody, we weren't even making them an offer. And now they've got something free they're probably not even going to read or do or execute on. And then you spend all this time trying to get them an email to just open the email, and the email rates suck, right? Your email open rates suck. So at least while you got their attention, get their credit card. That's secret number one. And here's the cool part. If you do this for 3 weeks, if you're getting 200, if you got it down where you can get 200 people to that site and get those conversions, you do that for just 3 weeks. That's a total of $7,683 with a small mini course up front and a $1,000 offer in the back end. Does that make sense? You following along? Excellent. All right. So let's get into the psychology of this. Why do people buy? What influences people to purchase from you online? All right. I'm going to take that same chart and just flip it on the side. So this is the chart that we were looking at here. All I did is isolate the first 4 and just flip it on its side. So it's not a different chart. I just want it to be used for what we want to use it for. And we're going to look at the 4 top reasons why people buy. Why do they buy? Number 1 reason people say is product quality. All right? That's the number 1 reason people buy a product, is because of the product quality. Number 2, free shipping. 3, easy returns. 4, customer reviews. So that's great for the e-commerce person that is, doing hard goods. But what about soft goods? What is the difference? The only difference with soft goods is the free shipping part is not part of it. Soft goods, talking about services, education, courses, things like that. It's still number 1, the product quality. Number 2 is easy returns, right? So if you're talking about buying from Amazon, I want to be able to have free returns. If you're talking about buying soft goods online, people want a guarantee. The better your guarantee, the more they are likely to buy, right? So if you got a high quality product and an easy return satisfaction guarantee, along with good customer reviews, you're really hitting all the bullet points that people are wanting. So if the number 1 thing, over 56% of the people polled say quality is the most important part, then that's what you and I want to focus in on. We want to focus on the product quality. So let me tell you the story about this quality product called Febreze. Febreze was created, and I don't want to go into the deep details of it, but basically it's a chemical reaction. You spray Febreze in the air, and it actually grabs the odor and brings it down with the aerosol. That's what Febreze actually does. It's clinically proven, right? When Procter & Gamble got the product, they were like, wow, this is great. This is so awesome. This will remove odor from clothes. And they said, this is what we need for smokers. So their house wouldn't smell like smokers, or cat owners, so their house wouldn't smell like cat. Here's the deal. They released it, and they released it as a cleansing product. So when you're cleaning your house, right, you use this to remove the odors. And that's what they launched it at. So they launched it in the grocery stores on the cleaning aisle. All right, because it helps your clothes smell cleaner, helps your house smell cleaner. That's what they did. And literally their launch of the product was horrible. And the follow-up weeks were even worse. It was literally the worst launch product that Procter & Gamble ever had. They were losing millions of dollars on this product, right? And the deal was, what they ended up doing is they were like, because they knew the product worked. I mean, it's a chemical product and it really, really works. So it's like, wow, why are the people not buying it? You have something, and many of you and I have been there. We have a great training. We have a great course. We have a great thing that will help people, and then people don't buy. And so what they figured out is they wanted to find out how people were using the product. So they went to the people that already had purchased their product and got customer feedback, right? What did they do? They used their list of customers to do a survey. And so that's kind of where you are, right? You've got a list. If you've got a list, then what's next? What do you do with your list, right? Well, long story short, they went out, Procter & Gamble, talked to their customers, and basically asked simple questions. And they followed them around and said, okay, show me how you use the product. And one specific person, they went in her house, and her house smelled horribly like cats. She had like 8 cats. And the deal was, what they realized was, as they went from place to place, many of the places still had odors, but you had this spray that could remove the odor. What they realized is that people became blind to their own odors, right? So the lady with the cats, she didn't even know that she had a cat problem with the odor because she got used to it. That's just the way our oriful, whatever you call that, whatever. I'm not going to use the wrong word. It's the way our nose works. There, that's the best word. All right. So, but that made them understand that there was a disconnect between the odor and the thing that could remove the odor. So while they were doing these, basic customer reviews and walkthroughs, one lady would actually take Febreze and spray it in the air after she was done cleaning. And they say, why are you doing that? And she's like, well, that's like my last part. It's all clean, and now I just use that to freshen the air. And it was an aha moment for them. So they moved the product from being a cleansing product to an air freshening product. So no longer was it just about removing it from the couch and your odor from your clothes, the smoke. It became removing it from the air and giving it a free and fresh scent. So before it was non-scented, they added a scent to it and put it in the scent aisle. And today, it is their biggest product. It's a multi-billion-dollar product. So the key from this is never assume, right? Don't assume. What you want to do is ask. If you ask, you will find out so many things that are going to help you make a higher quality product. See, the product, Febreze, was already a quality product, but it wasn't positioned properly because they assumed that the customer would use it this way without taking in the understanding that nose blindness was actually a thing. So no longer do you want to assume. What you want to do is ask. So you're asking me, I've got a list, John. What's next? We just built a list, John, with 72 people, and we just made, all that money on the list, but what's next? The next thing you do is ask your list. All right? It's like a focus group. I remember back in the day, I used to make money. I would go through the newspaper want ads, yes, newspapers. And they would talk about focus groups in your area. And I would get paid like $30 and a free meal to go to a focus group and sit in a room, try a new product, and then there would be a lady that would ask us questions, or a man that would ask us questions, and there would be a glass wall there, and people would be watching us. And they would pay us to be in a focus group and ask questions. The cool thing is today, you don't even need to do that. You can do that with 3 simple steps. You don't need to get a bunch of people in the room and pay big money or any of that. You can do that now with 3 simple steps. Email, a survey, and then how you analyze or how you take that and really process the data. all right, to make the data that you get actionable. We're going to go through that real quick because the first part is writing the email. You have to write an email to your list and simply ask them to fill out your survey. So if you got those 72 people we did for those 3 weeks, what we're going to do is we're going to write an email to that list and ask them to fill out our survey. On the survey, we're going to set it up in tools like Google Forms or Jot Forms or any of SurveyMonkey. Any of the survey forms will work, right? So you're going to set up a survey in one of those tools. For this here, I'm going to show you in Google Forms. And then once you do that, you want to analyze it to determine who the audience is, what they want, and what they want to buy from you. Not just what they want, but what they want to buy from you. All right? And we're going to determine that through this survey. So here's the questions. When you're asking, I keep it to between 3 and 5 questions. This one has 6, but the last one is really not a question. I'll go through that, okay? So here you go. The first question, what is your biggest challenge with blank right now? You want to leave that wide open. I have consulted with people, and they want to put multiple choice here. No, not multiple choice. You want to leave it open. You want people to use the words that they use and explain as much as they want to. So give them plenty of room to put their answer and don't try to use bullet points or give them options here. Let them go with their own flow. Question number 2. Which one best describes you? All right. Now, you don't have to use yours just like this. This is mine. But what you're trying to do is start narrowing people down so you can put them on different lists, right? So what best describes you? Mine, are you a full-time income or do you have a day job, right? There's differences between people that are actually full-time in what they're doing and those that are day jobbers. So there's going to be different language that I could use. So that's what I'm trying to figure out with this bucket, right? The next question, which of the following best describes you? So for what we sell and who we service, I want to know, are you a speaker? Are you a teacher? Are you an author? Or are you a coach, right? Or are you just a newbie getting started and don't know exactly where you are or what you're going to do? And then I even put an other. That's an optional thing. If somebody's other, then I let that be there. If you don't want that, you don't have to have that. That's cool. All right. Now, this one is very important. What's the overall size of your business? Why is that? Because if you're doing under 10,000 a year versus somebody that's doing $1 million plus a year, the conversation is going to be completely different. The needs are going to be completely different. So this is me segmenting out my list based on how big your business is and how successful your business might be at that moment and point in time. That's very important. All right. Next. What is your primary niche? I just want to know from you what you think your niche is, what your customers are that you're trying to service, and who you're trying to reach, right? Who is your target market? So that's my 5th question. And then, like I said, I have a sixth question, but it's not really a question. But I say here, last question. Last question. Make sure on your last question, whatever your last question is, tell people it's your last question. Just do it. Trust me. There's a conversion reason for that. Just do it. Okay? So last question, and I tell them I'm giving away a $25 Amazon gift card in the drawing. And if you want to be a part of that, give me your name and email. So that's my 6-question survey. All right? Once they take your survey, the next thing you want to do is analyze it. All right? So you want to use some analysis to get the information you need so you can segment your audiences. You can find out their needs. Right? And once you do that, you have done what we talked about in the beginning. You will take that information and make your product better. Do you see how you can do that? If I know what your target markets are, then I understand, look, if I got all of these people, just like Febreze did, they got all of these people that were using it the wrong way, then They had to change their messaging. They changed their commercial. They changed their packaging, and they added a fragrance to it. How did they get to that? Because they analyzed the data. The data you get, you need to analyze. I've actually had a product that I was selling, and I thought we were selling it to one segment of the population. I thought we were selling bandanas, and I thought, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We were selling the bandanas, and I thought it was just for, hip hoppers and rappers and black people. Really, that's what I thought. And when I analyzed the data and did an ask, I found all kinds of people all around the world that were ordering from us for a completely different reason, or they were from a completely different demographic. And so that made me understand how to position my product. All right. Now we're into secret number 3, and this is where the money's at. All right. Secret number 3 is all traffic is not the same. All traffic is not the same. There's 3 types of traffic. There's paid traffic, earned traffic, owned traffic. Let's break it down for you. Paid traffic, very, very easy. I need some water. Hold on. All right. You still with me? We're going, right? All right. So paid traffic, Facebook, Google ads, things like that. Very stupid, simple. You understand what paid traffic is. I don't have to explain that to you. Earned traffic. This goes back to what I was just talking about. This was the bandanas that I was selling. I earned traffic because people kept asking me how to fold a bandana to look like Tupac. Yes, believe it or not. The dumbest thing to me in the world, because I'm African American and we know how to fold that. We know the look. We just know it. I don't know why we know it, but we know it because that's how Mama does the hair and keeps your hair. I mean, we just know it, right? So the deal was I was getting all these people asking me how to fold a bandana like Tupac. Of course, this was early 2000s when I was starting up my business, and I got so tired of answering that question, I made this video, how to fold a bandana, and I showed them in the video how to fold a bandana, posted it on YouTube. I used to just, when people ask me the question, I would give them the URL to the YouTube video. Long story short, man, that video went ballistic, and we had over 300,000 views of that video, and I sold tens of thousands of bandanas from a free video I put up on YouTube. That is the definition of earned traffic. You create something, you put it out into the world, people go, watch it, ingest it, download it, whatever. You've earned that traffic. All right? And then owned traffic. Owned traffic are the people that are on your list, right? That's that page that has a headline, an offer, and a call to action form, right? That is the owned traffic. So those are the 3 different types of traffic: paid, earned, and owned. The owned traffic are the people that are on your list, right? Those people, those 72 people that we got from the 3 weeks, those are the money people. Those are the people that are on our list. And I'm going to go through this money tree on the right-hand side just to give you an understanding of how to use your list and optimize it for better results. Because see, the deal is everybody, when you first talk to people, they just like, I need more traffic. I need to be on more stages. I need to speak more. No, you probably, look, you want to make more money. The money's in the list. The money is not in going on stage or doing, podcast. And that is getting the people on the list, yes. But once you get them on the list, how do you make that list really pay? Well, the more leads you get, times conversions equals customers. Leads time conversion rate equals customers, right? So more leads can equal more customers, or better conversion rates can equal more customers. So you don't always need more leads. Sometimes you need to be going back to figure out your conversion rate and how you can optimize that. That's why we take and the stuff we learn in our analysis from our survey to get better conversion rates so that we get more customers from the current traffic we're already driving. That's how you can make more money without having to have any more traffic. Work on the conversions, right? Let's go to the next part of our value prop ladder, right? Making more money with this list. If you have customers, now these are people that have already bought from you, times the number of transactions, times the average dollar sale equals the revenue that you put in your pocket. So let's break it down. Again, if we have more customers, we get more revenue, right? Stupid simple. More customers, more revenue. More transactions also equals more revenue. That's meaning the same customers that have purchased from you, if they come back and purchase one more thing from you, you literally double your top and bottom line. Do you get that? If I have 10 customers and they spend $100 with me, that's $1,000. If I get those 10 customers to spend another $50 with me, that's $15,000. Does it make sense? Did I say that right? 1,500? You get it, right? It's either 15 or 1,500. I don't remember what numbers I used the first time. All right, but do you get that? So if I can get the current customers I already have without having to add any more leads, any more traffic, even any more customers, if I just get the current customers that I have to spend more money with me, that automatically gives me more revenue. And of course, increasing the dollar value of your item. So yes, there is a case where people will sell a course or an item and they will sell it at like 97, 197, 49, 67, whatever number there. And then I come in and we look and I'm like, wow, this is a very valuable course and you have a very valuable audience, but your price is saying something to that audience and the price is too low. Yes, there's often times where, look, if I have a women will tell you, if I have a trunk load of name brand purses and my price is 1/3 of the price at the store, immediately, what do you think? They're fakes. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to buy, but immediately you're like, those are fake, right? Exactly, because the price speaks to you. So oftentimes, there are things that might be underpriced, or there's things that are overpriced. But if you can raise your dollar value of a sale, you get more revenue. That's basically what McDonald's does when they say you want to supersize that. Or would you like to make that large? Or would you like a drink with that? Would you like fries? What they're doing is increasing the average dollar spend. And that was the whole thing that we did with secret number one, was increase the average dollar. All right? Making more money with the list. We're at the bottom part of the value ladder here. Revenue times margins equals profits. And I'm not going to go too deep into this right here because we're almost out of time. But streamlining your operations, meaning that being able to deliver your product more efficiently, can add to your profits. So if it doesn't cost, or if it costs less to actually deliver your products, then that reduction in operations becomes profits for you. All right. Elevating your brand could equal more profit. You don't change anything. You just elevate your brand. You go from a no-name purse to a Michael Kors. Literally the same purse, but one's got a brand on it. That can be more profitable by elevating your brand. And vendor relationships, relationships are just important all the way around. If you have somebody that's actually providing you service or providing you part of the physical goods and they're a vendor for you, if you can get your vendors to give you price breaks based on volume, that again becomes more profits for you. So that's the value ladder. More leads, more customers. Better conversions, more customers. More customers, more revenue. More transactions, more revenue. Increase dollar size, more revenue. Streamline the operation, more profits. Elevate the brand, more profits. Vendor relationships, more profits. Are you guys getting this? It's all about the money, man. It's all about making more money, streamlining your operations, getting people on your list, offering them something that they want to buy, right? And pricing it right. Are you getting this? Yes or yes? Yes. I remember when I met Ice-T, what was that, last year? It was last year in New York, right? Ice-T and Coco. And He told a story, man, and I'll never forget the story. He said, look, when you see those people on the yachts with the video and they're popping bottles and walking around looking like a champagne and bikini party, he's like, trust me, they don't own the yacht. Matter of fact, the yacht owner is downstairs on the phone making deals. I'll never forget that. That was just such a vision for me, because you don't get yacht sized, right, by popping bottles of champagne all day. It's about what you do in the office downstairs, right? So some days I'm upstairs, like right now. I'm downstairs with you, me and you. We are downstairs on the yacht making business calls, right? So let's recap. Secret number one, never let them walk away with a free offer. Try to sell them something. And people always, or why is because people don't always value that free thing. All right. Secret number two, you have a list. Ask your list. All right. And then secret number three, all traffic is not the same. You got it? Those are the three secrets. So let me ask you a question. I know that was a whole lot, and we spent a good amount of time covering a lot of stuff. But who wants to have a tool that will help them take their sales to the next level by doing and showing the things we just talked about in terms of profitability? Who wants a tool that will take their sales to that next level? Fantastic. Here's what you do. All you got to do is text CALC, C-A-L-C, to the number 513-866-3571. It's a free launch calculator. It's a funnel launch calculator that's going to actually show you how your steps in your funnel can be optimized to make more money. So to get this free offer, simply text CALC to 513-866-3571. CALC 513-866-3571. Go ahead, do that right now. I will send the funnel launch calculator over to you. And at the bottom of the funnel launch calculator, there's also an automated 10% funnel calculator, which once you put your numbers in, it will automatically show you what 10% increase in the steps inside of your funnel will bring you, what that will yield if you just tweak it. Just by 10%, you'll be amazed at how much better your funnels will perform. So grab this free offer, the funnel launch calculator. Text CALC right now to 513-866-3571. My name is John Lawson. I had a great time with you. I appreciate you hanging out with me, and I'll see you again on the other side when we're working together. All right? I'm out of here for now. Peace.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Justin Burns here, and I am the founder of the company Maestro, which is a revolutionary software for allowing experts, coaches, speakers, trainers, you name it, anybody really, a business, can actually be able to create an online training program, but also be able to share their knowledge and expertise to the world, okay? Now, I'm excited for this series on the Comeback Champion, and more importantly, to reveal something to you that's happening at this exact moment and this exact time that we're living in. You know, so many people, for example, are looking at the times that we are in at this exact moment, not realizing that, you know, if you could look back on the other, you know, economies that happen, all those different things, you'll see one intricate piece, one powerful concept. And you know what that is? That is that in all of those times, you know, champions were created. Businesses were born out of pandemics, all those different things, right? And so why am I telling you this? Because what I'm going to share with you in this training is a concept, a principle, technique, whatever you like to call it, that's going to skyrocket your business so that you are better equipped and prepared. You know, 10 years ago, I started my journey as a full-time entrepreneur, and I decided that I wanted to start my business on the internet. And it wasn't easy because there wasn't a lot of companies or a lot of people actually really thriving on the internet. There were tech companies, different things of that nature. But I didn't see a lot of people selling things like their knowledge or their services through an actual website. And so throughout the years, through trial and error, I started to realize there was this ability, there was this concept of creating an actual online business. And so we always look at this, right? You know, like this, for example, this thing right here, this phone. Now, whether, you know, if you're an Android user, it's totally okay. But this phone right here, we use it for so many things. But I want to share something like that we didn't really realize unconsciously. A lot of us use this as our computers and so many different things. And so, like, for example, one of the things I do every single month and a couple times a week is I check my bank balance, right? I want to know how much money I have in my account or what's coming out or what's coming in. Now, when you do this on your phone and you scroll and you scroll and you scroll, right? What you're going to really come to understand and realize that there are things coming out of your account that you pay for every single month. Take, for example, Netflix, right? Most of us have Netflix, or if you don't have Netflix, you have some rendition of Netflix, like, you know, Hulu or whatever it is. Here's the thing, that comes out every single month. So here's the first question I want you to ask yourself before we get into some concepts. Number one, do you have that recurring base model where your customers are looking into their accounts and they're looking at it and they're saying, man, this is coming out, but I love that this is coming out, right? If you don't have that effect, if you don't have things hitting your customer's account where you have those recurring base portals and you have those recurring base income sites, as I like to call them, then this video is really going to be helpful for you, because I like to share with you a really interesting concept, which is the new digital age economy. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Because of what's happening, the pandemic, business as we know it is changing. And so if you put off putting your business online, if you put off, and I'm not just talking about having a website, it's easy to have a website, okay? I'm not talking about a website. I'm talking about a business that sells products and services every single day. Your customers are hungry for what you have to offer. So the question becomes, are you setting up your business in a concise way to be able to do that? Because I always like to say this, a lot of us want to be entrepreneurs, but there's a difference between a wantrepreneur and an entrepreneur. You see, a wantrepreneur looks at things and says, that's a great idea. Those are some great concepts. Those look awesome. But you see, an entrepreneur, a lot of people kind of have the two confused. An entrepreneur sees an idea and says, I need to put this into action in my business. I need to be able to capitalize on this immediately and be able to grow my business. Okay. And so one of the biggest concepts of how I've been able to do this, I just want to tell you guys this really, really kind of short story how I got into it. Again, I'm Justin Burns. And I got into this like 10 years ago when I was working for a job that I absolutely hated, right? And you may not hate your job. You may just want to get side income. But if you do not like your job, or if you're watching this and you want to grow a business, I've been in all those positions, in all those different places, going through and struggling and really not being able to thrive and being able to really be able to grow my business. So I didn't have any technical skills. But I just really realized, I was like, wow, like the concept of marketing my business on the internet was just interesting, because I'm like, there's billions and billions of people online, right? There's hundreds of millions of people guaranteed to be online. So what is going to be the difference? What's going to be the shift, and how that's going to happen for me? Okay. And so how this concept really, really came up is, I was at an event. I go to this digital marketing event every single year. Okay. And at the time, I was really struggling as an entrepreneur, trying to grow my business, all these different concepts, different things. And one of the guys I really respected, he was being interviewed on stage, and I was sitting in the back of the room taking a lot of copious notes, right? So I'm taking all these notes. And the guy said, if you had to grow a business, what would you do all over? And this guy, I think, sold his company for like $50-60 million. And he said, what would you do all over? And he said, without hesitation, I would build a recurring based business, because recurring based businesses, membership based businesses are valued at more, okay, at more value than someone who sells kind of a one-off product. Now, there's nothing wrong with selling one-off products. It's just, it's always better to have a business where you charge people every single month. And so if you're an author, speaker, trainer, you could charge people based on the coaching. If you are a speaker, for example, you can have a membership program where people get your tips or your strategies, all those, like so many different concepts. We're going to go over a few models today, but that's what he said, right? And it just had this, I had this light bulb moment. And so question for you, if you notice, what do Amazon Prime, Netflix, okay, and Peloton all have in common? Okay, and you've probably guessed it. They all have recurring based business models. That's what they all have. Now, a lot of people think Peloton makes a lot of their money from their bicycle, right? The bike with the screen that sits in the living room. You know, I don't have one, but a lot of people think they make their money off of that, and they make a significant amount of money off of that, but they actually profit from their monthly subscription, where they have over 500,000 people paying every single month between $20 and $40 a month. Okay, so the question becomes, this is how powerful a recurring based site is, but the question becomes, do you currently have something like that in your arsenal? Do you currently have a model similar to those things? Okay, now, why would people pay for information every month? I usually get this question all the time. You know, Justin, I have a course, or I don't have a course, I have a book, all these different things. Why do people pay for information? Well, think about like a Rubik's Cube, for example, right? When you think about a Rubik's Cube, that is kind of how your customer is, right? Kind of whatever niche you're in, let's say you're in the weight loss niche, whatever it is, you have a problem, or your customers have a problem. And so every time you turn it, you're trying to get to those perfect lines, right? Like those perfect lines are what you're trying to get to. And the interesting concept is your customer has a problem and they need an ultimate solution, and they rather work with someone just like you to be able to solve that. Here's a stat. The education space online is already a $325 billion industry and growing. Why? Because people are sitting at home and they want to purchase programs. They want to go through programs. That's where people are. They're looking for help. They're looking for people just like us to be able to help them. But what do we get caught up on unconsciously? We get caught up on the tech. We get caught up on the overwhelm of what to say in the video. What do you say exactly? How do you say it? We get caught up on all the wrong things, okay? All the wrong things. Hope you guys are with me so far. We get caught up on the wrong things. So you want to make sure that you are consistently growing your business and not being afraid of tech, and bringing your business online to make it super, super easy. And there's so many tools. You have a tool like mine, Maestro, which allows for, you know, experts to be able to build landing pages and send emails and all those different things. And that's what we've been able to do, okay? So what I want to do is teach you 3 concepts of how you can do this right now in this exact moment, okay? I want to give you guys a couple concepts. So number 1, we're going to talk about the sales part. Okay, I call it the sales. Number 2 is the commitment. Okay, number 3 is the growth. Okay, so the sales, the commitment, and the growth. So let's get right into strategy number 1. Okay, now there's different types of models when it comes to having a membership based on an online program. Okay, so number 1, you have the online course. Okay, and that's what you sell one time and you get paid. So that could be priced at $50, $97, you know, whatever it is. Okay. My favorite model is what I've been talking about, is creating a membership-based program where you charge anywhere from $10 a month all the way up to, you can charge a couple $1,000s a month if you package it the proper way, okay? Now, there's different types of models. So let's say you're an expert. Of course, the content, everything you're going to be providing every single month is going to be your IP, okay? Now, there's other models though. If you think about how do I create content, like you don't have to be the actual expert, okay? The one thing that you can do, consistently is you can tap into other people's actual knowledge and their IP. Like yesterday, for example, I we're launching this academy called the Maestro Academy, but we're going to actually give that away for free because we want people to use our tool and pay for our tool Maestro, right? And so we're going to provide a lot of value up front. And so yesterday, I called up a friend of mine. I said, hey, can you train my people, okay, my tribe, on how to do Facebook ads? And he was like, okay, cool. And he talked for 30 minutes. I didn't pay him for that. He wanted to get the exposure. I needed the content. So you can actually, we call that syndicated content, okay? It's where I can interview other experts. And yes, I can charge for that every single month, okay? I could charge for that. There's someone who's actually on Maestro right now. I'm not going to say her name, but she has a $20 a month membership program, $20 a month, okay? And for $20 a month, she teaches a variety of things, but all around the financial sector. She teaches how to build your credit. She teaches you how to grow your business. She teaches you all these different concepts, and she charges $20 a month. She has 500 members. She's making roughly around $10,000 a month, simply sharing a few concepts around finances every single month. Okay, so there's different types of, and some of her content is her, some of her content is other experts teaching master classes. There's all these different variety of things. And so you want to think about the concept, okay? So that is the sales. Number two is the commitment. And that is what content are you going to use? Now, here's an interesting concept. When you think about, like, when you went to the mall, right? When you go to the mall or whatever it is, you know, those people who say, hey, here's a free sample, right? Now, a lot of people don't take that, but I did a study one time to show that passing out samples actually increases a business because of the fact that, you know, if it's a business that already everybody is familiar with, you don't need to have the samples. Now, of course, if someone has a really good sample, right, and the product is good, then that's only going to make the product be desired more. Now, you know, you can have, sometimes you'll give away a free sample, but if the product is not good, then the free sample is not going to make people want to buy the program. So there was a statistic that showed that sales increased by 20% by giving away things for free. Okay. So here's what we do. Okay. What you want to do is you want to create a couple different pieces of content that solves your customer's most pressing problem. Then what you're just going to do is give it away for free. Now, well, here's what's going to happen. If you are solving a deep problem that is deep enough, okay, deep, it's got to be a deep problem. But if you are solving a problem that is deep enough, here's what's going to happen. Number one, you're going to get people who want to desire what you have to offer. And so the next logical step is to say, well, I have a membership program where you can learn every single month. It's $97 a month or it's $200 a month, and you can learn from me as well. Okay, absolutely game changing and could completely transform your business. So that's the commitment. Let's talk about the growth. How do you actually get traffic to your offer? There's a couple different ways, but one of my favorite ones, most like basic thing I could do is I love to tap into influencer traffic. Okay, influencer traffic. So you can either do one or two things. You can either get an influencer to promote your program, or number two, you can pay to tap into their audience with something like Facebook ads. Okay. Now, some people have spent money on Facebook ads. You have to be able to have a process to take someone who absolutely don't know who you are to getting them to a point to say, I want to do business with you. And the best way to do that is to solve their problem for absolutely free. This could be in the form of a webinar. This could be in the form of a video, just like what I'm showing you guys and helping you guys understand as well. Okay. So that is the basic concepts, understanding what is it going to take to get someone who's absolutely cold. You know, if you came across an ad, like, have you ever purchased something off Facebook, right? I have, and I wasn't even trying to buy stuff off Facebook. Facebook ads work if you know how to work them and if you know how to strategically indoctrinate the person that is on the other side of the computer to get them to understand where you are and that you care about them and that you can help them solve this problem, and then they wouldn't mind paying you for the solution. Okay. So just to recap a little bit, We went over a couple different concepts. So we went over the concept of creating an actual membership program. Like right now, guys, like there has never been a better time for you to tap into this. And if you wait, let me just give you the warning. If you wait years and years and years from now and you keep doing that, then you're going to be swallowed up by your competition, or worse, you're not going to be prepared for what's coming. Okay. Business as we know it has changed in this year and next year. Business has completely evolved and shifted and changed. And so I want you to understand that right now, if you take advantage of it right now, you are going to be able to thrive and be able to grow your actual business. Okay. So with that being said, my name is Justin Burns. I just want to say thank you so much for, coming here, watching this training. And if you want to learn more, okay, what I've done is I've actually created a book, an actual physical book for you. Now, here's the thing. I don't want you to buy the book. I'm going to give it to you for absolutely free. Yes, free. All you got to do is cover the shipping for it. I'll cover, the cost of the book. You don't have to buy the book. Now, this book is called The Expert Code, okay? And it goes over some of the concepts in much more detail that I just talked about, where we go in depth. I talk about how to take your story and turn it into a actual training, the different concepts, how to scale your online business, all those different things I show you in this book. It took me literally almost over 6 months to write this book. And we have so many testimonials from people who love the book and went through this book. And so I want to absolutely bless your life and give this to you for absolutely free. Again, you just got to cover the shipping. It'll be right out to you. So in order to take advantage of that, here's what I want you to do. Here's where I want you to go. I want you to head over to theexpertcode.com. Okay. Expert Code. So EXPERTCODE.com. Okay. And that's going to take you to the page where you can start just ordering, order the book. Okay. We'll just pay for the shipping and handling, and the book will be shipped directly to your door so you can start getting this amazing concepts as well. If you want to go ahead and follow me on social media because you love what you heard, then absolutely follow me on Instagram, which is Instagram.com/the Justin Burns. See, I like using the. So THE Justin Burns. You can follow me on Instagram on Facebook.com/Justin Burns. But what I want you to do, I want you to win in this economy. I don't want you to wait any longer. So go ahead, get your free copy of the Expert Code book by going to expertcode.com, theexpertcode.com. Get access to your book. This has been an amazing conference. This has been an amazing training. And I hope you guys get the most value out of being able to create your own economy as entrepreneurs and experts. All right. So if you need anything, reach out. Shay, you could take it away. And I really, really appreciate you guys for watching this training. Go to theexpertcode.com. Talk to you soon.
Hey guys, Tina Torres here. Thank you guys all for having me. I am excited to be here with you all. So let me ask you guys a couple of questions. Who here has a database of clients already? Put a number 1 in those comments there if that relates to you. Who here is starting from scratch? Put a number 2. Let's see who those people are. And who here is looking for ways to create more cash flow into your business? Put a number 3 into those comments. Awesome. I love to get to know where my audience is coming from. I hope you guys are having a fabulous day. I'm Tina Torres, your client retention expert, otherwise known as the Gratitude Specialist, and I teach you how to create loyal clients for a lifetime. Turn those clients into raving fans and increase your cash flow without adding a single new client. How do you do that, you may ask? I'm going to tell you, but first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. A few years ago, I had a huge life shift. I had to get a real job in corporate America after I filed for divorce after 20 years of being in a toxic marriage. I quickly made my way to the top of this company, being number 1 in sales in the region 8 years in a row. I worked fewer hours than anyone else did and made more money. Everyone would always ask me, Tina, what is your secret? What are you doing to get them to buy? And not only buy, but they kept coming back year after year after year. And they were referring me to everyone they knew as well. I was at the top of my game, making 6 figures a year, enjoying what I did and helping others in the process. And then about 2 years ago, my life kind of took a turn for the worse. My divorce got finalized. But I also became an empty nester when my youngest son decided to join the Army at 19 years old. Yeah, I have 3 boys, 19, 21, and 26. I lost that 6-figure corporate job. And on top of it all, I moved to a town where I knew no one. I knew I had to do something. So I decided, after about 90 days of being in a dark pit, I decided I needed to relaunch my company. I wanted to write a book and put together a course where I could teach other entrepreneurs what I did so easily. See, being top in sales in my region, I knew I had to create something to help others do the same. I knew there was a need in the market to show entrepreneurs like you the power of a referral, how to build those relationships that truly matter. I think I started using the Connection to Client Blueprint before it was even a blueprint. I used this proven method to create over $8 million in sales for the company that I worked for. So today I'm going to show you guys a few easy things that you can implement into your business to create loyal customers, to turn those clients into raving fans, and then something we all need to increase your cash flow all at the same time. So grab a piece of paper and let's get started. So the first thing I want to teach you guys is how to create a loyal client for life. It is not that hard to do. There's several ways to do this, but I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to focus on 3 things today. So the first thing you want to do is always go the extra mile. Under promise and over deliver is a proven technique that shows your clients that you care and makes them feel important and extra special. The results that you're going to get out of this will 10x the amount of energy you are putting into it. So number 2, let me get a couple of little props here. Guess I should have been a little bit more prepared. So you want to send cards. Yes, actual physical cards, like physical greeting cards, These amazing cards that you can send in the mail. With today's technology, people have moved away from that old school method of keeping in touch. Today, it's all about text messaging. We have our phone with us at all times, right? Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, and even TikTok. How many of you guys are using TikTok for your business? We have become so detached from that personal touch. Your clients are craving that true connection with you. By sending physical cards in the mail, you go from an 11% open rate in an email to a 100% open rate through your mailbox. It's all about the mailbox and not the inbox these days. I recommend you doing this about 7 times a year, and you can set up automated cards with a tool that I've actually been using for years now, and you will actually get access to this if you text the word connection to 26786. That is the word connection to 26786. I will give you access to that tool that I have been using, or you can simply create your own. Go to Target, go to the dollar store, create your own, but send your cards every other month or so. Either way, you want to schedule it. Schedule them every other month. Send them birthday cards. Create a system. Okay, this year, I'm going to send Valentine cards. I'm going to send happy spring cards. I'm going to send happy birthday cards. Whatever it is that you think your business needs. And you're going to send these to those VIP clients. Those clients who constantly buy from you, constantly refer you, or who are big influencers in your industry. Now, how would it make you feel if you received a card like this in the mail from someone you are doing business with, or perhaps a birthday card on your birthday. I send about 200 birthday cards a month to all of my clients and friends and family, and I probably get about 250 birthday cards a year, right? I think that is amazing, especially somebody like me who their love language is gifts. So number 3, of course, what we were just talking about, send gifts. On top of sending 7 cards out a year, you want to send about 2 gifts out to them as well. What a great way to wow your clients by sending them gifts to show your appreciation. You maybe will spend about $20 per year per client for doing this, which is a small investment to create a client for lifetime, right? So here's an example for what I use. So we have these morning coffee mugs, right? And I don't even have them. So those of you guys who watch the Angel and Tina Morning Show know we have these morning coffee mugs. You can send a mug like that with your logo on it. Every single morning when they grab their mug to drink their coffee that they drink every single morning, your name, your business, and you will go through their mind, right? So you can also do something that I like to do. I like to go on Facebook and Facebook stalk people. Yeah. So like say a friend of mine is having a baby or they just got a new puppy. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to put their photo on Facebook. So I grab it off of Facebook, send them, put it on a card and send it to them. Sometimes their card is their first physical picture that they get. They love me for life. They will never forget who sent that card to them. And they'll even frame it, but they will keep it forever. Plus, your brand is in front of them every single day. So now to turn those clients into raving fans. So you guys all have heard that it takes 10 positive things to overcome that 1 negative. The same goes for your business. If someone leaves you a negative review or has something negative to say, it'll take you 10 positive customer experiences that you over deliver for to compensate for that 1 negative. In fact, clients are more inclined to leave a negative review than a positive one, which is kind of sad. So here are a few things that you can do to turn those clients into raving fans. Now, the first thing that you're going to want to do is to create a customer experience that they're going to never forget. Listen to your clients. Listen. Respond to them promptly. Be friendly and be reliable. If you are going to do something and you say you're going to do something, make sure that you do it. The best way to kill your business is to never follow through with your commitment or something that you promised. Okay, so number 2, get to know your clients. Get to know their family, what they like, what they do for fun. You will always have a good conversation if you talk about something they like or they love. In fact, this will probably help you send that ideal gift or card to them those 2 times a year. You'll know if they like those chocolate brownies or if their favorite thing is Starbucks, right? You can send them a Starbucks gift card. In fact, I had a client who did this for 2 years to her top 100 VIP clients. And one of those clients yielded her a $1.5 million, yes, I said million, dollar real estate deal as a result, and then gave her 5 additional referrals. Needless to say, she has not stopped using this system yet. Okay, and then the last one, solve their problems. You have heard the customer is always right. Well, most cases that is true, but sometimes all it takes is a simple apology or a credit to make things right. Problems tend to stick around in somebody's head more than the things that went right. What a great opportunity to collect those rave reviews, right? You guys getting some good value out of this? Alrighty, so now for the juicy good stuff. Now it's the best part, how to increase your cash flow. So the first thing that you want to do is always have your brand on top of their mind. So by following up, creating engagement via email, newsletters, blogs, social media, show them that you care. Respond to their post, comment on their post, Share their post to your tribe. If they're having an event like this one, share the event. It takes you 2 seconds. Always, always, always wish them a happy birthday. And please don't just put HBTU or whatever, happy birthday to you, whatever. You know, put, hey, happy birthday, beautiful. Hope you have a great day. That's all it takes. It takes you 2 seconds, right? This is their day. Make them feel special. All right. Some more time. Okay. Create more products that your customers want and need. You've already won them over with the previous product or service. It'll be that much easier to get them to buy from you again. Ask them, hey, what are you struggling with right now? What do you need in your business? You can create products that are going to help your clients become even more successful by creating those products that they need and want. All right, creating top of mind awareness is the main key to increasing your cash flow. They will always know what you are doing and the things that you're launching, and they will want to be a part of it. The fact that you have created the best relationship with them, they will want to refer you to everyone they know. So ask them for their referrals and offer referrals to them. Send out what you want back, because we all know what you send out, you get back tenfold. So give a referral, you'll get one back. Share a post, you're gonna get one back. Be excited for them because they will be excited for you. All right, so now this isn't about, any of this isn't about making money for me. This is about me helping entrepreneurs find new ways to nurture the clients that they already have and to stop struggling so hard to find new ones. I see so many businesses who are struggling to keep the customers that they already have, to build those relationships. I get a follow-up email, and the first email that I get is, hey, I have this product and it is fabulous and you should try it and I should send you a sample and let me know if this will work for you. How many of you guys have gotten that? Does that work? No. Build those relationships. Create that KOT factor, that know, like, and trust factor. And then, and only then, ask for the sale. My mission is to help millions of business owners realize the value of a referral and to learn how to build relationships that matter. And because you guys are all here today, the first 15 people to text the word connection to 26786, so grab your phones and text the word connection to 26786. You will also receive a 15-minute strategy card where we will go over a few things that you can implement into your business today to be a follow-up rock star. So you're going to get a 15-minute strategy call, and you're going to get my free guide that's going to help you create authentic relationships. It is a easy 7-step that you guys can implement at any time. So I hope you guys got a lot of value today. Let me know what you think. What did you take away? Was it the creating a client for a lifetime part? Putting those into referrals and lifetime referral partners? Or was it something that you're going to do to increase your cash flow? Let me know what you learned. What was your takeaway? What was your aha? Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate, and I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you so we can help you turn those connections into cash flow. Make sure you guys hop on over to Facebook or Instagram. Follow me on there for some more tips and tricks on how to create those authentic relationships that matter the most. Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
Speaking virtually is very different than speaking live. Hi, I'm RV Robinson. I'm the Master Speaker Trainer, International Speaker, and author of Speak Up, Get Clients. And yes, virtual speaking is different. And today I'm going to share with you how you can speak out of the box while you're in the box. So let's get started. All right, so we are going to, for the next 20 minutes, talk about virtual presentation mastery and how you can master this virtual arena. But first, I just want to share a little bit about myself. I am RV Robinson, the Master Speaker Trainer, and I didn't always plan on being that speaker trainer. As a matter of fact, it was by accident. My job was as a systems consultant. I went to work in the 80s for a company by the name of Deloitte, and I was in charge of setting up financial accounting systems for small to mid-sized companies on microcomputers. Yes, back then that's when we had 10 megabytes of hard disk and we thought we had died and gone to heaven. So it was a revolutionary time. And so my boss came to me one day and said, RV, I want you to get out there and start speaking and tell people that we're offering this new service. And I thought to myself, I took one speech class in college. I was good to go. I knew everything there was to know about public speaking, or so I thought. Well, after several speeches and several attempts, I hadn't landed one job, not one project. And I knew something was wrong, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. And then one day, just like that, this woman comes up to me. She looks me in the eye and she says, honey, I hate to tell you this. Now I'm thinking, well, then don't. But she said, honey, do you know that after every sentence you say okay? I just looked at her and the only thing I could think of saying back to her was, okay. But I got it just like that I was the problem. That just because I could speak or flap my jaw did not make me a public speaker. So I decided in that moment that I was going to respect public speaking and get trained. And not only get trained, but I was going to master it. So I read every book I could find. I went to seminars, hired coaches, and it wasn't long before I would go out and speak and I would get clients. And the better I got, the better my clients got. And the better I got at communicating, the more upward mobility I moved in my firm and the more visibility I got. And life was great. And I had a beautiful career in corporate America for 23 years. And then one day I realized that I was at the top of my career. As a senior manager in a CPA firm, I could not go any further. And then I also realized that I no longer was trailblazing and making a difference, that I had become a middle manager, doing staff evaluations and training, and I was not doing what I loved to do. So I decided it was time to make a change. But I didn't know what kind of change to make. This was my degree. This was my career. So I did what any smart girl would do. I prayed about it. And God said to me, teach others what I've taught you. And I knew what he meant, public speaking. And so I left corporate America 17 years ago and I started my own business. And since that time, I have given over 3,500 speeches globally, all over the world. I've spoke on cruise ships. I've trained over 5,000 business owners, and I've hosted over 700 live events. And I have 30 years of speaking experience and 17 years training others. And again, this is my book, Speak Up, Get Clients. It has been a wonderful career. And I've been able to share the stages with some speaking giants. Maybe you know some of these people. Mark Victor Hansen, Sharon Lecter, Tommy Hopkins. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So a little bit about my family, though. This is my husband and our 2 children. This is Zeus and Zoe. We got them when they were 8 weeks old. They are now 8 years old, and Zoe has taken over the couch. Zeus has taken over the bed, and since the pandemic, well, Zeus has a little bit of a drinking problem. All right, so what I want to share with you for the next 20 minutes is I want to share some powerful, actionable information that you can use immediately. I want to motivate you to speak out of the box when you feel like you're in the box, and I want to invite you to learn more about virtual speaking. All right, so why add speaking to your business, you're probably asking yourself? Well, because it's the key to selling. It's it's the key to visibility. If people don't know you exist, then they're not going to know to go to you or buy from you. So you must be visible in order to sell. Bottom line is, if you want more sales, you got to get in front of more people. And there's never been a better time than now to reach people all over the world. Number one reason, though, is because you have a message to share that only you can share to people that can only hear it from you. And that message will change somebody's life, their business, or their soul. So that's why it's important for you to share it and get it out in the world. And I used to think that if you couldn't share your message, someone else could. It might be taken away from you and given to someone else. And then one day I'm in church and the deacon said this. He said, God has given you, each and every one of us, unique gifts. And if we don't use those gifts, they will be unused for all eternity. And in that moment, I thought, that's it. That's it. That's the same as our message. If we don't get our message out there, it will be undelivered for all eternity. And that means the people's lives that you were supposed to save, or the businesses that you were supposed to save, the souls that you're supposed to save, will go on suffering for all eternity. So that's why it is so important. All right, so how do you become that powerful speaker on the virtual stage? Well, number one, you control the stage. Know that. It's very different from a live event. When you have a live event, you're not responsible for the stage. You're not responsible for the lighting or the sound, and everybody knows that. But when you're in this environment, this is your stage. Your background is your stage. So what is your background saying about you? Right? Are you doing your meetings in the bedroom, or is people seeing a bed? Do you have a messy background, unorganized? Or are you using a virtual background? Now, even with a virtual background, you're saying volumes about who you are and what you are, because people may be wondering what's behind that virtual. Why can't we see your real office? So my recommendation is to create a space that you are proud of. Create a space that resonates you. My brand is red, and you can see that. You can see I have some sayings up there. I have a dog. I have a cross. So it says a lot about me and the books, the knowledge that I master. It says a lot. So create an environment that says what you want it to say. So set that stage and take the center of that stage. Be right in the center of your screen, leaning forward, being interested, and sharing your knowledge. So always be center stage, never be off to the side. If you are using a laptop, make sure you prop it up so that you're looking directly straight on into the camera and not down, because you might be showing somebody another chin that you didn't know you had. So I want you to look your best. So take the center stage and always find your light. Always find your light. You want lighting to be in front of you. You want natural light, and you want soft photography type of light. You never want to be backlit like this example over here. Always front lit, side lit. Let people see you. You want them to see every bit of you. Remember, everything in this environment too is magnified. Everything is magnified. So we have to look our best. And again, if we have bright lights, well, they can help to kind of take out some of our wrinkles, if you will. So always get good lighting. Also, we can't hear you. Well, you've heard that time and time again on these meetings. We can't hear you. You're muted or whatever. You want to make sure if you're speaking that you want to sound your best. Don't use and depend on the webcam. Instead, get a good microphone. The better the microphone, the better you will sound as a speaker. And there's plenty out there. You can get both lighting and microphones on YouTube, on Amazon, and you can also get them on eBay. So there's plenty of places. Now, if you do decide on a ring light, be careful if you wear glasses. Sometimes I've seen it where the rings are in each of the eyes, and that can be a distraction. You always want to minimize distractions as a speaker. Next is video. Use video in this environment. When I teach my clients how to do their signature talk, when it's live, I teach them not to use a PowerPoint because they can't control the environment. And who wants to schlep all that equipment? I've seen speakers sweat bullets before their presentation. So don't do that. But in this environment, it is an addition. It is an asset. So I recommend, no matter how long your speech is, use a PowerPoint. It will keep the attention of your audience. So I want to demonstrate how powerful video can be.
What I have learned from this $1 Million Speaker Summit is really the reason why I should be speaking, that your message matters, that your voice matters, and that what you have is unique to offer to the world. And I love Arvi's heart. I love her desire to leave a legacy and to raise up people who are going to make a difference in the world with their message.
From the platform. It doesn't do you any good to have a big ticket item if you don't know how to sell it. So you must learn, you must get mentors and learn how to sell that big ticket item.
She delivers so much concise information. She has systems that she's sharing with us that allow us to use our speaking business to expand coaching and whatever else we're doing. It gives me a new perspective on speaking because now it's a vehicle to advertise other things. As a coach, as an author, I've needed something that will allow me to move to the next step in my life as a business owner.
All right, so powerful. Think of video, think of your promos, think of testimonials.
What I have learned from
I want to
this.
share with you a testimonial that is very powerful. Now, for you to get testimonials, you would have to have someone come to your event. You would need to, or you'd need to type it out and just put it on your PowerPoint. But look at what happens when you can get a video testimonial.
Hi, my name is Gail Gajardo, and I took RV's class, and oh my gosh, my life has been transformed. Using the simple math equation that she shows us on how many presentations to do per week and translate it to how many clients and leads that it generates and how much each client is worth, I am now making $60,000 a month. And I'm going to continue to be her student, and I'm so excited, and I just want to let you guys know this really works. Thank you.
All right, so use video in your presentations in the virtual world. Number 3, step into the spotlight. If you don't have a PowerPoint and you do just want to talk, make sure that you set yourself up for success by asking the host to tell everybody to mute themselves and put you in speaker view. Now, this is, again, if you're on Zoom. But that's not my favorite because it's still up to the individual, and if they don't mute themselves, then if they make a noise, they show up big on the screen instead of you. But what I really love is the spotlight video. Then you can be spotlighted, the host can spotlight you, and you will be big to everyone. Now, individuals can change it back to gallery if they want to, but you're going to be big to everybody. So I really love that if you're not going to use a PowerPoint, because otherwise you just get lost in a sea of squares, right? Sea of faces. Number 4, involve your audience. Now, in the live world, it's a little easier to involve your audience because we can see them. We can do high fives. We can throw candy. We can have them stand up and do the, their hero pose, all kinds of things. But in this world, it's a little different. But don't think for a minute you're limited. Just be creative. So how are we going to involve our audience? The chat box, that's very, very popular. So encourage people to use the chat box. They're getting used to it now, but what I like to do is ask people to tell me where they're zooming in from, what state, what city, what country, because now, again, we can reach people in other countries, and it's a safe thing for them to chat about. So always encourage to use the chat box and use reactions. If you're not using PowerPoint and you have a gallery of people, then you can always use reactions. Those are the little thumbs up and clapping hands, but now they have fun stuff like hearts and laughing faces and some other celebration reactions. So use those. Also ask them to raise their hand physically. You can see this, right? Raise your hand, raise your hand. What I like to do is sometimes do high fives to the side of the screen, right? Do a high five to the person next to you on the screen so you can do some fun things like that as well. Nonverbals are those tiny little icons that are attached to your name. I don't like them very much because they're very hard to see. They're really small. But one advantage is that you raise your hand, they will stay up until you lower the hand, where of course the reactions come and go really quickly. Verbal involvement, a lot of times I will unmute everybody and I'll say, how cool is that? And they will say, how cool. Now in my $1 Million Speaker Summit, the event that you just saw, which was last year, I'm going to do again, but last year when people would say millions, when they got a good idea, when they heard a great idea that would make them millions, I would have them say millions, millions. Well, this year they can't do that because I need everyone muted. So I'm going to have them hold up a paddle, millions, millions. And when I say, how cool is that? They go, how cool. So you want to think of ways, creative ways that are different in this environment to involve your audience. Another thing that I do is I found these old glasses, right? I don't know how many of you remember Hobo Kelly, but you could say, I see Mary, I see Bobby, I see Johnny. So think of things that you could do and bring to your presentation that'll make it more fun and exciting. And of course, there's breakout rooms. Breakout rooms are great, only though if they are well managed and well explained. I mean, there's nothing worse going into a breakout room and not knowing what you're going to do. But I say with breakout rooms, be creative also. So what I do is I do scavenger hunts. Let's all find something in our office and then we talk about it. So I give them specific instructions on what to find. Then I break them up and they talk about it. It's a lot more fun. People get to know a different side of each other and it's just creative. So think of creative things that you can do in your breakout room, except for just introducing yourself and getting to know people. That is getting a little old. All right, and then there's the whiteboard. No one ever really masters that whiteboard. You know, it's really hard to write on and all of that, but I know kids are having a good time with it. And then I like to add quizzes to my PowerPoint. So for example, you should always write out your speech, true, false, or true only for online presentations. And then I'll encourage everyone to write their answer in the chat box. So the answer is false, by the way. Never, ever write out your speech or you become a prisoner of your own words. And as a business owner, you don't need that. All you need is to outline what you're going to say, and you're going to practice and practice and practice. Of course, you're going to practice out loud 1 hour for every 2 minutes of your presentation, and then you'll never have to worry about forgetting what you're going to say. All right, number 5, bring twice your A game. Twice your A game. Why? Because we only have the waist up now. We only have the waist up. We don't have the luxury of people being able to see us moving around or getting closer to them or whatever, or even during our storytelling. We don't have that kind of advantage in here. So you need to bring twice your A game on. How do you do that? High energy. Whatever, however energetic you are, you need to just pump it up. If you have to go and work out and get all excited beforehand, or just do a mantra to yourself, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, whatever you have to do it, because you need to bring your A game on. It is not time to kick back jack time, right? It's time to full energy. Your goal as a speaker is to keep your audience's attention. Well, you know, you're competing against all kinds of things in this environment. You're competing with someone going to email. You're competing with someone doing something else on their desk. You're competing with so many things. You want to make sure that that you show them that they need to be there every second with you. What I talk about in my $1 Million Speaker Summit is that $1 million P, right? People leaving the room during that time when they should have been present to hear that $1 million idea. It's the same in the virtual world. Don't leave it. Don't let your audience leave it, because there could be that message that they needed to hear, or that story that would have moved or changed their life. Hand gestures, you want to use hand gestures, but when you do, right, because they attract attention, right? Here's the new applause. Do not put them toward the camera. That does not look good. Keep them outside here. Excellent. Stand and deliver. I am standing and delivering. I have a stand-up desk that I put on top of my desk that I pull up when I want to speak. Mine happens to be called Stand Steady. It's more of a wooden one, but they have all kinds of different variety on Amazon. If you are going to speak and you want to be the best speaker in the virtual world, then stand and deliver. Look directly into the camera at all times. You can look down at your PowerPoint on occasion, but just like you would in the real life. But remember, every time you do, it's a disconnect from your audience. So do it as little as possible, and always look directly in the camera, not at your gallery view when you are speaking if you're not using PowerPoint. And find new tools to use. I've got a little document camera that I use, and it's taken the place of my whiteboard that I would write on. It sits on my desk. I turn it on, and all of a sudden you'll be able to see what I'm writing on my desk. Real nice little tool. You can get those on Amazon also for under $100. So find new tools. Some of those new tools for you might be that new microphone and the new lights too. So find new tools and know what the latest trends are. And they're changing every day. Let me tell you, they are rapidly changing. This environment is moving very, very fast. So not only the changes with the technology and with Zoom, but the changes in speaking. We are getting less time. We have to be more concise. That means we have to rehearse more. We have to practice more. And we have to deliver a lot more in a lot less time. So you always want to over-deliver without overwhelming your audience. So keep up with the latest trends in virtual speaking. So let me ask you one more question. Are you ready to step on that virtual spotlight? If you are ready, I want to give you some tools at which to do that. So grab your free public speaking tips and techniques. I have video tips on my website. You just opt in at rvrobinson.com. That's www.rvrobinson.com. And if you would like a closing script on how you can close in the virtual world, then go to rvrobinson.com/free closing script. Free closing script. So grab those two items and we will see you on the virtual stage.
Thank you so much for that. I'm so excited to be here. First of all, I'm excited that you're watching because this has been an amazing summit, hasn't it? If you agree, just say yes in the comments. It's been an absolutely amazing summit. And I'm here to teach you how to take the passions and the skills that you currently have and turn those into a profitable online business. So if you're ready to learn how to make money online, just say money, money in the comments below. And I promise you that the next 45 minutes will be worth it. You're going to learn how to take the passions and skills you currently have, and I'm going to teach you some new skills that are in high demand right now and how you can take those online and make money on the internet. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen so you can see my presentation. Let's do that. Now, you should be able to see me and my screen, which now says World's #1 Virtual 5-Day Summit. If you can see that first slide, just say yes in the chat box so I know, or in the comments, so that I know that you can see it and we can get started. Yes, yes. All right, you guys can see this. Great. First of all, again, I said what an honor it is to be part of this 5-day summit. I love the theme of this summit, don't you guys? It's learn the secrets to success to come back stronger after a setback. And so many of us have setbacks in our life, and we don't realize that, you know, a setback is just a setup for a comeback. But I know that this summit has really opened your eyes, so many really great speakers, and it's just going to keep getting better. So again, I'm excited to be here. Let's talk about a comeback. Now, there's no better time than today to start your online business. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been my own boss, working for myself. Wherever my laptop is, I'm in business. I've traveled the world teaching other people how to do this as well. And I will say that in the past 20 years, as I look back, there has never been a better time to start an online business than right now. Never in history. So that's a great opportunity for you, and I hope that you do take advantage of it. So this is me, Alicia Little. That's my sister Lorette and her 2 kids, Ava and Elena, and we are business partners and work together. As freelancers, we own our own business, and today I'm going to talk about freelance work because it's more in demand now because of the pandemic, everything that we've gone through and we're going through. You know, 400 million full-time jobs have been lost globally, but for freelancers, the work is rising and rising exponentially. Now, let me ask you a question. Get ready to type in that comments box there. I want to ask you, why are you here? And this will help me to understand you as I continue to present. So why are you here? Type C19 if you're here because of COVID-19 and you've been unemployed, or type SI for side income if you just want to make some side income, or type boss if you're like, I want to be my own boss. This is my thing. I'm going to do it full time, right? Money, money. I'm going to be my own boss. So I see a few 19 side income, a lot of bosses here. Yes, we're going to talk about that money. Do you see my earrings today? These are $100 bills. Yes, yes, yes. All right, great. Well, I've got some good news for you. In all of this, there is some good news. The pandemic has boosted freelance work, and hiring for these jobs is booming, and that's what I'm going to teach you today. And you probably tried to make money online before. Maybe you've listened to some trainings or watched some YouTube videos, but today you are ready to take action. You're ready to do this. You're like, let's make that money. You're ready to do this because you don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. And, you know, you probably heard that 90% or more of people who try to build an online business never even make a single dollar. And it's not because it's a scam. It's definitely not because it's impossible. And of course, it's not because they're incapable, but it's because they can't figure out how it all works together. And that's why I'm here today, to show you how it all works together. Let's not get distracted by shiny objects either. One of the biggest paths to failure is when you're on the path to learning how to start your online business, you get distracted by something over here and you're like, oh, what's that thing over there? Focus, 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 and stay focused. Because although we're talking about making that money, right? Money is not the goal. It's not what you really want. Money helps you get what you want, but what is it that you really want? What is it that you really want in your life? What is the goal? To control what? Right? Money is not the goal. Yes, I see some of you saying it in the comments. The goal is time. The goal is to control your own time, because those who work a 9-to-5 job, they live their lives for the weekend. How many of you guys know this is true? Type TRU in the comments. Maybe this is true for you or somebody that you know, but most people live their lives for the weekend. What? We're not going to live our lives for the weekend. because we freelancers, we control our time. And when we control our time, that's what equals true freedom, right? This is your goal right here. Control your time. And that is when you truly get freedom. Got it? If you've got it, say got it in the chat. Come on, I'm going to wait for you. Say got it in the chat. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, great. So, I want to give you a good book recommendation. The picture on my screen is actually the old version of this book. I just got the new version, but it's called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. Do you see that? And it's by an author. Her name is Bronnie Ware. And good book, good read. And some of the regrets will sound so familiar to you, but in the book, Bronnie, whose job is to talk to people as they're coming to the end of their life and ask them about their regrets, she said that people that she interviewed who are dying share their top regrets, and it included, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself. Not the life others expected of me. I wish I didn't work so hard. I wish I had let myself be happier. And she goes on to share that the vast majority of her patients had never accomplished at least half of their dreams. Why do you think? It was often because of their choice to keep working on someone else's dreams instead of following their own. And when I read this, one of the things that really stood out to me was the word courage. And if you don't get anything out of today's presentation, I hope that you just get that after today, you will have the courage to live a life that's true to yourself. That word is so important in our lives, courage. Courage. Write it down in the chat box. Courage. C-O-U-R-A-G-E. Come on, everybody, write it. Courage, right? You need to have the courage to live a life that's true to yourself so that you can follow your dreams. And I know that you have a calling that's in your heart. Listen, you would not be here on this summit listening to all these amazing presenters if you didn't have a calling that was in your heart. Agree? You have a calling that is in your heart. Yes? Give me a 5 in the comments. This is my high five. Since we can't high five. If you know that you have a calling and it's in your heart, you know it. You're like, I have a calling and it's in my heart. Right? And if you want to live a life that at the end does not have regrets, then you need to find the courage to start living your dreams. See why that word was so important? Let me say that again. If you want to live a life that at the end does not have regrets, then you need to find the courage to start living your dreams. And as I interviewed my students and they post in Facebook, I see their courage shine through as they go from being unemployed or underemployed, as I like to call it, to working for themselves. Tosh says that she felt the fear and had to do it anyway. She said the only way to get rid of the fear of doing something is to go out and do it. My student Empress, she had the courage, but she said it took time and patience. You have to understand that it is a process. She said, I did it and you can do it too. My student Marcia says, this is a major improvement for me. When you find that courage to say, yes, I'm going to start my own business. Yes, I'm going to live the life that I've always dreamed of. Yes, I'm going to turn my passion into profits. Your life will see major improvement. Shane said orders are coming in daily, right? Audrey says, I didn't know I could get an order so fast, right? She said, be consistent. Consistent, very important word. Zorhan said, I was about to give up, but then the order started streaming in. Don't give up. Don't give up. Ava had the courage. Ava said, I got my first ongoing job, right? Through my tutoring. She's saying, Alicia, through your tutoring, I got my first ongoing job. Thanks for the training and the guidance. McLean said, I got my first sale today. I'm super excited. I'm happy I made the decision to be a freelancer. You have to have courage to make those decisions and go after your dreams. Yes? Do you agree? Are you like, all right, all these other people had courage to go after their dreams. I'm going to do it too. Yes? Type yes in the chat box if you're on board now. You're on board. You're on board. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and my business partner, Lorette, my sister. We've traveled the world teaching people just like you how to make money on the internet. We've been keynote speakers. We host our own mastermind events. We've been featured in the newspaper, on TV shows, all sorts of things. We've received awards. Now, I'm not saying this to show off or to brag, but I'm saying that there are a lot of people out there, but you need to find someone who's teaching this stuff, who's walking the walk. You know what I mean? So I just want to give you a little bit of a background that we do teach this and teach this all over the world. But you're probably saying, how did we get into the online hustle? Well, back in the year 2000, I started dating a man who said, you know, I want to sell my products online. Do you think you can help me figure it out? I said, absolutely. It was so interesting to me. And we started figuring it out together. At the same time, I was in the University of Michigan. I was working on my PhD and building an online business. Now, in that first year, we made $500,000 online. And that's when I knew the internet was going to change my life forever, forever. In the year 2007, I had to make a decision to finish off my PhD or to pursue internet marketing full time because I was going to go speak at an event, teach some other places. So I thought professors were rich, but I asked my professor how much money he made. And when he told me, I said, but I made that much money I made your yearly salary in 1 month. Needless to say, I dropped out of the PhD program, even though I love teaching. Now I'm just teaching you instead of teaching students at a university. But a turning point for me, you know how we all have those turning points in life? One of the turning points in my life was when my accountant sat me down to sign my tax statement, and it said $2.767 million. I was like, $2.7 million? Now, I knew I had made money that year, but I didn't even know how much. So as I signed that tax statement, and you can see my name on it, I was like, yes. This is it. I love the internet, and I am an internet marketer full time. Now, fast forward to the year 2010, I left my ex. So I eventually married that man that we started a business together. I married him, and in 2010, I left him. He was on vacation with another woman. I found out about it, and before he got home, guess who packed her bags and was out of there? I was gone. When he came home, he found out I was gone. I thought everything would work out. We've been running a business together for 10 years. You know what? I don't want to be with him personally anymore, but professionally, we'll figure everything out, right? There was my ignorance right there, because what happened was so after I left him, I was going to my sister's house, and I went to buy something, and I handed the cashier my card. And when she swiped my bank card, and just keep in mind, this year, 2010, was our best year ever on the internet. In fact, we made $6 million online that year. So what do you think happened when she went to swipe my bank card? So she swiped it, and what do you think happened? Declined. Yes, it was declined. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what just happened? How in the world was my card declined? That year we had so much money in the bank. I'm like, lady, scan it again. And she scanned it again. And what do you think happened? Someone tell me in the chat box, what do you think happened? It was declined. And at this point, I had gone from being a millionaire. I mean, that year I lived in a 10,000 square foot mansion. It was amazing. We had everything I could have ever wanted in life, but I had worked hard for it, right? I worked so hard for it in business, and it was gone. In one split second, I felt like it was all gone. And I ended up sleeping on my sister's sofa with less than $0 in my bank account. Have you ever looked at your bank account and, you know, the balance was low, and then it went to zero, and then it's like negative $20 and negative $50? And I was like, why me? I had put 10 years into this business, and now I'm here with nothing, right? He logged into the bank accounts. He changed the passwords. I didn't have access to the bank accounts, the credit cards, my personal email address. He changed my password on my personal and my business email address. all of our courses, my client database. I was logged out of everything. I couldn't access a thing. And it was at this point when I realized that I was in trouble. But my good friend Les Brown called me. He knew what I was going through, and he called me and he said, Alicia, you might have fallen on your back. But if you can look up, you can get up. How many of you know that quote from Les Brown? Say me, right? And I was like, yes, Les, you are right. And then he says, get up, get up. And in his deep Les Brown voice, he says, get up. And I flew off of that sofa. I ran to my sister and I'm like, Lorette, you know what? He might have taken all of the money, the email account. He might have the whole client database. He might have all of the products, but you know what? He can't take away from us, because she worked with me in the business. He couldn't take away our knowledge. We knew how to start online businesses. She'd been working with me for 7 years, but for the past 10 years, I had been building internet-based businesses. I said, let's get up. Let's do it again. Let's go. Let's go. You know why? Because this is just a setup for a comeback. And we started to make our comeback, and we started online businesses, traveling the world again, teaching people what we knew how to do, and building courses and helping local businesses and really crushing it online, right? We called ourselves the Comeback Champions. I'm just taking that from the event. And that's why this event is so close to my heart, because, you know, we've all had setbacks in our life, but we sometimes don't realize that the setback is just a setup for a better comeback. Because the way that we've come back, we have made millions on our own terms. We have offices in Jamaica. We've got a staff of 32 people, right? 32 people. And so our business is doing better than ever before. So just remember that no matter what you're going through right now, it's just a setup for a comeback. Now, why is it a great opportunity today to start your own business? I'm going to teach you something. You ready? There's a very good chance that you have specific knowledge and insights that someone else would be willing to pay you for. Isn't that true? Yes? Just say true. You know it's true, right? And I'm talking about the freelance economy. That's the economy that we are getting into right now. And there's 3 models that we're going to talk about. So I'm going to talk about when someone hires you to do work for them, you either do the work yourself, you outsource it, that's the agency model, or you do a combination where you say, the work that comes in, I'm going to do some, and I'm going to outsource some to her over there or to him over there. So these are the 3 models that we're going to talk about. Eventually, I love for all of my students to really have an agency, and it's where an order comes in, you outsource the work, you deliver it, you get paid, and you pocket the profits. It's about working smarter and not harder. And when you talk about the agency model gives you more time. So because you're outsourcing the work, you have more time, you do less work, and you focus on building your business. Now, my student Winnie, originally from Puerto Rico, but lives in Arkansas, she does the combination model. She does some of the work herself and outsources some. Some of my students from Jamaica, Chevelle, Ava, and Sonia, they also do the combination model. Some work themselves, outsource some. My sister Loretto, she outsources everything. She doesn't do any of the work herself. 100% outsourced. I don't know what model you'll pick, but you'll start off doing the work yourself, the combination model, and then maybe even to the agency model. But it is a progression over time, so accept that and understand that. I don't care where in the world that you live. I know we have people here from all over. We have students from all over, but the point is you're going global, you're earning in US dollars. And now we're going to talk about the skills that you currently have. So when I talk about making money online with your knowledge and with your skills, you can either learn new skills or use the skills that you already have. So let's talk about your career skills. In the chat box, I want you to type the career skills that you have. These are skills from, working in a job. Like, what are some of the skills that you have that an employer has paid you for those skills? It could be accounting or bookkeeping. It could be administrative tasks. It could be finances, payroll, doing HR, I don't know. But type them in the chat box and let's look at what you guys have. So a lot of career skills here, So do you think that if someone has paid you for those skills in a physical work environment, that you could take those skills online and offer them to companies virtually? It's a trick question. The answer to the question is of course, right? So now let's talk about some learned skills. Maybe these are skills that you've learned through another summit or through watching YouTube videos or taking a class. What are your learned skills? Tell me in the chat, what are some of the skills that you have learned? So website design, graphic design, right? Those are popular learned skills. Transcription, yep, writing. So a lot of learned skills as well. Coding, programming, okay, got it. So great. Now, when you look at your career skills and your learned skills, these are things that you can get paid for. This is your own knowledge, your own passions, what you already have. But I'm going to take a break and say, you know what? Let's put those aside because you've just proven that you have skills that people will pay you for. And let's look towards some of the hottest skills online right now that you could start today and get paid for. I'm going to teach you about 4 skills. And now I'm looking at the clock, so I got to talk really quickly. But transcription, phone calls, design, and being a virtual assistant. The first one is doing transcription. What is transcription? It's basically taking an audio or a video file and turning it into text. So this presentation I'm doing right now, it could maybe, well, let me ask you this question. Would you love to have a typed up copy of this presentation? Say yes in the chat box if you're like, type it up and give it to me. I want a typed up copy. Anybody want to? Yeah, all right. So proof of concept, right? Look at, everybody wants a transcription of this. They want it typed up, and I don't blame you. But because this is where the world is going right now. We have so many people doing podcasts, lives, and summits, YouTube, that transcriptions are needed. People like to learn in different ways. So offer your students a transcript of what your audio or video is. And this is why so many people are looking for transcribers. This lady right here, she's one of my students. She's a transcriber. The photo on the left is the job she used to have. The photo, or the photo in the pink shirt is the job that she has, is what she's doing now. But she's standing in front of the place that she used to work at. So in the place that she used to work at before taking my course and learning transcription, she was making $400 a month, right? So I actually took this picture, took her to her old workplace, and she said, Alicia, this month I have made what it would take me a year to make in this place back here. She made in a month what it would have taken her a year to make. I'm like, wow, isn't that amazing? And she follows the agency model. All the work that comes in, she outsources all of it. Here's some of her income screenshots she posted in Facebook. $500, $150, $130, $900, $320, $80. These are just from one client, right? Each one is from one client hiring her to do transcription. Anybody, would you like $900 from one client? Write 900 in the comments. I'm going to take a sip of water while you write that. One client paying you to do transcription. And more of my students, like, woo, people are looking for transcribers everywhere. More screenshots from Facebook. We could do this all day long. 540, 260, 120, 80. One of my students posted on Facebook, she bought a car from the money she made doing transcription. 130, 170, 95, 250. The girl that I told you about before, she was featured in a newspaper. It says, from working in a wholesale to building a mansion. She took the money she made from transcription, bought land, built a house. You go, girl. I'm proud of her. 120, 96, 250, 205, 170, 220, 75, $1,080 from doing transcription, right? Layton's making between $5,000 and $6,000 a month doing transcription, and she's just one of many of our students who are doing it. Now, I do have some tricks on how to do transcription that I'd be willing to show you, but I want you to promise that if I show you these tricks, you're not going to go out there and tell people who want to get transcription done, Alicia's tricks. You're going to be like, oh, you don't have to pay anyone to do that. Let me show you Alicia's tricks. No. Say, I promise in the comments if you promise not to tell anyone my tricks. Yes? All right? All right. The first trick, YouTube. Did you know that YouTube transcribes videos for you? Let me play this video real quick. All right, hang on 1 second. It's giving me a little bit of trouble, which sometimes happens when I try to play a video. Let's see. So I'm going to YouTube. It's one of my videos. Underneath it, there's 3 dots. Press on those 3 dots. Click open transcript. Look at the transcript that ends up on the right-hand side.
Direct message us, they can get a welcome message back right away. So I'm going to go ahead and write this welcome message real quick. All right, so I wrote the welcome message. Thanks for DMing us. We'll see this message soon. In the meantime, you can call us or visit us.
So what you see right there is that YouTube, I'm going to play it one more time, YouTube actually will transcribe videos for you. So bottom 3 dots, click open transcript. Now watch as this YouTube video plays. Listen to me and watch how it transcribed it.
Welcome message back right away. So I'm going to go ahead and write this welcome message real quick. All right, so I wrote the welcome message. Thanks for DMing us. We'll see this message soon. In the meantime, you can call us or visit us.
Did you see how amazing that was? Did you guys know that YouTube transcribed videos? Well, YouTubers always want their videos transcribed. They just don't know that the transcript is already there. So what you do is you take that transcript, clean it up a little bit, and hand it to the client. So they pay you to transcribe a video, you do it that way, or you can upload the video unlisted to your YouTube channel, let YouTube transcribe it, take that transcript, clean it up, woo, and give it to the client. How many of you could do transcription now that I shared with you? Yes? Well, I've got another trick. Are you ready for one more trick? Now, in this video, I've uploaded a file to a website called Temi. The file is called Ask the Right Questions. And now Temi says, give me your email address. So I add my email address, I push send, and then now it's going to send the file to my email address. I'm excited. This is machine transcription. So it says final step, check your email. So I'm going to go check my email for the file, and then I'm going to edit the file, add some punctuations. So now let's go look at the file. And while you see the file, here we go one more time. While you listen to my video that it's transcribing, I want you to watch how good of a job it did and tell me what you think. All right, so I went into my email. It said, you know, we're going to go to the site to get your transcript. It wants me to create a password. Just create any password and click save. Boom. Click save. All right, so I'm going to put the mic next to the speaker on my computer. Tell me how you think it did now. Here we go. Watch the video.
Hey, it's Alicia Little, and in this video, I want to cover one thing that will help you to land clients. Now, I'm a digital agency owner, and if you're looking to start your own social media or digital agency, or you already have.
All right, what did you think? Did you think that it did a good job transcribing? I know, pretty amazing, right? Yes, yes, yes. Now, if this is what a transcription agency is all about, that's not too bad, right? That's not too bad. So, could you do that? Everybody's like, yes, 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 I could do it. All right, let me get you through to another skill. It's called phone calls. So what happens is a client gives you a list of people to call: mystery calls, customer service, appointment setting, courtesy calls, sales calls if you want to do that. You make the call, you take notes, you return the file with notes to the client, and you get paid. So one of our students, for example, is making calls for Disney, and she calls people and tells them to rebook their reservation, or, you know, whatever script Disney gives her. And then she gives Disney a list back of the people that she reached out to, right? So a few of our students also do mystery calls for companies. A company gives you a script, you call the phone number, follow the script, report on how the receptionist did, and this is how a company see if their staff is answering appropriately. You return the checklist with the comments, and you're doing this as a prospective client, so it doesn't matter if you have a baby crying in the background, like all of that doesn't matter. Who could do mystery calls? You guys, could you do that? Of course you could, mystery calls, right? And some of our students posted their screenshots from these are all from single clients paying them to do phone calls, $250, $300, $200, $130, $250. People are always like, can anyone make calls for me? I'll hire you. $140, $500. You don't even have to use your own personal phone number. Where's my phone? So there are apps out there that you can put on your phone. One is called Text Now, TextNow, and you can use that to make calls through the app and nobody gets your phone call. So for example, when someone joins one of my programs, I have welcome calls go out, and I just hire someone to do the welcome calls for me. They report back on who they talked to, done, bingo. All right, I taught you 2 skills so far, transcription, phone calls. Now we're going to talk about being a virtual assistant and then flip over to design. Being a virtual assistant. A lot of you said that you have admin skills. So you can take those admin skills and turn them into services online as an online assistant. A client requests your services, data entry, phone calls, research, different admin type duties. You complete the work and you get paid. This is my student Amanda. She posted on Facebook when she had made over $12,000 doing this. And here's the thing. Anyone on this session right now on this webinar can be a virtual assistant. Can you cut and paste? Can you research in Google? Can you answer emails? Can you help a business owner that doesn't have the time to do this themselves? The answer to that question should be, of course, absolutely. Here's my student Amanda, all the services that she does, a whole bunch of different services, all under that admin umbrella. And some of her screenshots, 120, 96, 250, 205, all orders from individual clients. My student Winnie, and she came to visit me in Jamaica. I live in Jamaica as well as in Atlanta, by the way. But anyway, you know, you can see here for Winnie, funds pending clearance, like she's a virtual assistant constantly getting work. She said after she got work from one client that equaled $5,000, she knew this was legit. She really decided that she wanted us to focus on being a VA, and she sent me a screenshot of making $590 in one order. Good job, Winnie. So transcription, phone calls, design, and being a virtual assistant. Now, doing design. Woo, I'm talking fast. I'm like, woo, talking so fast, but time is running out. I'm watching the clock. All right, so I love this one, and so does my sister Lorette, because design is in such high demand, and it's something anyone can do. You can do it yourself, you can outsource it, you can find a kid, maybe you have kids and make them do it, but it's really in high demand right now because of social media and all that good stuff. So a client requests images, social media, banners, flyers, logos. You create the image in a free tool, you submit the work to the client, and you get paid. This is my beautiful younger sister, Lorette, and her family, and this is what Lorette does. She does design and does really well with it. I just put this screenshot in here so you could see, you know, it's recent. This is August 19th, 17th, 14th, right? Orders coming in to do design for clients. $200, one of my students posted that on Facebook. And look at this lady right here. This person says, I will design an eye-catching ebook or Kindle cover with bonuses. And this is just an ebook cover that this person is designing. So what happens here is that they're using, well, I don't know what tool they're using, but you can use a tool called Canva, C-A-N-V-A, write that down, canva.com, to design ebook covers. But all right, look at how many reviews that she has. Do you see it on the top? It says 32,717. And look at how many orders she has in queue, 55. Let's do some math. Now, about 1 in every 3 to 5 clients will leave you a review about your work. You do the work, you get paid, they leave you a review. Not everybody does it. I'm guilty. When I hire people, I don't always do it either. So to get an average of how many orders that she's gotten, we need to multiply 32,717 by 3. When we do that, we get 98,151. All right, great. Now, 98,151 times $20 is how much money? 1.9 million US dollars. Now, why are we multiplying it by 20? Because her average order right there, a standard order, you see it? It's $20. So now I know approximately how much money she's made doing graphic design ebook covers. 1.9 million, almost $2 million. Right? Are you interested now? And she has 55 orders in queue. 55 times 20 is 1,100 orders in queue. Do you want to see me design an ebook cover? I'm going to go live to the internet and do it. If you want it, say, do it, go, tell me to go. Otherwise, I'll just move on to the next slide. Anybody want to see how to create an ebook? All right, that's what I thought. So we're going to head to canva.com and I'm going to create an ebook cover for you really quickly. So here we go. In Canva, I'm going to type in the word ebook cover, and you'll see it come up. And then I don't have a lot of time to teach this to you now, so I can, hopefully I'll give you a free report at the end, which will show you more of this. Would you like that? Yes? Would you like to learn more? I'll give you a free report. So here on Canva, it allows you to have, it has these great templates. It allows you to create amazing book covers for your clients. So anybody here want to be an author? Tell me so I can use your name. I can use your name as anyway. All right. So I can use your name as the author. So here's the thing. I just picked a book cover template and now I'm going to change this book cover and I want you to time me. So somebody get your timer ready. And then tell me how long it took for me to create this book cover. I'm going to create it and teach you how to create it all at the same time. On your marks, get set, go. All right, everybody. So we've got a book cover here. Let's change it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the photos section and I'm going to do a book on romance. So let me type in romance. And now I want to find a great picture to go on this book cover. Now, what is this book cover going to be called, or what is this ebook called? Well, the client said they wanted the title to be, I'm making this up, Love Me or Leave Me. All right, so that's what they want the title to be. You know what, I'm not a really big fan of this font. It's kind of hard for me to read, so I'm going to change the font right here. Do you guys see how I'm doing this? So easy to do. I like that font actually, and I think the author will too. Let's say the author is going to be Amanda Ray. And then now Amanda wants a different image. So I deleted that image and I want something that says love me or leave me. So what I did was in photos, I typed in romance. And now I'm just looking for a book cover that kind of says love me or leave me. Kind of has that feel. I don't know, maybe we'll put this one in. So I'm going to drag this image in. I'm going to move up the title really quickly, Love Me or Leave Me by Amanda Ray. If I don't like that image, I can delete it and I can look for another image, right? Love Me or Leave Me by Amanda Ray. So simple to do these ebook covers. How much time did it take? Who was timing me? Tell me how much time it took. All right, under 2 minutes. Do you think that's something that you could do? Did you like that? Give me a high five if you like that and you think that's something you can do. Just be like, high five. So I taught you today how to identify the skills you currently have, your career and learn skills. I taught you 4 new skills that are in high demand. So now I want to say, look, we love having an online business. There's no inventory, no Facebook ad spend, like you don't have to advertise it because you get on a platform that already has traffic. There's no overhead cost, no startup cost, no fancy degree, no expensive tools. In fact, my student Dana, she's texting over on the right-hand side with my sister Lorette. She said, I resigned and my last day was yesterday. And yes, I have already replaced my income. I hope you send me the same text message if you're working right now. Then you say you've resigned and you've replaced your income with your online job. And in addition to getting some knowledge, I've given you some knowledge here today. I'll give you some more in a free report. There are 2 things that you need to make this happen for you. If you've got these 2 things after I mention them, say got it in the comments box. There's 2 things. The first thing is a laptop. You need a computer, a laptop, a desktop, a tablet, something to work on. And the second thing is an internet connection. Do you have it? Type got it if you've got it in the comments. So a computer or some device to get online and an internet connection so you can connect to the internet. And it's a trick question because you wouldn't be watching this presentation here today if you did not have these two things. So congratulations, you have what you need to be a freelancer. Wasn't that easy? Here's some steps to get started. Identify what you want to sell online. Identify your passion. Ask yourself, what problem does it solve for others? Or learn a new skill, like one of the skills I taught you today, and make sure that your services are relevant to the times that we're in now. Set up your online presence. Use platforms that already have traffic. And then if you don't want to do the work yourself, set up your team to outsource it to. And then deliver the work, right? Deliver to your clients and build a business. And the key to success is this declaration: I am a business owner. And I want you to write that in the comments box. I am a business owner, because I find that when my clients, my students admit and say, you know what, I'm embracing this, this is my business and I'm going to do it, I'm going to be my own boss, that they see success faster than anyone else. You have to understand that this is a business and you are a business owner. And I don't have time to go through more testimonials from a lot of our students, but I just want to say, make sure that you have the courage to start living your dreams, right? By taking the chance and say, you know what, I'm ready to start my online business. A question I get a lot is, won't the market get saturated with all these freelancers coming on? And the thing is, every student that we put on that takes this on, they're seeing their first sales faster than I've ever seen come through in history. Don't ask questions. Don't overthink it. Just get on. Employers looking to hire will have to hire freelancers online. Can you see the possibilities? So what you need to do to get started is evaluate your skills, set up your online profile, deliver amazing service, and continue to grow. As you continue to grow, learn new skills, build a team to outsource to if you don't want to do the work yourself, right? Yes? Yes? You agree this is something that you could do? I know that you can do it. So if you want to get started right away, I encourage you, you can get a free report, alicialittle.com/comeback. So look how I'm spelling my name, alicialittle.com/comeback. Hurry, write it down or take a picture of the screen. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Here's my Facebook, facebook.com/alicialittle.jamaica, my Instagram, my LinkedIn. Reach out to me, ask me any questions. Sorry, follow me. I'm talking so fast. My time is about to run out. They're going to kick me off, but follow me on social media and I would be more than happy to help you get started as a freelancer, starting your own online business. Never has there been a better time to do it than today. And I'm going to say, do it. Do it today. Thank you so much, guys, for inviting me to be here. Thank you for watching. And I love the theme of this event because as we talk about comebacks, the times that we're in today, a comeback is necessary, not just maybe for you, but also for your family and your neighbors. Like, we need a comeback, and we need so many of us to say, you know what, I'm going to take it upon myself. I'm going to have the courage myself to build a life that I deserve. And all that takes is saying yes to my dreams. All that takes is saying, you know what, I want to live a life that at the end has no regrets. So today I'm going to step up. I'm going to have the courage. I'm going to start my online business because I already possess the knowledge. I already have the skills that I need. I have everything I need to make this work. And guess what? If I want to add more skills to it, I can, because you can learn new skills. Right? So I want you to say that you're ready, you're worthy, you are a business owner. From today on, you are an online entrepreneur. From today on, you make money on the internet, right? Say money, money in the chat box. You make money on the internet. You control your time, and in controlling your time, it gives you the freedom and flexibility that you need to have a life that you live on your own terms. All right, thank you so much for joining me here today. Thank you so much to Che and your whole team who put together such an amazing event. What a great lineup of speakers. I'm so honored to be part of this amazing lineup, and I'm going to turn it back over to you guys. Thanks everybody so much. I hope you enjoyed it. I look forward to connecting with you on social media, and I hope that you do grab that free report. Bye. Bye.
Hi, this is Tony Moore. Just wanted to come in, have a conversation with you to show you how you can bulletproof your brands with intellectual property protection and with contracts. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to be off of the screen for a little bit so that we can go into detail how you can bulletproof your brands. If you have any questions, you can always find me at TonyMooreESQ.com. That's TonyMooreESQ.com. Gonna just share my screen so that you can come in the room with me. With regards to just bulletproofing your brands, I just want you to know my name is Tony Moore. I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a business coach. I'm also a legal strategist. I've been an attorney for over 22 years. I wanted to be an attorney since the 10th grade, and thank God for genes, but I'm getting closer and closer to 50. I got a few more years and I'll be 50 years old. So since the 10th grade, I wanted to be a lawyer. I got a chance to also be a legal strategist because sometimes I cannot help people on the legal side, but I can also help them on the compliance side. I love intellectual property. I'm a creative by nature, a CEO, lawyer by trade. And so I'm a mom, wife. In the midst of COVID-19, I'm also a COVID homeschooler. My kids will soon be back in school and I'll get a chance to be a mom. So like I said before, I wanted to help you bulletproof your brands. And when I talk about your brands, I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about the resources. I'm talking about your abilities, your assets. I'm also talking about the novelties that you could create, you know, with your novelties was lipstick or makeup, or with regards to the novelties with regards to your planners and with regards to your curriculum, all of those things that you can create from your brilliance. I'm also talking about the designs. Hey, if you're a fashionpreneur, hey, if you're a designer, if you're an artist, the designs that you create with regards to those things, those are all protected because it comes from you. It's your intellectual property. And I'm also talking about the solutions that you make in business because, you know, when you're bulletproofing your brands, you understand that the solutions that you create, the coaching programs you can create, the consulting, you can create the licensing agreement, all of that stuff, GDPR, is something that is going to govern your relationship with them. So you definitely want to be in compliance with every aspect of the law, even if you don't know about it, right? And there's also so much more. Someone had once said, Tone, I'm good. You know, I went to LegalZoom. You know, I started my own business. No shade to me, of course. And then they say, and I'm good. And I'm like, yeah, but there's so many different contracts. You know, as you level up, you need to lawyer up because there's so many different things with regards to agreements, interns, with regards to independent contractors. If you want to start hiring people, the rules and the regulators, what the rules, even in COVID-19, what type of disclosures, disclaimers can you put upon the people who have to come into your facility to make sure that you bulletproof your business and resources and assets and novelties and designs, right? So that's one of the things that we want to make sure. And in so doing, you always got to think of the strategies. One is create a business, right? I want you to box your brilliance into a business, a limited liability company. If you do not have a board, to make sure that you are at least protected so that your personal assets do not get mixed in with your business assets, right? Also operate from a business account. You know, operate your business from a business account, ideally. And then operating your business from a business account, then you are knowing that any money's in and money's out. If it's going to come to you, it's going to come through a paycheck or it's going to come through a deposit because it's either paying you or on a regular basis, it's a draw from your business account to you, right? Also with regards to it, I want you to have a virtual office. I want you to have a virtual office. You may not have one, and a lot of my clients don't have a virtual office, but I want you to be able to separate yourself from your business, because when you don't separate yourself from the business and there's a problem, that limited liability that we pretty much are worshiping, you're not going to get the limited liability. They're going to say your business is an alter ego. And if your business is deemed as an alter ego, if there's ever a problem, not only will they get the assets from your business, but then they'll take the assets from you, your personal wallet. And that's one of the things that you don't want to do. Also, I want you to consistently use your business name. Like, I'm always like, hey, this is Tony Moore of Tony Moore ESQ, or hey, this is Tony Moore of Legally Chic 360. When I'm sending out emails, it will say my More Legal Firm, or it will also say the More Success Solutions. You know, that's another business that I operate, because I don't ever want anyone to say that I did not keep my personal and my business separate. And I don't want you to be that person to make that mistake of not keeping your personal and your business separate. I also want you to create your own contracts, right? If you can't, create it, or you're like, oh my God, attorneys are so expensive, then you know what? Go to Tony Moore ESQ, follow me on Instagram, and you'll see that there's so many sources and solutions that are out there to help you to bulletproof your brand, okay? Also, W-2 yourself. What? Yes, W-2 yourself. What? I want you to W-2 yourself. Once you start making between $50,000 and $75,000, I want you to then contact the IRS and say, hey, I want to be taxed as an S Corp or a C Corp. That's a decision that you and your accountant will make based on the numbers, based on whether or not you want to retain income. You can only do that if you're being taxed as a C Corp. You also want to consider that based on if you're going to give yourself employee benefits. What does that look like? What are you going to write off? A lot of people don't like the double taxation, but here's the thing. When you're a C Corp, yes, you'll get hit with the double taxation, but you'll also be able to retain your money. So you don't always get hit on a personal basis, right? But I do want you to definitely consider W-2ing yourself, because when you want to level up, with regards to getting either a MBE or WBE certification, or start going into supplier diversity, before you get onto that programming, before you can start working with your business, have your business working with your state, your locality, they want to make sure that you're certified. And oftentimes you're going to be judged by your numbers and your statement of work, and the numbers is going to be based on your 1120s, ideally. Now some people, they get confused and they're like, oh no, I don't have 1120s, I have a 1040. Well, you don't always want to be operating with self-employment taxes, and you don't always want to be operating under your social security number. So that's why I would tell you, ultimately, when you start making between $50,000 and $75,000, that you're going to have to see pretty much corporatize your business and W-2 yourself. Okay. Also, respect the IRS. Oh my God, please respect the IRS, because when you don't respect the IRS will come and they will steal, they will kill, they will destroy you, they will put a lien, they will pretty much take all of your money, and then they will make sure that your life is a living hell. And not only that, but they give you interest and penalties. And not only that, they're always sending you notices. I know, and not only am I a tax attorney, but I've been in that situation, so much so that now I have a big, huge bucky file, a red well of information, because they kept sending us information even though they have our money. It's messy, but we're going to come out on top. And I need you to understand that whenever you get a notice, you have to respect them by responding, because you may miss out on your deadlines. Okay, so here's the thing. I want you to also understand that your business brand is also Business 101. Business 101 is all about understanding and appreciate that you have to comply with the rules. Remember this, business is a game. In every game, there's a rule, there's a regulator, there's an umpire. You can get ejected from the game. You can get penalized from the game. So I don't want you to do that. I want you to know that if you're selling products, you're selling coaching programs, you're selling online courses, and you're using advertisement, then you really have to respect the rules and the regulators of paying your taxes, and the rules and the regulators with regards to how you advertise on the web is also governed by the FTC. The FTC is the Federal Trade Commission, and they want to make sure that you're not a liar and deceiver in business. So they're always going to make sure that there's no misrepresentation, no omission. They're going to make sure that people are not misled. They're going to make sure that if you're saying that you can help people become six-figure successes in 6 minutes, that you have the information, that you're not lying by adding other people's names to something or having testimonials for something you did like 20 years ago and perpetrating that it's something that you do now. Okay, so I want you to just level up in your business, and I want you to understand that if you don't know it, or if legalities is just too much for you, then you're definitely going to have to outsource it. Okay, because here's the thing: if FTC determines that your business is a liar and deceiver, then it will order an affirmative disclosure where you have to tell the whole world that you're a liar or deceiver. It will require you to make corrective advertising. So not only do you have to tell the whole world, but then you then have to turn around and make corrective advertising, and it will seek fines and other civil remedies. And if they think that you're really that harsh of a person, that you were either your malfeasance was that you were trying to deceive others into thinking that you were, or maybe, I don't know, a miracle money worker, or help people walk on water so they can get out of debt in like 2 minutes. And guess what? You might even find yourself on the other side of a grand jury subpoena, and you really don't want that. You know what I mean? You really don't want the attorneys generals to be knocking on your door, or the U.S. Attorney's Office to knock on your door because there was an allegation of misrepresentation based on your sales and marketing agreement. Nope, you're not going to do that. So even when you're entering into contracts, I need you to understand that both parties have to have the ability to enter in. And also, you also have to consider with regards to, is there an acceptance? So there was an offer, and then there's an acceptance. And when there is an acceptance, how is it going to be done? Is it going to be done by a checking of the box? Is it going to be done by an affirmative, like, I hereby agree with you? Is it going to be done with regards to a click that says, I agree, this is what I accepted? And by the way, I understand that it's non-refundable, but those are definitely things that you have to know. Now, this is one of my favorite parts in the business, in protecting your brand, bulletproofing your brand, that you have to understand that there's so many different things that you can do in protecting your intellectual property. Are you okay? So when I'm thinking about the intellectual property, let's go into it with regards to people understand that you can have real estate and you can also have personal property. But that intellectual property, sometimes we forget about that intellect, because it's invisible. But I want you to not make it invisible. Even I tell my clients, don't make it invisible. Package your brilliance into something that you can create one time and monetize for a lifetime. But the property that is the invisible property or intellectual capital, or what I call I call infinite profit. So IP, intellectual property, or infinite profits, because you can create something one time and you can monetize it for a life service, not just because we talk. If I said, oh, we should do the Melanin Queen project, I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. Somebody can grab it, because we didn't have an NDA and I just put it out into the atmosphere. But if it's an intellectual property, I've already put it in place. I've already grabbed the domain. I've already created the ebook. I have already put out the framework of what that looks like. And then I went to copyright.gov. You feel the difference? Because if it's not protected, if it's not a recordation of it, it's merely an idea. And we're influenced. People always want to defend. There's nothing new under the sun. We already know that. But we also know that inspired profits coming from a person who is creative, that is something that it's theirs. So if you value what's yours, if you create your creativity, then you will protect it. Think about it. I'm a brown woman. You can see me. I'm a brown woman. And, with regards to that intellectual property, that's something that you need to understand and appreciate, right? So I need you to understand and appreciate the opportunities that you have of monetizing your intellectual property. So there's no broke chicks in business, not when you bossed up woman of God who has intellectual property. So with regards to platform protection, because, I need you to understand that your platform is your brand. I don't care how you want to look at it, but it's your business, it's your resources, you know what I mean? It's your agreements in place, your artwork in place, your novelties, whether it's a t-shirt, your lipstick, all of that stuff is in place, right? Even your designs, if you're a fashionpreneur, all of that, that's your brand. You need to protect your fashion brand. You need to protect your intellectual property. You need to protect your digital summits and everything else like that. So when we're talking about the intellectual property, your intellectual capital, your infinite profits, you know, when you protect it, you can do it through a patent, you can do it through a trademark, you can do it through a copyright, and you can do it through contracts. Okay. So what's patent protection? Okay, we'll talk about that. I'm not a patent attorney. Patent attorneys are usually like very, they usually have a background in science background, because if you ever go to the uspto.gov, write that down, uspto.gov, write that down, uspto.gov, and look on the patent side, and you look at the description of the patents, that's an engineer who writes that, right? If you don't know any engineer, you can always go to upwork.com, you know, and see if they can have someone. But of course, when you're working with someone and you have an idea in your head that is not a product that you have put in your hand with regards to it, then guess what? You're having a non-disclosure agreement, because you never want someone to take your prototype and profit from it. Okay, so with a patent, it has a right, it's granted to an inventor. It helps the inventor prevent other people from using, making, selling, or using their intellectual property for about 20 years, right? There's so many different ways. You can have a provisional patent, or you can have a real patent. The provisional patent means that you're putting something in place right now that you really don't want other people to use, and you haven't branded it out, you haven't bossed it out, you know, you don't have the prototype in place per se, but you have all of that information, right? I help people understand the design patents, because a lot of my fashionpreneurs, they're not understanding how, wait, I don't have a trademark. Wait, what about a copyright? I'm like, look, if you can have something like a design patent where you can design it and it can be distinctive, like them or love them, but Kanye West would make sure that it was a design patent, the Yeezys, and also, yeah, it was Kanye West Yeezys. Look it up. He got the design patent. He made sure that it was distinctive and that it was a novelty and it was useful. And he then turned around and got a copyright off of it as well, because he said, no, it's not just like something that you wear on your feet. This is also a design that is distinctive, right? With regards to a utility, is usually new machines, chemicals, and processes. New machines, chemicals, and processes. New machines. Big drug pharma right now is trying to come out with a utility patent for a COVID cure, right? That's what everybody is looking for. They're probably sleeping, dreaming, all of that stuff, coming out with something, because the first person who has a patent on that, oh my God, they will be so mega rich. Design patents, as I said before, it's more ornamental of their overall design of the object, right? Ornamental with regards to it. It has to be distinctive, and it has to be more than just something that you wear. It has to be unique in everything. Because don't forget, in our world, you know, the United States of America, when you're dealing with the intellectual property, they really value the creatives. Okay, they really do value the creatives. Unfortunately, some creative have been so creative that they did not know how to CEO their business, their life, to protect their assets. But that's not going to be us, because this is the day that we are not going to get played in business, right?
So let's segue over into the trademark world, because I'm, as an attorney and also as a business coach, I get a chance to hang out with my coaching community. And in the
coaching community with regards to trademarking, because, you know, if you're not known for anything, you got to get known for something, and that something is your brand. So when you're bulletproofing your brand, not only are you formalizing your business and you're then you turn around and corporatize your business and your life, but you're also protecting your intellectual property, right? You're protecting your intellectual property with contracts, you're protecting it with patent, you're protecting it with a trademark. Now, so that you're not going to be one of those people who be like, Tone, I need to trademark my products, or Tone, I need to copyright my tagline. Let's talk about, what is a trademark. A trademark is any word, any name, any symbol, any device or combination, any sound, any smell that identifies a good or a service, identifies a product. identifies a coaching program, identify a God Girl retreat, identifies wine, liquor, medicine, identifies dietary supplements, identify bags, right? And that's at uspto.gov as well. uspto.gov. It's a lot of great information that you can find out with regards to uspto.gov. Let me just tell you, if you're just starting your business, I want you to go to uspto.gov. Let me just tell you something. If you're thinking anything like me with like thousands of brands in my head, you know, I need you, before you start showcasing, before you start advertising, I want you to go to uspto.gov as well, right? And you go to uspto.gov to make sure that you are not violating someone else's brand. Because it's hard out here in these internet streets. First to get known for something, then to get known for something, only to get a freaking cease and desist, and you've got to start all over. Awful. But that's not going to be you, because you're going to go to uspto.gov. And then when you fall in love with the brand, that it would sicken your stomach if someone else used it, monetized it, or got moneygasms from it, then that's when you have to secure it. You have to bulletproof that brand with a trademark. And you either go to like an attorney such as myself, or you try to do it yourself. If someone said, girl, you don't need to go to an attorney, I'm gonna tell you right now, LegalZoom will help you register it. They will fill out the paperwork, and then they will leave you all by yourself, okay? So, yes, so an attorney costs more money, just like you as a coach, you as a writer, you as a consultant, you as a corporate trainer. You already know that it's not just about filling out the forms. It's also about the legwork. It's also about having to represent other people. And it's also about having a 10-month retainer with someone, because at the uspto.gov on the trademark side, it takes about 10 months to 12 months. Some of my clients, we still sitting there because somebody else bumped us because there's priority claims, and or they bumped us because now we're fighting because they filed like an objection. I know this is the beginning. I'm just letting you know that it's more to this, okay? Just letting you know, after you created your book, after you started your program, after you started your business, there's a whole nother level to this thing, okay? So I just need you to know that, right? So I need you to also know that it's illegal to use the registered mark until you go to uspto.gov, you go through the trademark process, you get that yes, you get that certification, and then you can say, we's married now. Just seeing if you're awake. uspto.gov. That's the place that issues the patents, and that's also the place that they issues the trademarks. And the beauty of having a trademark is that you can cease and desist on other people from using your brand. And the beauty of a trademark is that if someone is using it and they want to ignore you, you can take them to court because you have a registration, a number that says, hey, this is registered with the uspto.gov. Everybody was put on notice. Now I'm going to have to pretty much cease and desist you and confiscate your assets. And I'm going to pretty much have to let everybody know, including Facebook, social media, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, you know, once you got that certification, you can cease and desist on other people. And if they still keep wanting to do it, then guess what? You can go to court, find out what they got, and literally confiscate on their assets, okay, at uspto.gov. And with regard to the trademarks, I like it because, you know, it always helps people. Remember, the person who registered first, they get the respect. The person who registers first. So if there's anything that looks similar, a USPTO attorney will pretty much eject any subsequent registrants. You know, if someone is using the same kind of name in business and doing the same thing, then they will get rejected as well. So it's not only like you have to defend for yourself, you know, because you don't have to do no struggle when you have some seed, right? Because once you do the thing by corporatizing your business, formalizing your business, creating your creating your contracts, having your trademarks in place, then guess what? You are already protected, right? And once you already have an approved trademark, it lasts for about 5 or 6 years, give or take, depending on what cycle you're on. And then once you establish that you're continually using it, then you only have to go to the uspto.gov every 10 years with proof of use, right? Now, I'm going to let you know right now, this trademark game is fierce, okay? Because everybody knows that the name, it's not just your pretty face, it's not just what you can do, it's not the results, but the name recognition. The name recognition manifests much. So when you have something that you don't want anybody else to use, and it's not generic, and it's a standalone, and it's distinctive, and people will fully appreciate that it's you behind it, then that's when you definitely have to register your brand. Also, with regards to it, if you have a registration, if someone registered using another person's name or company domain in bad faith so that they can earn profit, like they saw your name blow up, so now they're trying to monetize your glow up, guess what? With the uspto.gov, you can cease and desist on them. You can also go to ICANN.com, find out who owns it, find out what website is hosting it, and you could tell them, hey, you need to stop this, so you can win a lawsuit against cyber squatting. Some people even get so bad, and they'll also not just cyber squat, but they'll also do I'll just call it where they change the name, like you could be like, I don't know, Boston Bankable, and I spell bankable with a Kable, and they'll spell it with something off so that they can redirect people, with kind of like name change squatting, and you don't want that, and you don't have to, because once you have a registration, you're protected, especially if it's distinctive, right? So if there's somebody doing something identical or close to you, then you can cease and desist on them once you have a certification from uspto.gov. Copyright protection is something that I love. I love helping my clients in regards to the literary agencies and dealing with other people. Once you're awesome and amazing, everybody wants a piece of you, whether it's music, whether it's dance, whether it's anything else with regards to publication. Always try to figure out some kind of way to take a derivative of you, right? And they will try to make the money from the derivative of you. But in order to bulletproof your brand, you have to always understand that that brand is yours and defending yourself. And the best way to defend is to file at copyright.gov, file at copyright.gov, your song, your music, your sound recording, copyright.gov. Always keep the publishing in place. I learned a long time ago in music, that every time music get played, someone is getting paid. Well, guess what? Your book, if you're not having something in place with regards to copyright.gov, somebody may hear you and it's not recording. So then they'd be like, oh, that's an idea. And they will snatch. Okay. But if you have a recordation and you're always talking about the book that you have already copyright, and then somebody try to control, alt, and delete on you, then guess what? You can bulletproof your brand by ceasing and desisting because you did a copyright.gov registration. Okay. With regards to it, it's always going to protect your originality and your creativity, right? And it also always has to be a recordation. It has to be in a tangible form. Why? Because ideas are not protected. All right. Ideas are not protected. So when you also appreciate with the copyright.gov, you understand that, guess what? Creative work, dance, sound recording, music, blog posts, all of that stuff, you may not appreciate it, but maybe your children or your children's children would. You may not appreciate it, but you may touch somebody's life and they want to buy your brand, your information. You may not appreciate it, but you may end up going to a publishing house. Now, let me just tell you, you're working with a publishing house, they're going to want the full expression. They're going to want your copyright information for the full extent of the life. Not your life, but your life plus 70 years. So I need you to understand when people be like, oh my God, I went to the publishing house and they picked me up. And I'd be like, oh, child, you don't get a chance to own anything. They get the derivatives and they get the publishing. And the publishers, those are the ones can monetize from the derivatives, okay? The derivatives, if you pull out a name or something that is associated, those 360 deals in the music world, well, guess what? Publishing house did the same thing. So I need you to understand, respect that. Our ancestors may not have known because nobody was really letting them know that intellectual property is infinite profits, infinite profits that they can create one time and monetize for a lifetime. You hear those commercials, these songs that was a long, long time ago. You know, most of our ancestors did not understand fully that they should be owners, not just the creators, but the owners. Nick Cannon just realized the difference between the creator and the owner. Come on, somebody. Don't let that be you, okay? Don't let that be you. Whatever God let come out of you, then guess what? You better have an invoice for it, or you better have a licensing agreement for it. Do not devalue what is meant to be valuable to you, okay? Now, I get calls every once in a while from people. They're like, oh my God, I saw somebody, they put a post and they put my information. Well, guess what? If they're doing it for research or education or parody, even if they're criticizing you, which this guy was, you know, that's not illegal. You know, that's called fair use. Now, when people be like, got music in the background, they say, I don't own the rights to it. No. Yeah, you don't. But guess what? Someone can cease and desist on you. They can tell you to take down your video. It could have been an awesome, amazing video, but because of the fact that you put somebody else's copywritten information on your stuff, perpetrating. See, people to this recording, I don't own the rights to this poetry. I don't own the rights to this preaching gig. I don't own the rights. Could you imagine if somebody used Woman Thou Art Loose just when it was coming out and they was taking derivatives of it, saying, I don't own the rights, but I'm going to teach this as though it's my own. I don't own the rights. Come on, somebody. I don't own the rights. Do not protect you. It's not a prophylactic. It will force somebody to say, oh, wait a minute, I'm not getting my money. See, remember what I said, one thing about intellectual property, you can create it one time and you can monetize it for a lifetime. So that fair use, if it's not criticizing, it's not news reporting, if it's not doing research, education, or parody, or if you're not a radio broadcast with a full license, then who cares if you don't own the rights? If you didn't create it, it's not yours. Now, the thing about it is, we understand in the world that we live in, and author coach speaking, that we need some level of information. So you either find a beat maker, you either help someone else, bless them by hiring their creativity so that you can use it for your professional or for your business, or you appreciate that there's royalty music that you pay for and then you have the rights for it for certain things, because they got a license and agreement too where they say you can use it for this but not that. Okay, so here's the thing, copycat cure. If you're the owner of a copyright, you can provide notice to a web hosting company that houses the infringing material. So if you are a singer, somebody's infringing, then you can go to who is, and find out who it is and send them a notice that says, hey, this is a violation of my copyright. I want you to cease and desist. I want you to take it down. They have a certain time period. They won't get in trouble if they take it down. If they tell you to go forget yourself and all that other stuff, then guess what? They can get in trouble and the violators can get in trouble. All right. So to protect your platform, to protect your brand, to protect your assets, I need you to understand that you do this. You formalize your business. You organize your business. I even like organizational charts. You organize your business as we talked about. Then you cover your assets with contracts, right? You cover your assets. There's so many different contracts, right? Even with our legal boss, we have like over 15 contracts. And then I was like, wow, we don't have 15 contracts, but there's so much more. Then you develop terms of use of your intellectual property and privacy notices for your website, right? With regards to if you're amazing and you are like pretty much like a Canva queen, honey, then you go and you copyright your images, right? Now, with regards to Canva, you copyright your images. I need you to understand there's a license. So you got to look at Canva's license. If you're not purchasing it, sometimes they allow people to purchase certain images, but for the most part, they just let you use it on social media. If you want to purchase something, then you go and see what the an extended license look like, right? If you're creating something, because I talk to a lot to creators and sometimes they're photographers, you know, you can protect, I want to say over 600, 300, 600 photographs. But when you do that, You literally have to fill in an Excel spreadsheet that says who took it, what day you took it, all that stuff. So if you are a photographer on there, hey, I need you to understand that you're going to have to CEO yourself with regards to it, knowing that it's not just about creative and taking pictures, because people are like, oh, I want to protect all my pictures and photos. Okay, here's the spreadsheet, figured out. You know what I mean? It's like, and with regards to copyright, they also want to make sure that they have your name, address, and they have your social security number and also your date of birth, because so many people have so many similar names. So you got to protect yourself. Trademark your brand. Trademark your brand. Trademark your brand. And bulletproof your profits, right? And of course, you got to respect the rules. In all thine ways, respect the rules. Lastly, nobody wants to talk about estate planning and succession planning, but I need you to understand that that matters. It matters. It's not just about, like, if you don't put it in place, if you don't document, if you don't identify who gets what with all of your creativity, it can end up being a mess, or it can be ignored. You can have books all over the world, but if nobody knows that they exist because it's in your brain or somewhere scattered around, then guess what? Your family will miss out on the benefit of being able to live off of your creativity. Thank you so much for joining me as I helped you understand the various steps that you need to take so that you can protect your platform. This is your platform. It's your empire. It's your brand. It's the very thing that you can use to defy your financial status quo, so that you can make more dreams possible. And because it has the power to transcend from you to your children and your children's children, then I do believe that you need to take the time out to fully appreciate that you have what it takes to not only to formalize and to optimize and to legalize, but also to bulletproof your platforms by any legal means necessary. So if you need any help or you have any questions, feel free to contact me, Tony Moore of TonyMooreESQ.com. Bye for now.
All right, let's get ready, champions. This is going to be so good. Okay, so what is all of this about? All speakers are not created equal? That's right, I said it. Guess what? After today, this will definitely be your January 1. So I am excited to present this topic to you. It's just that plain and simple. Why are you being booked and not getting paid? Why are you being booked but below your pay scale? Why are you not making 100,000 plus speaking easily yearly, and you know you are worth it? Now, have you seen some of those speakers out there lately? Why is your pipeline not filled with engagements? Okay. Final question. Why are you so popular, but your bank account does not reflect the love? Okay, so you get what you want by being it and not by chasing it. There is a reason it is so hard to have back-to-back championships. And we are going to knock this topic out super quick. So ride with me, follow along, do not leave, stay right here. You see, most can't handle the perks of their very first championship. They start to show off their trophy, they enjoy the perks of their success, then all of a sudden, they begin to back off from what got them there. You see, the perks that come with the first championship are the same hindrances that come with the next one. When a team wins their first championship, they don't get the next one for free. There is a price. You must constantly pay the price. You must put in the work. You see, a great example of this is Cal Ripken. Now, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He wasn't the best hitter. He wasn't the best fielder. He wasn't the best player, but he was the most consistent. He played 2,632 consecutive games. Now, that's a wow. He showed up every day. Not everyone shows up every day, but he did. You see, motivation gets you going. Maybe even your first championship will too. But consistency keeps you going and growing and building as a successful speaker. Now, my name is Grace Holden, and I am the CEO and founder of Real Champions League. We are a speaking agency. We are officially a speakers bureau. What we do is we help you launch, build, and grow profitable, sustainable, professional speaking businesses. Now, Real Champions League have helped hundreds of speakers accelerate in their speaking business and get unstuck, just like you will today. Now, we are not about making decisions on who your target audience is today. We're not going to talk about that. Or how to prepare for the perfect talk. We're not going to talk about that. Or how to build your pipeline, what to charge, or how to create a winning media kit, which is our specialty, etc., etc., etc. We offer those things all day long at the League. Today, we are way beyond that. We are here to get to the core. In this talk, we are going to talk about how you can raise above the pack and truly understand why all speakers are not created equal. So here are just a few examples of some pack risers, and I'm pretty certain you're going to know them. So think about FloJo. She's an Olympic athlete. She was in her time. And FloJo had a regimen. She worked more than 12 hours a day to build her craft. Maybe you've heard of Kobe Bryant. I can't imagine you haven't. In his off season, he worked 2 hours running, 2 hours on basketball, 2 hours on weightlifting, 6 hours a day, 6 times a week for 6 months. Then there's Tom Brady. He has an intense training workout plan. It includes 2 to 3 hours of just daily strengthening of his arms. What? Are you serious? And then there's Serena Williams, the greatest female tennis player of all time, known for her fierce tenacity. She has a 22 career Grand Slam title record. Tiger Woods. Okay, Tiger Woods. Maybe Serena was too easy. Tiger Woods, you've heard of him, right? He runs 4 miles a day. He lifts weights, plays golf. Lift weights, plays golf. Okay. And guess what? He doesn't just stop at hitting balls. He has fun just having a short game daily. Now, in our arena, the speaking arena, that's the arena. Zig Ziglar, he's passed on back in 2012. Les Brown, John Maxwell, Jim Rohn, Simon T. Bailey, Lisa Nichols, Michelle Obama, Grace Holden, we have skills, and our business is a skill-based type of business. But that doesn't solely carry us. You see, great speakers, we have to have heart, we have to have a champion mindset, and we have to have these 3 things, or we must do these 3 things: practice, prepare, and perform at very high levels. Now, what does a high level mean? It means we do not operate just on the surface. Do you know that the top 10% of great speakers, just 10%, it's actually a little less than that, are actually certified speakers? The rest just aren't. So how serious are you? And besides the fact that we just talked about champions do 3 things at very high levels, undeniable, what is it that is your consistent regimen. So let's talk about practice. Be relentless. Every day, practice your craft. You will never slip again if you really want to be a champion speaker or have champion status after this talk. Ask yourself or answer those earlier questions that I asked you. And ask yourself, are you a champion speaker? Do you watch yourself back after you've spoken? Do you practice repeatedly, watch yourself back, scratch, erase, start over, write it out, do it again, listen to yourself? Take notes and do not skimp. We prepare our mastery. We study our craft. Yes, we do. The proven formula for your routine or your lack thereof is this. You're either going to read, write, listen, play back, or you're going to do nothing. That's a routine. Doing nothing is a routine. Doing little is a routine. Doing a little more than little is a routine. So we're going to practice, we're going to prepare, and we're going to perform at high levels, right? Perform. You're always going to keep your mind and your spirit fueled with your message, being on even when you don't feel like it. Now, let me let you in on the biggest truth about speakers that maybe you didn't know. All great speakers are sales experts, AKA storytellers, AKA masters at capturing their audience, AKA we want to be heard, AKA we know our audience, yes, and we always are asked back to speak again. That's right. You're not a one and done. You're not a some and none. You are always asked back again. So you may not like the word sales. And, we can really switch that word out. But the truth is, we are selling something. Like Gandhi, he sells beliefs. Or how John Maxwell, he sells leaderships and amazing experiences. Or how Coach Carter from the movie, Coach Carter, the real Coach Carter himself, he sells results. Or like Steve Jobs, who sells ideas. How about Michelle Obama? She sells becoming. And need I say more? You see, a great speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, believes that they have something that their audience wants to hear and will get value from whatever it is you are saying. You see, a good speaker will cast out a net and hope for a fish, and a great speaker will cast out a net and will come back with whales. You see, one of the things about being a champion speaker is skill is good. Heart and confidence is golden as a speaker. And guess what? You are the dividing factor. If you believe in your message and you believe in what you are selling, you don't hold back on what it is you want to say. You don't even sound salesy, like the scummy salesy people sometimes do. Okay, I'm not calling all salespeople scum. I'm just saying there are the ones that sound kind of, salesy. So if you believe in your message, you believe in yourself, news will travel fast. Everyone you tell will tell others. And you would never stop giving 100% to your audience, and your book of business will never run dry. Now imagine if you had the cure for the world's most threatening life disease. And no, I'm not going to say COVID-19. You know, it's one cure that you have that can save your family and so many others. Because we've had that way before COVID-19. You would not be afraid or reserved or give it a second thought to tell it and put everything you have into perfecting this cure. You have a message just like that. You have a solution that somebody needs to hear. You see, winners have very few important advantages to get the victory. You see, we only have a few because we only need a few. We cultivate and we build on what we know. You see, some speakers can't win, and I know you don't like how this sounds, and won't do well because of that one determining factor. They don't see themselves as the perfect solution and have the cure. You see, every day is my January 1st. Every day for a speaker is your January 1st. Every time you get before an audience, you want to bring the very best. You have no clue, no idea how, I don't even know how I'm staying in this seat. But for this presentation, I am. And it is so hard because I want to move, I want to go, and I want to give you my very best. You see, champions, we go through the finish line. We don't just go to the finish line. You know, there's a reason why hesitation is a killer. You see, in 1875, Eliza Gray transmitted a few notes over telegraph wire and thought, if you could send music through the telegraph, then what next? Voice? Word? The New York Times predicted the coming of talking telegraph, and the public grew eager to hear about this talking telegraph. Just 1 year later, Gray believed he had the answer. He didn't put his idea on paper for 2 months. After finally making a sketch, he waited 4 more days before he went to the patent office. 4 more days. And when he arrived, Mr. Gray was told that a mere 2 hours earlier, a school teacher named Alexander Graham Bell busted through the door with his own sketch. And of course, you know the rest of the story. You see, if you're a non-champion speaker, or you're learning, or you're just getting started, you will want to hear this topic because you want this message. And if you are a seasoned speaker, you already know, you're the top 10%er, you will continue to soar. You will continue to fill your book of business with paid speaking gigs. The rest, well, you'll remain average, and you're okay with average. For those who want to continue to answer the questions that I asked for, you will practice, you will prepare, and you will perform at a much higher level than everyone else in your field. From this day forward, your January 1st is today. The dividing factor as a speaker being above the pack is you. You are it. When Kobe Bryant was asked by an Alabama football player, is he more motivated by the will to win or just by hating to lose? He responded, by neither, he replied. I'm motivated by being the best player that I can be. You must have a champion mindset that spills over into your behavior. So if you prepare like you should, just like Real Champions League, we don't have magical solutions when speakers come to us, or potions or answers always just like that. We like you do, we have to prepare, because here at Champions League, we have to have systems in place, we have structure, we have strategies, We have experience. We have thousands of relationships with event planners in place. And that is why our agency goes above and beyond, and we have a good track record. Our agents are vigorous at what they do. And you too must have the it factor. You must go above and beyond. Now, it's going to require probably forming some new habits. It may mean that you need to get up early. You need to get up before everyone else, like champions do. Champions, we program ourselves differently. We think differently. We go above and beyond, and it looks seamless. You have a message, you want to tell it. You don't want to sound salesy, so you need your skill, your heart, and your drive to all be in sync. So when I say practice, prepare, and perform at a high level, I mean every last one of those pieces must come together. So why? Why are you so dynamic that you will soar above the rest? Or believe, like some speakers we do, that you just are that good. And sadly, some speakers just aren't that good. Well, you can rise above practice, prepare, and performing by being consistent. You see, you can be brand new and be very consistent. You see, we make champions at Real Champions League even more so than you think you are. We practice our craft. We get you booked. We manage your contract. We handle the right conversations for you. We make sure you're on the right airplane. You're in the right virtual room. You get the best out of the best out of the best out of your agreement. That you bring value. And month after month, our speakers prepare and practice and perform at a high level through our Speakers Hub. Now, we cannot do this for you. We cannot practice for you, nor can we perform for you at a high level. We can't force the event planner to ask for you back because the common denominator, the dividing factor, is you. You're the one who has to get rebooked over and over again by how you perform at a high level, which requires that practice. It requires preparation. So schedule your speaking every month, even if you are not speaking as if you were before an audience. Go and listen to it, practice and prepare. Cultivate your masterpiece. Now, did many of the champions I mentioned before take hits, have great falls, lost many times? They did, but they did not give up. They have the dividing factor right inside of them. They have a champion mindset, a comeback moment. Yes, they were relentless. They had routines and they never, ever quit. Now, boxer Gene Tooney won the World Heavyweight Championship by beating Jack Dempsey. Yeah, I know a little bit about boxing. But most people don't know that when Tooney started his boxing career, he was a power puncher. But before turning pro, he broke both of his hands. His doctor and manager both told him he would never win world champions as a result of broken hands. I mean, they weren't trying to tell him he couldn't win because of who he was, but because of these broken hands. But he didn't let that deter him. He says, if I can't become a champion as a puncher, he said that I'll become a champion as a boxer. He learned and he became one of the most skillful boxers ever to become a champion. Never, ever allow others to put obstacles in the pathway to your dreams. Nope, not even you. And I'm hoping that when you heard me say all champions are not created equal, you're like, this lady is crazy. I know I am above the pack. Now take a minute, write down this one thing before we close. Write this down, grab something, make notes, get an iPad, put it in the computer, but be sure you write the one thing down that you don't do now that you want to do out of your regimen, that you should do to be a comeback champion, or the one thing you should do more of. For me, I have many. For you, I'm asking you, just do one. Make this your January 1st. Every speaker wants to get paid, but every speaker doesn't deserve to get paid. At least that is how you treat yourself. You know, you kind of sort of prepare, you kind of sort of practice, you cram the last night before, and you don't really deserve what you actually put out in a $25,000 check. Don't leave that money on the table. Perform at a high level and ask for your worth. Don't say 2,500 because you're not really ready or you're not quite practiced. You see, who recently seen Naomi Osaka? Her headline, and it said this: Naomi Osaka tops Victoria Azarenka in a comeback at the US Open. She topped Victoria Azarenka in a comeback at a US Open. If you watched the beginning of that game, you were like, she was losing. He had a third Grand Slam win in that game at 22 years old. She started off missing the shots, digging herself into a deficit. Then guess what? She came back. Her muscle memory from practicing, preparing, and performing at a high level, she came back. So we know what happens when champions get to the finish line. We don't stop there. We go through it. And our muscle memory, like with Naomi, kicks in. Our mind and our body takes over like champions do. And when your skill doesn't seem to take you where you want to go, your champion mindset will. And determination will take you through the finish line. When you are prepared and when you perform at high levels, you know how to refuel yourself and you know how to win the gold. You're not looking for the silver. You're not looking for the bronze. You are looking for the championship win. So speaker, believe your message is valuable. Naturally, it will sell. And they will want what you have. Trust me, I have speakers that are booked repeatedly. You have the cure, the solution for someone. You are not created equal because you are above and beyond the average speaker. If you want to be a champion, and if you are a champion speaker, the dividing factor is you. That's it, hands down. Conquer and get through the finish line. Speaker, today is your January 1st. This is your comeback. If you deserve to get paid high figures, then go and get it. At Real Champions League, we know you deserve it when you are asked back repeatedly. When we see your highlight speaker reel and we know you've put in the work. Go out there, practice, prepare, and perform at a high level. Study your craft, get booked, and get paid your worth so that you can answer those questions. Yes, be a part of the Champion League. Join us at realchampionsleague.com. Go there right now. Just sign up. Put your name in. We'll reach out to you later. Be a part of the league. Or if you can't remember realchampionsleague.com and you know you are ready to speak, just go to IamReadyToSpeak.com. Drop us your name, drop us your email. Let us get to know you and talk to you. So let's win this thing together. If you are ready to speak and you don't want to be told that you are not worth your value, you either participate at high levels or you get out of the game. So we will see you at realchampionsleague.com. I am ready to speak.com is waiting for you, champion. At this Champion Comeback Summit, make this your January 1. And I really hope your speaking, your craft is important to you. Become a professional speaker today and get booked repeatedly. Make it a good one.
What's up, champions? It's Justin, founder of AutomationMaster.net, and I'm just glad to be able to be here with you. I'm glad to be able to be a part of this particular summit. I appreciate the invite, and I know there's been a lot of content today, and there's going to be more content after me. And so I just want you to just take some time, strap yourself in, get ready to take some notes, and just discover some things about your business. I mean, at the end of the day, DIY is dead. And so doing it yourself should not be a thing. So that's kind of what I'm going to get into today as we hop into the session. So, as you find me on social media. If you have questions, tag me, and I'll try to address and help you in the comments, in the chat, and things like that. Otherwise, just dig in and enjoy. So let's go ahead and get into this. Today, we're going to talk about how to use the SOS method to increase revenue in your coaching business without exchanging more time for money. So, what, Justin, what does that mean, really? At the end of the day, my goal for you is to make sure that, one, this session is impactful, right? Like, I don't want you to leave here without getting some good information. Two, I want you to know, if you take this information and you actually apply it, right, your chance of success immensely grows. Now, I know there's a lot of information that gets thrown at people, but only a certain percentage of people actually implement. And so today I want to give you some things that you can implement and help take you to the next level. Now, if you stay to the end of this, I have a free gift that will help you get results even faster. So just make sure you hang in there with us because we have something for you. Now, what makes this different? Again, when most folks go into sessions like this, they listen to trainings. A lot of times, folks just give out motivational rah-rah stuff. And nothing against the motivational people, because I used to be a motivational person. And I still like to say that I share a good motivational tidbit here and there. At the end of the day, that is not what will push the needle. Again, it will be helpful and spur you forward for a little bit. But I want to make sure you get some tactics. I want to make sure you get some principles. Make sure you get some information you can take and use in your business today. And as with anything, if you take action with this, there is actual success that can be had, versus you just taking notes. So just make sure of that. Now, again, my name is Justin Morgan, and I assist, I work with coaches and speakers to create automated systems that save time and multiply revenue. So my goal, again, if you're a coach, speaker, trainer, if you're an author, entrepreneur that needs to speak from the stage, that wants to have a course, that you want to coach people, you want to simplify your time, that's what I do. Been doing this for quite a while. Now, I've done a lot of things right in that amount of time, right? So I've done a lot of things right in the time that I've been doing this. And I've done quite a few things wrong. That's actually, I call it, folks would say it's kind of the school of hard knocks. That's where I get my degree in this stuff. It's just I've been through it. Been through the ups, downs, the good, the bad, the mistakes, the colossal mistakes, and the fabulous wins. So, been through it all. Now, here's a little bit about me, right? So again, I'm back. It's me. So if you didn't know me, again, I've been at this for about 6 years. It's not new for me. Now, when I first started out this journey, as I said, I was a motivational guy, and it was okay, right? Like I had seen the Eric Thomases and the Les Browns and the Tony Robbins, and I felt like it was the thing to do. Like it was my calling. And so I remember that I was at an event, right? It was actually a live event. It was actually the biggest opportunity in my life, on the biggest stage in my life, in front of the biggest crowd of my life. And I remember I'd done all the work, right? I had presentation like this done, made sure it was clean. I'd spent hours and hours making sure my website was right. And I just made sure everything flowed properly for the event. And I remember I was sitting there, or not sitting, but I was standing on stage, and the last slide fell away from the screen. And I heard all the applause. Right? People were cheering. I was excited because at that point in time, I felt like I had finally hit the breakthrough I've been waiting for my entire life. Like I had finally hit that point where I was going to make it. Like I've been working to this moment for years, right? And at that point in time, and if you don't know presenting, because again, I was excited. After you present, there's a thing that somebody said, I don't know who coined the term, the fortune is in the follow-up, right? So after I was done presenting, people had shown they were interested in talking to me. So I had to go back and forth and play this game of phone tag and getting people on appointments and all that fun stuff, right? It's all stuff that has to happen. And I remember being on the last appointment that I had scheduled from the event. And I'm actually on the road. I'm in the passenger seat with my wife. She's driving and graceful enough to do that. I remember being on the phone. We're going back and forth, and I think we pulled over or had a pit stop or something like that. And I'm on the phone with the prospective client, and then we get to the end of the call, and ultimately I'm like, "Hey, so what are we gonna do?" She's like, and she says, "No." I'm like, okay. Now, that no means a lot of things for different people in different scenarios. In this particular day, in this particular scenario, that no for me meant that all the work that I put toward this event was for naught. Because at the end of the day, I came up with 0 sales. None. Like all the work I had done in this event, 0 sales. I thought I was on the edge of my breakthrough, but I got 0 sales. And I don't know if you've ever felt this way, if you put all of your energy into something only for it to fall through. You felt like you were at the cusp of reaching your success and your break point, and you just didn't make it. Like you felt like you were on the right track and you were doing things right, only for everything to just completely fail. And that's how I felt at that moment. I felt lost. Right? Being on the road was very appropriate at that point because I felt like I didn't know what map to follow or what the next turn was. So I had to figure out like what to do from here, because ultimately I did all this work, and now what's next, right? Like I had nothing to show for it. And just like when you're lost, right, I had to take some time to kind of take a detour, right? And when you're taking a detour, right, there's a sign, but then there's also traffic, right? So when you're lost, a lot of times you follow the traffic first and you see what they're doing, what turns they're making, what steps they're taking. And I had to pretty much do the same thing in my space. Had to look at the other speakers, the other coaches, the other trainers, and see what they were doing, what turns they were making, what tactics they were implementing. And so after doing all this for long enough, I realized like what the problem was. I realized where my issue was, like where I had fallen on my face, essentially. And after really observing, right, I then understood like they had a certain way of doing things, had a certain way of building out their websites, had a certain way of presenting, have a certain way of their sales process, certain ways of setting appointments. Like there was a system behind all of it. It wasn't by chance. And so what I want to stress is that like after I figured that out, things changed. After I finally realized like the power of having a system, and I got on the other side of that idea and that knowledge, that's when I was able to get into this space of first working with coaches and speakers and then seeing them succeed, right? Because I was working as an understudy. I got myself a mentor. I made sure I learned from someone that knew something more than I, that had expertise than me. And so I just remember when I was working in that space, finally seeing, us as a team make income and revenue based off of these systems that they had in place. Like, I just realized the power in all that. I realized the mistakes I've been making, after doing this for so long. Because again, I've been doing this for a while, right? I've been doing this for quite a while. Now, after doing it for 6 years, right, I realized, look, it doesn't depend on, getting into this coaching space, right? It wasn't about, you writing 2 books a year. It doesn't require months spent on YouTube University learning to be a tech guru. It doesn't require every possible coaching certification to add to your resume. Now, I thought these things were essentially like what I needed to do, what I needed to learn, the strategy I needed to implement. Because before this, I had written a book, right? I had written a book. Before this, I had watched all of the YouTube videos. Before this, I even considered getting a life coaching certification to think that was going to fix things. And I realized it doesn't require me to trade my time for a little bit of money. Like, you don't need to be out here in your coaching business, essentially feeling like you're a slave to somebody, stuck on these calls where you're pretty much getting paid nothing for the hour. Like, you're just replacing your job at that point in time. You're not really creating a business. Now, obviously, I discovered this the hard way, right? Today, you get to cheat and get the easy way. And so, again, the hard way was you can watch hours of videos, courses, and only to implement a fraction of the information, right? You can do all the training you can to tear down the stage like your favorite speaker. And I get it. I did that. Now, you can coach all your clients one-on-one, doing all the work yourself through the entire process. Now, have y'all ever got a client, right? You're like, hey, this is going to be fun. They're going to pay me $500 for the month. I'm going to do, 8 coaching sessions for the month. And then after you get past that, like, 3rd coaching session, you realize that this is like the dish that you cooked up where there's an ingredient missing. Something's not right. Doesn't taste good. Doesn't feel good. Your belly starts to ache. Right? Something is off. Right? And you hopped into this thing thinking, hey, I got it. Like, this is going to be great. And just realize this is not what it was cut out to be. Like, it just wasn't it doesn't feel right. It feels like you're doing more than you should be for not enough. And that's the common experience, right? That's the hard way of doing it. Now, I want the easy way, right? I want the easy way. And that's what actually helps you grow your revenue while saving time, right? Want the easy way that actually grows your revenue while saving time, right? That, the old way of doing things was, hey, I go on stage right after I get my certification. I do hours and hours of training. At the end of the day, then, I get folks and I say, hey, check out my bit.ly link at my website, buy my book. And then maybe they end up in an appointment with you. Maybe you have a table at the back of the room and you have a bunch of books laid out and folks come and kind of buy your book, right? Because they pity you or they know you. And that's one way. The other one is, of course, these spammer, the folks who go on to social media and they're just putting out your opportunity, just getting crickets, right? That's the other way. You don't have to do it that way. Like that is the probably worst way to do it. And the other example was, again, you're coaching by the hour, right? And you're not getting much back from it. I call it coach's math, where folks are just, again, you're replacing your job. You think you're making good money, but at the end of the day, when you break it down by the numbers and the hours, you're not making much. And some of you are making less than you would have if you're working on your job. Now, if that's what you want to do, and that's your prerogative, you can. This is not for you. I want the folks who are ready to leverage their time and do it the new way. And the new way is about understanding the power of systems. And specifically, the system that we talk about is automation. It's the power of using technology and systems to be able to make more while doing less, to be able to coach more people with less effort, to be able to make more money in the same hour, to be able to have time, energy, and focus to just spend time in your gift, spend time in your expertise, and don't have to feel like you have to be alone in your business and being the solopreneur that you were not meant to be. Again, you have a vision and a goal that was meant to be shared with the world. And the only way you're going to get it out there is if you have other folks supporting you. Now, I want to tell you, again, we're going to get into this, and results are not typical. And that is because typical people don't take action on the information received in these trainings. Again, you've gone through a lot of trainings today. And unfortunately, some of you just are going to watch and you're not going to do anything with it. There's going to be another group of you who actually take the information but don't use it long term. And there'll be a few of you who actually take what they've cherished today, the information they've gleaned today, and actually put a plan and a consistent series of actions behind it. Most of you won't. That's a shame. But for the folks who do, again, results don't have to be not typical or atypical, right? You can get something from this. I'm going to give you some things that can change the way you operate your business today. Now, what you're going to discover is, one, how doing less will ensure you make more in your business. Number two, the concept you can implement right now to transform your business. And secret number three, a concept that will uncover revenue you swept under the rug. Now, secret number one, how doing less will ensure you make more in your business. Now, there's a couple guys that I work with, and you know, some folks who are watching this may know, some folks may not know. That's fine. We'll just call them Tim and Chris for now. Now, Tim, big marketing and, pretty much a very creative guy, right? He's a very creative guy. Chris, very good at sales and operations and things of that nature. Now, the problem they had was they were doing these live events. And while these events were great, they spent most of their time, unfortunately, being stuck trying to run the event itself, right? Making sure that the equipment was set up and everything was running, being a host, making sure that folks are ready and on time and ready to speak. Like, it was a lot for them to handle. And the problem was, well, they didn't have time to do what they needed to do, right? They didn't have time to actually spend with the people who are prospective clients. And they brought me on. So again, I got to get a chance to go to the events and then learn how they operated. And they brought me on to run the technology for them. And what that allowed them to do, what that allowed them to do was spend more time with clients, spend more time with folks having conversations, spend more time out there, making money. It freed them up, right? So at the end of the day, they actually did less and made more. They were able to go out there and close the 5-figure deals at the event when there were other people at the event who felt like the well was dry. There was no money in the room. No, because they had the time to actually spend and cultivate and create relationships and have conversations. They were able to do that. And again, they did that while doing less. So less for them was more. So it's kind of one of the stresses. Less is more. Okay, so I just want you to imagine, right? The opportunity to be able to focus in your business on what you do. So if your specialty is speaking, if your specialty is sales, if your specialty is coaching, if your specialty is teaching, what would it mean for you to be able to sharpen and just spend all your time increasing that thing, right? Imagine you are a high-performing athlete. Imagine you're a doctor, a surgeon, and you just had the time to work on your ability to do surgery, to be able to master that new age art that no one else can, right? To be the next game changer. Imagine you're an artist, right? You're a singer, right? And you be able to just spend all of your time on your craft and getting better at it. And how much better of an artist or speaker or singer you'd be. It's the same thing as speaking and coaching, right? It's an art. And so if you're fixating your time on things that don't matter, you're not growing your art. Ultimately, you're not maximizing the value you're meant to offer. And so that's why it's important to simplify things and to kind of take a step back. Okay? Take a step back and simplify and do less in your business. Okay? So that's secret number one. Secret number two is the concept you can implement right now to transform your business. Now, I call this the SOS method, right? What does that mean? Okay, simplify, optimize, systematize. Simplify, optimize, systematize. Now, it's fairly straightforward when you think about it. Ultimately, we talked about the first step just slightly a little bit a minute ago, and that's when we talked about how they were doing less, right? Yet they were making more. Now we're simplifying it, right? They took a process where they were doing everything and they cut that stuff out, right? And they said, we're going to get someone in place to take off this part off of our hands so we're free to be able to reach and touch people, right? Y'all see that? They had to give something, right? They had to get something off of their hands, right? They had to get something off of their hands first, right? They had to let go of something in order to pick something up, in order to embrace people, in order to interact and shake hands. They had to give something off of their hands first to be able to do that. So they simplified it. And so whenever we're working with clients, right, no matter how big the vision is, I like to make sure that I can make it as simple for them as possible for them to digest and for us to implement. And of course, for us to be able to include other people or plan it out or create a process for it. So the idea is to simplify. You do less and actually makes you do more in that regard. But then again, for you as the coach, speaker, trainer, the less you do, the more time you have to do the amazing things in your business. So that's step one. Step two is to optimize, right? It's to optimize. And what does that mean? Okay. Optimizing meaning after we take a look at your business. So what I would like you to do is for the simplification step is actually map out your business, right? So like imagine your business being a GPS. And what is the journey that your prospect takes, right? So the person that's interested in working with you, how do they find you? Where do they go? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and where do they end up? So map that process out. And then map your process out in terms of how you serve them. Your step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Map all those things out. Now, after you do that, it's time to optimize. Now, what you'll find is that there is missing opportunities for you to save time and increase revenue in every step of your business. And I'm finding that, folks are working harder than they really need to. And so that each and every step of your business, you should be optimizing it, right? You should be optimizing it. Now, again, similar scenario. And when we go to these events and folks are, everybody else presents from stage, and for the guys who were presenting, and we had our process. We had a way of making sure that we were taking getting full value of the scenario, right? We're getting full value and delivering full value. And so one shift that was made was instead of just selling from the stage at one static price, right? Again, it was, hey, we shift that into doing sales appointments. And the reason you do a sales appointment is because you get a chance to talk to the person and actually meet them where they are. So it's a two-way street in terms of value. Because at the end of the day, if I just sell you a $497 course and you need more than that, then I've just sold you short. If I sell you a $10,000 thing, but you only really need a $5,000 thing, then I've also missed the mark, because you're not going to invest because you really don't need that. But you need our help, but you don't need a $10,000 thing. Right? So we've missed the mark in terms of matching up value. And so the reason they made that shift to a sales appointment, which optimized, right, it optimized the sales process, is you get a chance to converse with someone and then really figure out, where things match up, really figure out where you all meet in terms of value, really figure out what the person needs, and then meet them where they are. So you can give them the service or the product that best suits their needs at that time. So you get a chance to save a sale because you don't have to oversell or undersell. And at the same time, the person gets full value from what you have to offer. So it's a two-way street. Now, I give that example just to show that's one shift that was made in order to optimize a step of the business. Now, there are other places and other ways that this happens, right? It's not the only place. And so there are many steps in your business where this is a thing. You have to optimize your business. So that's that step. And the last one is to systematize. Now, we had a certain way of doing this, right? Again, our system was simple, yet it was consistent. We did it the same way every time. It was, we're going to speak from stage, offer a text number, people will text in, and then we'll get in a one-on-one appointment. And that was it. Like, we didn't deviate from that. You know, some folks may think we fancied it up, but at the end of the day, that was the process. Those were the nuts and bolts of it. Like, nothing more than that, nothing less than that. And we made it consistent because it allowed us to be able to, one, right, make our lives easier, two, be able to teach it to other people, and three, have other people do it and assist as a part of the process. Systems are everything. If you don't have a system, again, you don't have a business. I was listening to a Eric Thomas podcast, and if you've never watched Eric Thomas, he's like, yeah, you know, he always had the motivational stuff. Like, he was really good with getting his message and crafting his speeches. He had already been speaking at school and empowering people, and he's been doing it for years. But he hadn't really been making money at it, right? Until he met this guy named CJ. Now, CJ was very much of an operator, right? And if you ever watch this stuff, CJ is along with him a lot of times now in terms of him being on the podcast or being at events and things like that. But CJ was essentially his operator. And so CJ put in systems in place that allowed him to grow his business. So and while he found some success prior to CJ, it wasn't until CJ came in with his systems and put systems into their business that he blew up into what he is now in terms of being able to do so many different things, run his brand on a whole other level, and be able to serve on a whole other level while also, you know, serving his family. His wife has MS, he has kids, right? So he has the ability to be able to, you know, operate powerfully with his family while also growing his business on a whole other level. So that's what systems do. And so if you aren't systematizing your business, putting procedures, putting tools, and putting people in place, then you're keeping yourself short. What I would suggest is, again, you take a look at that map that you mapped out, take a look at things that you did in the simplify step, then optimize it, see how you can make every step better. And then lastly, how can you implement a tool, a person, or a procedure to make each part of that step possible, right? So that is the SOS method that I really wanted to get to you. So that was secret number 2. Secret number 3 is invest in a consultant and support to get results faster. Now, again, I said the guys brought me on just so they could get results faster, just so they could make more money. And so I would suggest that you invest in a consultant, right? Everyone should have a team. They bring 3 things: new ideas, productivity, and results. There are new ideas in your head right now that would not have been there if you didn't make time for this video, right? So a good team will give you great ideas and make sure they are implemented. A great team will also put together a powerful group of people all working together towards similar goals. This multiplies everyone's effectiveness exponentially. Because of us, we have clients earning an extra income and saving valuable time and frustration each month implementing our systems. Everyone wins. If you wanted to go to Cayman Islands, would you charter a plane and get behind the controls yourself with no training, no map, and no co-pilot to guide you? So then why the heck would you try and charter your own business to the 6-figure or 7-figure level without a mentor or proven system? I've spent thousands on training, wasted thousands of dollars on dumb ideas, made a ton of calls, but bought a ton of crap that I didn't need, undersold myself for years, and left thousands, if not millions, on the table, read numerous books, and burned multiple years of my life. I will never get back, right? Just trying to figure all this stuff out. Now, you basically have 2 options at this point. One, you go at this alone, right? You can continue on, go at this alone. It's up to you. And you'll probably spend hundreds of thousands of hours actually trying to figure this stuff out. All right. And you may end up getting frustrated and wasting another 3 to 10 years of your life. And that's up to you. Or number 2, you learn the proven system from somebody who's not just done it, right, but has actually mastered it. And I happen to think I'm kind of amazing at it, actually. I enjoy what I do, right? So here's how I can help you. My team and I have set aside some time in the next week to speak to you personally about how you can apply these ideas to your business starting today. Now, I just gave you the very broad strokes. Like I've shown you how this is done in very broad strokes. But the truth is, everybody's business is going to be unique, and you need to know exactly how to apply these shifts to your business individually. So if that's what you want to do, we're more than happy to get you on the phone with you and explain with you what the exact next steps are for you to do that. Now, the cost of this is free. Now, here's the catch, though, because at the end of the day, this is not for anybody. So this is for folks who, all right, you must be absolutely committed to hitting your income goals with total integrity and a true concern for your client's well-being. You must have expertise and real value to deliver. If you're selling a $20 seaweed wrap from an MLM or something, this is not going to be for you. Like I just unfortunately would not be interested. I'm working at that point, and really not. I can't help you at the maximum level if that's what you're doing. Now, this is for you if you want help launching or growing your coaching business to 6 or 7 figures. You are looking to automate your client attraction and acquisition and fulfillment. You truly love helping others. Understand you have to have some skin in the game, so you're ready and willing to invest in yourself and value results above everything else. You are looking to make more money while working less. Who this is not for, do not apply if you want to start 10 different businesses at once. You don't like to put in effort to succeed and like to blame others, make excuses, and complain. You're a skeptic. You want to snap your fingers today and be wealthy tomorrow. I've got those. I've heard those and I've spoken to those. They're not a fit. You're simply in this to become famous. Again, in this for folks who actually want to help people. So again, if you just want to be Facebook famous, then by all means go do that. This is not the place for you to be. Now, why we're doing this, okay? On the call, we'll help you get total clarity about exactly what you want your business to look like and the exact steps you should take to achieve your goals. If you want us to help you, and if we think it's a good fit, we may invite you to become one of our new clients we'll take on this month. Now, if we work together, we'll put you through the same programs we put our successful coaches and speakers through. The curriculum designed to get you to multiply your revenue, reach your income goals, and beyond with maximum leverage. And we'll be expecting you to utilize our new system, saving yourself time, and bring in more revenue within 6 weeks. Now apply now, right? Just text the word BUILD, the 240-696-2009. Now, again, this is for anyone who, okay? So this is for anybody. If you're a coach, speaker, and you want to save more money, save your time, and multiply your revenue, this is for you. If you're tired of writing your way to success with 1 million books, then this is for you. If you're ready to have time to grow your business, spend more time with your family, and not feel like you have to battle between the two, this is for you. If you want to help more people, make more impact, and take the cap off of your revenue, this is for you. If you have an audience right now that you're not monetizing properly, this is for you. If you have an expertise that somebody needs because, again, without it, their life is doomed, this is for you. So if this sounds like something that you want to do and you want to start, over the next 5 days, we have set aside some time to talk to you and see if we're a good fit to work together. Your call will go for roughly 45 minutes, and we'll map out an exact action plan for you to follow so that you can hit your income goals this year. Okay? 45 minutes. so excited about the 45 minutes that we left out the space, right? Now, this call will probably be the most valuable 45 minutes you invest in yourself this year. Now, again, you have two choices. Okay, choice number one, you can go at this alone based off the information we went over in this video today. Choice number two, you can apply to work with us right now and potentially have this up and running within the next 6 weeks with an automated business. Okay, during the breakthrough session, we're going to get you crystal clear on the system you should be using for your business so that it flows like a river, optimizes your skills, and generates more revenue. We're going to get you crystal clear on your ideal income generating mechanisms that fit your style, your life, and your skills. And we're going to get you clear on exactly how you can maximize your current audience and streamline your interactions with your new prospects that enter your world. We will cover all of this through the breakthrough session. Now, make a commitment to yourself. I think you deserve it. And you're here, you invested the time. I know you have something great to offer. You deserve it. Now, what do you do next? Okay? Apply now. Text BUILD to 240-696-2009. Fill out the short application. Select the time and date for a strategy call. And then make sure you hurry up because spots are limited. I really don't work with but so many people at one time because it's counterproductive, right? It takes a lot of time, energy, and effort to be able to pour into everybody. I want to make sure that you get your fair share. So, again, apply now. Text the word BUILD, 240-696-2009. Now, just I want you to meet a few folks. Meet Sandra. That's not really her name, but again, I like to protect my client's identity. Okay. Sandra is a financial success coach that had an idea to provide additional content to her existing audience. Now, within a week, we had a system in place for her to market to her existing folks and sell out her virtual event. And thankfully, she was able to generate an additional $4,000 that month in bottom line revenue. Can't make this stuff up. Here goes your screenshot. Right now, here's Kathy Jordan. Had lucky enough to speak to her about her business. We got on a long strategy call that I gave away one day. And, she had a chance to meet and just speak on what she did. And it was a great conversation. Got a chance to map everything out for her in terms of what she needed to do. And here's what she said back. She said, he has really broken down into bite-sized chunks that I consume. And now I have a plan that's doable. The value he gives is something you have to experience for yourself. First off, Kathy, if you're watching this, I appreciate it. Hopefully you're out there still doing amazing things. But at the end of the day, like my goal with that call was just to make things simple, right? To simplify it and then make sure that she had a plan to go out and act on every step of it without feeling like you had to go back and then learn all these separate things. I wanted to make it simple and actionable. And then lastly, I had a client named is Dr. C. I won't give her full identity. Okay, but Dr. C is a religious leader. And she has quite an audience. So, religious figure and life coach. And she wanted to launch a teleconference series. Okay, so within 3 weeks, we set up a system that allowed her and her team to generate an additional $15K in their business. I can't make this stuff up. Okay, once you do this math, there were over 200 people that registered for this event. And there are $77 a pop. Okay. That was a pretty penny. Now, so again, do your math, but that seems like a pretty profitable day. And what was amazing was that, again, it wasn't that it was overcomplicated. It was that her team was able to focus on them getting ready for the event while also having help. And by getting help in place, right? Okay, they were able to take advantage. Okay, they were able to take advantage of my help and get everything implemented faster, right? So they could get their idea into action sooner. And that saves money. Oftentimes, that's the make or break. Because again, I've been at this for a while, and I understand. So this is the last thing I want to say, right? because I understand. I've been in this for a while, as I said, and I understand. You right now have an idea. You have a goal. You have a mission. And you're watching this. You've been at this for some time. And a lot of times what happens, and to be frank, those ideas never see the day of light. Not because you don't have the skills. Not because people don't need it. Not because there isn't a market for it. Not because your books aren't good. You can't speak from stage. Right? Not because you don't have the capacity to fill those things out. But because you don't know exactly what to do. You don't know the exact streamlined process. You spend so much time and effort of building the thing that you never actually finish it. You spend so much effort and time of planning the thing out that you actually never have the energy to go through and construct it. You spend so much energy and emotion dreaming and fighting with the dream that you don't have enough capacity to go back and then build the dream. You get defeated before you even get there. And again, it's not because you're not a good person. It's not because you're not a good speaker. It's not because you're not a good coach. Just because you don't have that thing. You don't have a team. You don't have something to allow you to step away from all the frustrations and get focus on the thing that you're good at. So before you allow yourself to be defeated by your own self, your own frustrations, your own challenges, your own problems, your own life, do us a favor. Text the word build. 240-696-2009. Text the word build. 240-696-2009. Okay. Again, if you have questions for me, go ahead and tag me. Otherwise, that is all I have. I appreciate you and all that you do. Again, I'm Justin Morgan, founder of AutomationMastery.net, to help you, coaches and speakers, create automated systems to save time and multiply your revenue. I'll see you in the next one. And as usual, treat each day as a building block to a better future. Peace. You know, Kelly, I love having these behind the scenes conversations. And, you know, this whole notion that you have out there is pretty interesting, which is pivoting to affluent clients. You said during a recession, during uncertainty. How do you want to put that part? But can we talk about the beginning, just for all the entrepreneurs that are watching right now? The speakers, the authors, the coaches, the trainers, the network marketers, folks that own franchises. What's the biggest challenge that entrepreneurs have, even going after high-ticket clients or affluent clients?
Sure. So the first thing I want to make sure that everyone knows is that high-ticket clientele are actually different than affluent clientele. So high-ticket selling actually refers to utilizing a mass marketing approach and using an ascension model to be able to ratchet people up and to build that know, like, and trust with them so that you can make higher ticket sales. When you are selling and marketing to the affluent, you're going directly to affluent clientele. And the objective is to be able to solve their problems straight out the gate at that level, whether or not they've bought from you in the past period. So, one of the biggest challenges, people don't know how to do it. No, aside from me, there's no one else out there teaching it. So, they're trying to utilize mass marketing strategies in order to market and sell to affluent clients, and it's going to continually create a miss because that's not the way that affluent clientele buy.
Now, you can't just leave us hanging. You can't just say that's just not how affluent clients buy and just leave us hanging. But before we do that, that last part, my next question that I have for you, which I think is very relevant to the folks today, is what's one of the reasons why you decided to plant your flag, if I could say it like that, draw a line in the sand and say, this is my niche. This is what I'm going to do.
Sure. So with my background, not only have I been in marketing my entire career. I am 47 years old right now as we film this, and I started working in the marketing, the brand positioning, and public relations industries when I was 19 years old. So I was still in college. That was my first internship. I got hired on afterwards. So I have a really extensive background, not only in helping companies and small businesses position themselves to become market leaders in their field, but also, I've been in this expert authority space for a very, very long time. So I know how to structure businesses. I know how to create highly profitable businesses, not only for myself, but for my clients as well. So I already have all of that background. But look, business coaches are a dime a dozen. And they're all kind of teaching the same things. It's just flavored a little bit differently. Some have more experience than others. And when I was looking at the marketplace and I was looking at, where the underserved potential of the market is, what I realized is that given my, aside from my corporate background, I was raised affluent. So my dad was a very successful entrepreneur. And we, as a result of that, I was raised in a highly affluent culture. And so I've been immersed there. I know what, Buffy in the locker room is saying, behind the scenes, right? And I'm willing to share that with people because here's the thing is that there is a difference in the way that they buy. They do have different specific needs. They're looking for different solutions, and they also have different challenges than typical mass market buyers. And so I knew that in serving the world in this way, not only could I help a lot of small businesses get way more profitable, but I also was going to be able to showcase that specific expertise that I have firsthand and be able to shore up that market niche. Also, from a business perspective, one of the things I teach is strategic positioning and creating that pole position of leadership in your industry. Nobody else is teaching this. There's been people that have tried to copy me. There's been people that have, tried to reposition it into high ticket selling, but people generally don't understand how to truly market and serve affluent clientele. And so it was a really smart business decision on my end to be able to do that because I've locked up the pole position in the industry.
Locked it up, which I love. And when you talk about positioning yourself, can you take a moment to define what positioning means? I mean, just for those folks that are out there listening, it means different things to different folks. Sure. So what I admire most about you, not only do you help folks to be in the position, but then you also help them to execute the plan to actually transition to getting clients that are part of them. But just take a moment to talk about positioning, what is it? And then moving from positioning to, like you said, being the person that's selected.
Right. So positioning is the strategy, and I call it big P positioning and little p positioning. Your big P positioning is the perception that you are creating of yourself and your business in the marketplace. Not only in the marketplace, but in the minds of your consumers. So when they say to someone, like I'll give you an example. If you ask anybody who knows anything about training or business development and you say, who is the foremost expert in marketing to affluent clientele, they're going to say me, right? That's what's gonna be said. And the reason why is because that is the way that I have communicated my message into the marketplace for the last, since I launched this program in 2007. So positioning is really about how you are going to be known. What are you going to be known for? Right? What is the thing that you are going to be known for in the market that is better or different than everybody else in the marketplace? And what you're looking for is, again, you're looking to create that category of one. If you think about even, let's use some mass marketing examples. If I say cola, what do you think of?
Coca-Cola.
Right. Coca-Cola, some people say Pepsi, although most people will say Coca-Cola. Yeah. If I say tissue, what do you think of?
Kleenex.
It's because they've positioned themselves as the market leader. In fact, so much so that people don't even say, can you hand me a tissue? They say, can you hand me a Kleenex? Right? So positioning is the art of being the category leader, and that's done very, very strategically. Then there's also that small p positioning, which is how you position yourself within the minds of your buyers. And that, there could be things like positioning your pricing, positioning your offerings, positioning your specific services. There's things like that we utilize in order to really stand out, become known as the first, the only, or the best in your industry.
One of the things that I admire about you is my dad always says, never argue with a winner. And you certainly have been a winner. And you have this not only, you're talking about positioning, but you also come from a place of service. And talk about the importance of service. One of the pages that I borrowed out of the Kelly O'Neill playbook is this whole thing about personal concierge and having this personal touch. And I'm telling you, when I joined your group, and I've been in a lot of groups and started groups, I just felt like, you know what, these folks really care. And I went back to my team, true story, and I said, you know what, got to ramp that up. No, we post a lot of stuff. No, there's got to have this personal concierge, this touch. So people know you are trying to serve, you are trying to add value first. So I guess my question to you, Kelly, that's a compliment to you, by the way, but also to step back and your team. I know you don't do no work. You get to hang out and do
things. The most amazing team on the planet. I'm so blessed.
But your team rocks in all seriousness. You can tell them I said it. Kelly O'Neill's team truly rocks and they truly care. And I've been on the side. Kelly didn't even know it, so it probably doesn't even matter, but it's so important. So my question to you is, talk about the importance of serving and adding value as you talked about, getting high affluent clients to work with you, because that serving and value part, it was amazing. I want you to know that, seriously.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's very important. So part of that is a cultural decision. So there are organizations that are sales over service, meaning that they're going to do whatever it takes to consistently make the sale. Generally what happens is that in that frame of mind, in that mindset, and the way that people show up in businesses like that, they're really always looking for the next client, the next client, the next client. I know from a profitable business perspective that is a terrible strategy. I mean, absolutely, you're going to have to consistently do new customer acquisition because you're going to have turnover for a variety of reasons, especially in a service-based industry. Either you fulfill the needs of the client's needs change. Maybe they just outgrow what it is that you're doing, or like as an example, one of my companies is a brand agency, and in my brand agency, once we do their brand, like they don't need us for another several years. So there's a variety of different things that create client turnover, and if you're constantly looking to just generate new leads, your clients feel that. They feel that they'll report back like they feel like a number. They don't feel served. They don't feel like you really care. Like if you've ever been in an experience where you felt like, oh, they cared until they got my credit card and then they didn't care anymore. That's a terrible way to feel as a customer. And let me just tell you, with your affluent clientele, they will not tolerate that. Like that will not fly. So one of the things that I've done is within my company, I very intentionally create culture, which is why I have such an awesome team, right? Because we specifically choose people, and we could do a whole nother presentation on creating corporate culture because it's so important. One of our mottos is we are service over sales, taking care of our existing customers first and our existing clients and making sure that is where our focus is all of the time. And the reason for that is not only do we want happy, successful clients, but we want happy, successful referring clients who are going to go to all of their friends and build our business for us. And I think people are really short-sighted when they're always just focused on the marketing and they're not taking care of their existing clients. So as far as organizational priorities, that's our first priority. And the reason that I'm able to create such a stellar team that has that is because we hire for cultural fits. We hire for people who really care about customer service, and also the people we hire genuinely care about not only the business, but they care about the clients. And because of the structures that I've set people up with inside my organization, where they have the opportunity to make as much money as they want, right? The ball is really in their court, because I do a lot of profit sharing. I do a lot of commission bonuses, that sort of thing. They're very incentivized to make sure that they're taking really good care of our clients.
So important. And if you talked about setting up a structure, talked about being able to bring on the right folks, I know we're going to get back to pivoting to an affluent clients during a recession, but I think this is very, very important, because you got to have a team to service it as well. Can you just share this one golden nugget that you can look for when you're bringing someone aboard? I mean, I know that's a loaded question. People say, well, everybody that's nice and everybody that believes. But if someone said, you know what, I do need a service organization, I do need to make sure that the team is doing it, what suggestion would you recommend to that person?
I love this. Great question. So first of all, just so you know, I do want to dispel the myth. You can be a party of one and serve affluent clientele. You don't need to have a big organization. It depends on what it is that you're looking to do. But I have lots of clients that are they don't even have an assistant yet, and they're serving affluent clients extremely effectively. So I want to dispel that. But what I look for when I'm hiring someone is I look for, again, I have a very clearly designed cultural framework, right? That's the core piece of this. So we are looking for our people, if that makes sense. We have a checklist. You know, think about this like if you're in the dating world, right? You've got a checklist of things that you're looking for. You know, there's things that you're like, this is a deal breaker, this is not, you know, this is something that is really important to me. And it's the same thing when you're hiring for team members. It's like, we have things that are non-negotiables. And we have ways to find out what it is that their perspective is on that. And so we have a list of things that are non-negotiables. We have a list of things that are preferables, and then we have a list of things that are trainables. So we will always hire for a cultural fit over someone who has a specific skill set, because if you're hiring for performance, the people that we hire anyways are self-directed and they're go-getters. So I can go put them in a training program and I can train them up, right? I can get them the training that they need. So if you're just going down and being like, yep, they've got this skill set, yep, they've got this, yep, they've got that. Does that make sense? If you're just going down there and checking that, you're missing the boat. I want to hire people that are like, you know, like one of my questions is, why do you want to work for this organization? What about this organization makes it so that this is the one you want to show up for? And that's a really important question to ask people, because if they're after a paycheck, an organization like mine's not going to be a good fit.
Love it. Now, let me ask a question. Let me address the elephant in the room, because there's a number of folks who watch, Kelly. They're speakers or authors or coaches or trainers or experts, and they're folks who, when we pay more for what they know they can do, typically kind of follow the program, and other folks as well. We have a lot of financial advisors and health coaches and so forth. The question is, when you say go pivoting to affluent clients, some may be thinking, yeah, when I raise my rates and I try to talk to people about pricing, they always want to talk me down. So I end up giving them more than I'm getting paid for. Take a moment, if you would, and talk about the importance of knowing your value, for lack of a better term, and being comfortable, I'll say comfortable, asking for what your organization is worth when it comes to a pricing perspective.
Okay. So let me just tell you right now, your affluent clients are not going to nickel and dime you. Right? They don't want to be treated that way, and they're not going to treat other people that way. They're looking for good value. They want to make sure that they're not getting ripped off. Like, they don't want the other end of the spectrum, which is, oh, you know, I have money, so you're jacking your prices up. They want value. And so one of the things that I teach my clients to do in our programs, one of the things that I teach our clients to do is to create a no-brainer offer. So I teach people how to structure their offers in a way that's going to allow them to ensure that their affluent client says yes. But your affluent clients aren't going to nickel and dime. That's generally more of a price-conscious consumer. And I will also tell you that when I have clients who come to me and they're trying to do that, I won't even take them as clients. Like, that's a deal breaker for me. Period. Yeah. Like, that's a no. This isn't Walmart. I'm not looking to be the number one price competitor. We're a high level expert in our field, and so our fees are non-negotiable, right? So that's number one. But as far as you holding your value, again, you've got to be really clear in your value proposition. Your affluent clients are going to buy based on value. They're going to buy based on perceived or believed return on investment or return on energy. So when you've structured it really clearly, your value is going to shine through.
I like that. Now, you've taken a moment, you've broken down what is an affluent client. You've then talked a little bit about the importance of making sure that you serve. Then you talk about making sure you have infrastructure to serve, which is the HR component. And now you talk about making sure the pricing is in line. Take a moment to talk about the importance of systems. One of our philosophies is that systems beat goals every single time. And one of the things I know that you are is you're a system-driven person. So there's systems in place to support what you're doing. Let's slow down for a moment, then we'll speed back up and talk about having the right systems in business, not only to attract affluent clients, but also be able to serve affluent clients without all of your labor having to always be involved. I'll say it like that, or having technology or different systems in place. So the question, ladies and gentlemen, that are listening is systems that you have in place, the importance, and why Kelly supports it.
Yes. So I teach something called the profitology process to my clientele, and it is a way to rapidly accelerate the growth of your company in a way that is also going to make sure that it is seamless, and you're not going to pull your hair out, right? So within this process, at the center of the process that I teach is how you show up as a CEO of your organization, and it is also how the systems and processes that you have in place. So I am a big believer in having systems and standard operating procedures, especially as you grow your organization, because otherwise you are going to want to pull your hair out. No one's ever going to do it the way that you want to do it. So you need to start building systems and processes. The moment that you start building unless you're like, I will never have anyone work with me, then it's all in your head and you're good. But if you ever want to have anyone work for you, you need to start writing down the processes and procedures and systems in order to create the results that you desire. And they are by design. So as an example, we have a very specific system, and it's based on the different types of programs have different systems, but we have a welcome process, right? We have a process that we utilize in order to we have a welcome process that we utilize in order to welcome new client on. And, for some of our more affordable programs, it's a little bit different than, say, some of my private consulting programs, where maybe we're shipping out a welcome box that is full of goodies to them, that sort of thing. So you've got to be able to systemize what it is that you want. Now, here's the art and the science. You need to, when it comes to client service, you need personalized systemization. So you do not want to take the personal touch out of those systems. We actually know from market research that especially now with your more affluent buyers, if you do not have, and think about this for a minute, have you ever tried to work with a company where you cannot get a hold of a person?
Nah, I hate that. Oh my God.
Drives me crazy. In fact, in choosing technology platforms, if we're not able to get a hold of a person directly, we're not going to choose that platform. Right. So, even being able to have like an online chat that's available, being able to give someone a phone number, having someone be able to get in touch with you, all of these things. So I want you to think about, like, as you're creating your systems, and we have systems for everything. We have systems for how people book interviews with me. We have systems for how those interviews are fulfilled. We have systems for how they end up on my calendar. There are systems for how I am then prepared for the interviews to make sure that I can show up and rock it for you guys. Right? There's systems for follow-up. There's systems for promoting those interviews to make sure that we're supporting and fulfilling our obligations whenever we are being interviewed by someone. And so there's all sorts of systems that we have, and those are the things that allow me to not have to tell people how to do things. Right? I don't want to be constantly telling someone how to do that, because otherwise I'm never going to have freedom in my business. So what I do is when we create something, we automate it. How much automation can we get out of that one particular process?
Yeah. So folks that are watching right now might be wondering, now, who does Kelly's company work with? I mean, they're listening right now saying, wow, am I the right person? Is my company the right person? Is this the right time? Take a moment, if you would, and just frame the conversation in terms of the type of clients you or your company's looking to attract. And then how can they best contact you or someone inside your organization maybe to take the next step?
Perfect. So I work with a couple different kinds of clients, right? So number one, I have a branding agency. If someone is looking to create a brand that either attracts affluent clients or sets them up to be a thought leader and achieve that pole position in their industry, that is something that we specialize in here at my brand agency. And we do it really innovatively. So we don't do the typical things that typical brand agencies do. We create high profit brands. So if someone is looking for that solution, that's the solution we have available to you. If you are looking to grow and scale your business, right? If you're looking to become the market leader, if you are looking to increase your revenue by multiple 6, 7 figures, I personally do consulting with organizations, with small business owners, primarily in the service-based industries. Although actually one of my biggest clients is actually a medical device. So, I do have outliers to that. I have a background in tech. So I do offer consulting in those, but primarily I am working with service-based professionals, right? So people in, any type of service-based, lawyers, accountants, doctors. I have a lot of doctors that I work with. I work with consultants, coaches, interior designers. I mean, really, it runs the gamut. It runs the gamut. But generally speaking, what they want is they want to create a very highly profitable business that scales, and they want to be known as the leader in the market and attracting affluent clients. That's kind of our sweet spot here at our organization. I also train people in the art of building these types of scalable businesses, and I train people in how to market to affluent clients. So I have several programs that do that in all of the areas that a client would need in order to create that result. So we have a very vast service offering here within our company, depending on what it is that we're looking for. But again, primarily we are working with affluent clients, or with people who want to attract affluent clientele, people who want to become thought leaders in the industry, and ultimately they want to scale their business seamlessly without pulling their hair out. And if you're looking to work with me, first of all, I mean, obviously this interview is a good start. I would also say you can, connect with us on social media. Obviously, I'm all over the place. If you go to our website, you can find all my social media. I've got a podcast called the Marketing to Millionaires Podcast. I've got a Facebook group called the Marketing to Millionaires Success Circle, which I believe is what Shay was referencing before. And here's the easiest way, guys. If you want to explore this, go to my website. There is a link that says Work with Kelly, and you can fill out an application and we will get you to the right spot. You don't even need to know what the right spot is. Look, if you want to make more money, you want to become a leader in your field, and you want to attract affluent clientele, fill out the form and we'll figure out if we're a good fit for you. And if we're not, we'll refer you to one of our partners.
I love it, man. Second to last question. This is the Comeback Champion Summit.
Yes.
And this is for individuals who have had some type of setback. And it's not about the setback, but they're on the comeback trail, or they want to be a champion in their marketing, or a champion in their business, or a champion with affluent clients. My question is, share what your number one secret is for you when challenging times arise. What principles does Kelly stand on, or what philosophy does Kelly stand on in order to continue to move forward no matter what?
Great question. So let me just tell you, guys, I've been in business for 20 years, and I will tell you that I have made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and I have also lost millions of dollars. You will not have, I've never yet met an entrepreneur that did not have a setback of one level or another, some more catastrophic than others. And I've had all sorts of them. Here's what I will tell you that I would invite you, if you've had a setback in any way, shape, or form, you can't move forward driving out of the rearview mirror, right? And so, at a certain point, you just have to say, all right, It happened. Whatever it is. This is where we are today. This is not where we want to be. And you need to go, all right, great. Don't judge yourself for it. Do not beat yourself up. That does nothing. Don't have guilt, shame, whatever. It is what it is, right? And look forward to what it is that you want to create and keep pushing, right? It's like, what is it that, like, great, this is where I am. This sucks. This happened. It's awful, whatever. Where do you want to go next? And then you formulate a strategy to go there. You know, laying in a pity party is not going to get you there. Beating yourself up is, you know, I've never met anyone that had a amazing comeback by beating themselves up and wallowing in self-pity. Shit happens, move on.
I love it. I love it. Let me first say thank you so much for taking your time. One thing we know, Kelly, is you can always make more money. We know you can always make more money, but you can't make more time. So you're giving us the most precious gift, the most precious resource you have, which is your time. As we close up, I close up with two things. Number one, tell them once again how they can connect with you, so how they can connect with you and how they can find you. And then I'll turn over you to give your closing thoughts and comments to those folks that are listening that now have to go back and they have to execute the plan. They've got to take action on what you talk to. I'm going to encourage all of you, if nothing else, go out to Work with Kelly. I think that's what you said, workwithkelly.com. You can go to her website.
Go to my website, kellyoneil.com, and click on Work with Kelly.
Oh, kellyoneil.com. Okay, sorry.
Yep. KELLYONEIL. Go there. Literally, there it will tell you exactly what to do. There's a section there that says if you're new to Kelly, go here. All my socials there so you can connect with us. Go have a little afternoon perusal over a cup of coffee over my website. And if you want to work with us, then there's a button there that says Work with Kelly.
Wow, she did it. See, she answered the question for me. She's just a pro. Okay, then I turn over you to have your closing comments, and I guess your closing comments can be just sharing your big why, and then close us out. Just why does Kelly get up and do this every single day? She can relax and do something else with her time and energy, yet you're working with entrepreneurs, you're working with small business owners, helping them not only attract affluent clients, not only serve affluent clients, but more definitely make a bigger difference in their own family and a bigger difference in their own community. So over to you to share why you do it, and then we're out. We're done. Thank you again, Kelly. You're amazing. You're incredible, and your team rocks in all seriousness.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. So I'm a big believer in living from a place of choice. You know, I grew up in a family where, you know, just so that you guys know, I am like a phoenix. I have risen from the ashes more times than I can count. And one of the things that's really important to me is really, you know, we've got one life on this planet, and I believe that we can all have an extraordinary life, but you have to choose that for yourself, and you have to be clear in what that extraordinary life looks like for you, because maybe my extraordinary life looks different than what your extraordinary life looks like. And so getting really clear about what that looks like and then committing to have it, because here's the thing, we get to have it. You get to live from a place of choice, and then setting up the structures to move you in that direction so that you can just really have an epic life experience. That is what I would recommend for all of you.
With that being said, thank you for joining everybody. Kelly, you rock. We appreciate you. We'll see you later. God bless everyone. We're out. Peace.